right now the priority of the local authorities and the authorities is to safeguard the workers who are stuck inside. 5 to 6 workers are still inside, and NDRF team is trying to rescue them as early as possible. And surely in this inquiry or any inquiry will going to be conducted, because this is a huge accident, and such a loophole is not expected from a company which is building a prestigious prestigious project like this in the Maharashtra. So definitely the inquiry will be initiated after this, but right now priority is to safeguard the workers who are stuck inside right now.
Absolutely, that will be the high priority, to at least be able to rescue those who are fear trapped. This was going to be a 701-kilometer long expressway to connect Mumbai and Nagpur. Maharashtra Police, Fire Brigade personnel and the rescue personnel as well are currently on the site and are trying to ensure at least more of these workers can be brought out alive. But looking from the situation, it looks likely that the death toll may also increase. Dipesh Tripathi will be tracking the latest. The situation is disturbing in Haryana's New area, where violence and arson has spread to other parts of the state as well. We are being told that through late last night as well, communal violence in the region rocked the entire state, and parts specifically that are adjacent to the national capital, Delhi. Sadly, there have been casualties too. 2 police personnel and a civilian were shot dead. About a dozen have received serious injuries. There were stones that were pelted. Cars were set on fire during a religious procession in New. The violence that initially erupted in New has now spread to Gurugram district as well. 2 communities clashed near Sona Road, resulting in damage to several vehicles. So there are different areas that we are showing to you right now on your screens, and these are between 2 groups that communal violence that erupted. Now, the acting superintendent of police of Nuh has told India Today that clashes broke out after a Shobha Yatra of the Vishwa Hindu Parishad was attacked with stones over alleged presence of a cow vigilante and lynching accused Monu Manesar, who was at that rally. He gave out a video that he's arriving there. Look at how the vehicles have been engulfed in flames. And that has led to that violence spreading to other parts as well. In Nuh, in Sona Road, Gurugram, these are adjacent areas, and that's how the violence has spread. The police, as you can see on the spot as well, stone pelting, arson and violence. Look at the amount of property damage that has been reported. These are visuals from our reporters who are on the ground bracing this violence to get you the latest on that. India Today spoke to the acting superintendent of police about what happened and unfolded in Nuh. Take a look at this report.
अभी की क्या स्थिति है मेवात की?
नमस्कार जी, अभी स्थिति पूरी तरह से नियंत्रण में है और अभी शांति बनी हुई है।
अच्छा, और कितनी पुलिसकर्मी, क्या केंद्रीय रिजर्व बल जो अर्धसैनिक बल है उनको भी तैनात किया गया है?
जी, इसमें केंद्रीय अर्धसैनिक बल भी यहाँ से आए हैं, हरियाणा एसटीएफ भी आई है और हरियाणा आर्म बटालियन और आईआरबी की जो कंपनियां भी हैं वो रात को पहुंच चुकी हैं और पूरे एरिया में डिप्लॉय कर दी गई है।
अच्छा सर, कितने लोग घायल हुए हैं इसमें अब तक अप्रोक्सीमेट, और कितनी गाड़ियों को जलाया गया, कितना नुकसान हुआ?
इसमें अप्रोक्सीमेटली अभी 50-60 लोगों के घायल होने का जो डाटा आ रहा है। अभी जो हॉस्पिटल में कल जो इलाज अलग जिलों में जाके करवाया है तो उनसे भी हम डाटा ले रहे हैं और करीब 80 व्हीकल्स के डैमेज होने की इसमें सूचना है।
अच्छा, कोई कैजुअलिटीज भी है सर, कोई सिविलियन कोई कैजुअलिटीज?
जी हाँ, एक नरड मेडिकल कॉलेज में सिविलियन कैजुअलिटी है और 2 इसमें हमारे जो शहीद हुए हैं होमगार्ड के जवान।
अच्छा, और कितने कुल पुलिसकर्मी, मेवात पुलिस के कितने पुलिसकर्मी घायल हैं?
जी, करीब हमारे 20 पुलिसकर्मियों को चोटें लगी।
All right, so this is what is currently unfolding on the ground in Haryana in different districts. So advisories and caution have been given specifically for Gurugram. Our reporters are on the ground in different parts to get you the latest on this. Amid all of this violence, India Today is on ground zero to tell you the ground reports. Listen in to this.
ये देखिए, ये गाड़ियां देखिए, ये 1, 2, 3, 4 इन गाड़ियों को आग के हवाले कर दिया गया है। पूरी तरीके से ये गाड़ियां ऐसा लग रहा है कि जब जली तो अपने आप ही आग बुझाने की मतलब वक्त ही नहीं मिला। आप ये अंदर की तरफ हम अगर आपको लेके चलें, ये देखिए, हम आपको थाने के अंदर लेके आते हैं। ये साइबर क्राइम थाना है और अंदर पत्थर देखिए, आप देखिए क्या हालत है। वो बस वहां आके शायद उसने बचाने की कोशिश की और ये बस दीवार से लड़ी और ये पूरी दीवार देखिए, ये टूट चुकी है, थाने की दीवार। और उसके बाद अंदर कितनी जबरदस्त तरीके से यहाँ पर पत्थरबाजी की गई है। ये कार शायद अंदर खड़ी थी, इस कार पे के भी शीशे तोड़ दिए गए हैं। आप देखिए इस कार के हालात देखिए, अंदर पुलिस की वर्दी टंगी हुई है, इसके शीशे तोड़ दिए गए हैं। ये दूसरी कार देखिए, ये थाने के अंदर की स्थिति है, इसके शीशे तोड़ दिए गए हैं। ये पत्थर देखिए, ये कार जो खड़ी है इसके शीशे तोड़ दिए गए।
मैस भी तोड़ दिया।
मैस भी कब की बात है?
कल की बात है।
कितने बजे?
कल कम से कम 1:30 बजे से 1:30-2 बजे।
1:30 बजे से कितने लोगों ने हमला किया?
ये कम से कम 1001 लोग है जो हमलेवर है हर कोने पे।
और उनके पास क्या क्या रहा होगा?
उनके पास हर चीज ही, जैसे कागरे, लाठी, डंडा, पत्थर और कुछ फैसला भी था। मैस वगैरह, ये छत वगैरह सब तोड़ दीजिए थाने की।
पत्थर ये देखो, ये दिखाइए लोकेंद्र आप, ये देखिए छत पूरी तरीके से ये पत्थरबाजी टूट गई है। और आगे हम चलते हैं मेस, पीछे जो मेस का इलाका है, ओहो ये देखिए, ये इलाका है, ये देखिए, ये पूरी छत देखिए, ये यहाँ पर भीड़ अंदर घुस गई।
अंदर 6 रोड पे से दीवारों पे थी,
दीवारों पर थी
चारों तरफ।
यानी ये जो चारों तरफ है, चारों तरफ से थाना।
हाँ, और
अगर फोर्स आने में टाइम लग जाता तो कुछ भी हो सकता था।
हाँ, कुछ भी हो सकता था जी, वो तो टाइम पे फोर्स आई।
अच्छा, यहाँ पे कितने लोग रहे?
यहाँ पे ज्यादा 3-4 बंदे थे
बस,
और उन्होंने भीतर बच के अपनी जान बचाई। उन्होंने
भीतर बैठ के किसी तरह जान बचाई,
वो फायरिंग करी, जब बचे नहीं तो
गोली चलाई, गोली से तब कहीं जा करके बच रहा है वो।
हवा फायर करके जब गोली से बचाव करा है,
खुद को बचाने के लिए हवा में, मतलब भीड़ को पीछे ढकेलने के लिए गोली चलाई। और पत्थर भी कैसे, ये देखिए, ये ईंट है और ये देखिए ये कंक्रीट का है। ये अगर किसी को लग जाए तो अंदाजा लगाया जा सकता है। इस पत्थर को देखिए, ये पत्थर अगर किसी के सर पे लग जाए तो उसका अंजाम क्या होगा, ये आसानी से समझा जा सकता है। दीवार तोड़ करके थाने के अंदर घुसना, यानी भीड़ बेहद सुनियोजित तरीके से आगे बढ़ रही थी। थाने को घेरा गया, मेस को तोड़ दिया गया, अंदर जबरदस्त तरीके से पत्थरबाजी की गई, अंदर मौजूद गाड़ियों को।
Our reporters are on the ground in Haryana and telling us that the cyber police station in Nuh has also been targeted. Remember, a cyber police station has been attacked in Haryana's Nuh. 3 police vehicles were burnt. Bus has been looted as well. Our sources are telling us this was in retaliation. The attack was in a retaliation to the crackdown on the cyber thugs, because the Haryana police went after the cyber thugs. And the crackdown was on that, and now this was an attack and retaliation on that. So clearly an attempt not just to target another group or indulge in arson on the streets, target police personnel. That appears to be on the agenda for these arsonists and rioters. They need to now face the law. Look at what they have done even to police vehicles in the cyber police station. You looked at that report sent in by my colleague Himanshu Mishra just about a short while ago, and now Shreya Chatterjee is also joining me. Shreya, you've been on the ground speaking to the locals, trying to get us a ground report. What is this situation like? Because it's not just about streets anymore. They are deliberately targeting police stations too.
Well, you know, Pooja, it's very important to point out that why the cyber police station of Nuh has been under attack. It's because that is one of those police stations which has been behind a massive crackdown against cyber thugs in Mewat. Remember, Mewat is right now the cyber hotspot of India. Somewhere down the line, police sources have confirmed to us that those who attacked the cyber police station had also done sought revenge at the garb of a communal violence. At least 200 people had looted a bus, and then they rammed the bus into the walls of the cyber police station and then went inside, pelted stones. This was a terrible situation. What we know, 8 to 10 police officials were there. They had to fire in air and then leave the spot. It's a very difficult situation that they faced entire night. But yet again, important to point out that we can't just call this a communal violence. This was a targeted attack where cyber criminals, somewhere down the line, the links of those criminals, they were trying to seek revenge. And in the garb of a communal violence, they heavily attacked the Cyber police station, which is right now one of those police stations which has actually led a massive crackdown in Haryana and Mewat.
Shreya, this is a very direct attempt. This is to hit and target the police so that their resources take a hit, so that the police do not have enough resources on the ground. But attacking a cyber police thana basically means you went after the cyber thugs, you indulged in a crackdown against them. Now that the opportunity has come for these rioters and arsonists, they will come after the cops even. The audacity and no fear of law and order. This is where an example will have to be set. Look at what they have done. This is irrespective. Any group that has indulged in this amount of violence. Remember, Gurugram, Nu, Sona has massive residential localities, educational institutions like schools. We even saw a bus there that around which the vehicles have been burned down. This is terrible, and this should not be allowed to continue by the Haryana administration. Shreya, thank you very much for now. I will now play across the report sent in by Shreya. She's been reporting consistently through yesterday since the violence erupted. What did the local residents tell her? What is the situation on the ground? Our reporters are there. This is Shreya's report coming up.
The clashes that erupted in Mewat, Haryana, had spread to Sona as well. As one travels to Nu, what you can see in Sona itself is that there has been there's been a heavy clash that's also resulted in these local vendors' shops being gutted down. We can see the other shops have also been gutted with fire. We can see the remains of a scooty that was also engulfed in fire. This is one of the shops that you see was gutted yesterday in the communal tension that erupted in Sona. And we'll go across to some of the locals to understand what exactly transpired. कितने बजे की घटना हो गई यहाँ पर?
ये मैम 4 बजे से स्टार्टिंग हुआ था और लगभग रात के 9, साढ़े 9, 10 बजे तक।
पुलिस प्रशासन कोई
पुलिस प्रशासन नहीं थी। जो पुलिस थी उनके साथ थी वो।
किनके साथ थी?
जो झगड़ा जिन्होंने किया है, जिन्होंने शुरुआत की थी, वो उनके साथ थी पुलिस।
हुआ क्या?
हुआ मैडम, नुहू वाला घटना जो हुई है उसके अगेंस्ट यहाँ प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे थे वो। पता नहीं अचानक कैसे और क्या माहौल हुआ कि अचानक हिंसा भड़क उठी।
So as you can see, he's saying that even the house had come under the attack from the people here in Sona. What we do know that he's suggesting that from what happened in Nu, there was a protest that was subsequently taking place, and then this is the kind of.
ये मेरा घर है जी। आज तक हमारी सोना में सारा भाईचारा अमन चैन से रहता आया है। कभी कोई किसी 36 बरादरी में कोई बिना इत्तेफाक आज तक नहीं हुई है। पता नहीं ये लोग कहां से आए, किस रूप में आए। लगभग 3, 4, 5 घंटा हिंसा चली, उसके बाद कुछ नहीं बचा, सारा खाक कर गई जी। ये लगातार 1.5 घंटा फायर हुआ है, पत्थर बजाए हैं। वो मेरा मेन गेट है। मैंने अगर ताला नहीं लगाया होता और मैंने अपने बच्चे बाहर ना निकाले होते तो शायद हो सकता था कि आज मेरा घर इस हालत में नहीं होता जी।
This is an extremely troublesome situation that we are reporting from Sona. We only hope that the administration wakes up and takes stringent actions against the miscreants who were behind these incidents. With video journalist Dalveer, this is Shreya Chatterjee for India Today.
हरियाणा के मेवात में भगवा यात्रा पर हुए हमले के बाद 2 गुटों में हिंसा जो है जिस तरीके से भड़की है, उसकी आग अब धीरे धीरे सोना तक पहुंच गई है। इस वक्त हम मौजूद है गुरुग्राम के सोना में। आपको तस्वीरें दिखा दें कि सोना की तरफ जाने वाले रास्ते को फिलहाल पुलिस की तरफ से बैरिकेड बंद करके रोक दिया गया है। तमाम गाड़ियों को वापस जाने की हिदायत जो है वो दी जा रही है। पुलिस का कड़ा बंदोबस्त जो है वो किया गया है कि यहाँ से अगर आप आगे जाते हैं तो जान का खतरा जो है वो बन सकता है, क्योंकि काफी ज्यादा यहाँ पर अगर कहा जाए तो मॉब इकट्ठा है, हिंसा घटनाएं हो रही हैं। फिलहाल वहां पर जाने की इजाजत जो है वो फिलहाल पुलिस की तरफ से नहीं दी जा रही है। सिर्फ पुलिसकर्मी जो हैं उन्हीं को जाने की इजाजत जो है वो दी जा रही है। आप देख सकते हैं कि तमाम ये गाड़ियां हैं जो कि आगे की तरफ जाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, जिनके घर हैं उनको फिलहाल यहाँ से डाइवर्ट जो है वो फिलहाल ट्रैफिक पुलिस की तरफ से किया जा रहा है। यहाँ से तकरीबन अगर कहा जाए तो आधा किलोमीटर की दूरी पर पुलिस के आला अधिकारी खुद मौके पर हैं, पूरी स्थिति का जायजा ले रहे हैं कि क्या कुछ वहां पर परिस्थितियां हैं। अभी आप देख सकते हैं कि ये पुलिस की गाड़ी है। फिलहाल इन्हीं को जाने की इजाजत जो है वो फिलहाल यहाँ पर दी जा रही है।
Sushant Mehra, Shreya Chatterjee, Himanshu Mishra and many more colleagues from India today are there on the ground to tell you what is exactly unfolding in different parts. We are talking about Mewat Nu, we are talking about Sona and Gurugram. This is getting closer to national capital Delhi. Borders will also be on alert. But even in Gurugram, Sona specifically, remember, there are massive residential localities. There are schools, educational institutions. For now, Gurugram has where Section 144 also imposed in Nu. In Gurugram, in Sona, educational institutions shut in Gurugram district. And if you are a resident of these areas, heading to these areas, take extreme caution because the situation is still very sensitive. Former Chief Minister of Haryana, Bhupinder Singh Hooda, who's from the Congress party, took on the Khattar government for the violence that erupted. So, of course, there's political showdown already. Listen in to what Hooda has to say.
ये बड़ा दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। मेरा लोगों से यही अपील है कि शांति कायम रखें और कानून व्यवस्था कायम करने के लिए मदद करें और आपस में भाईचारा बनाएं।
गृह मंत्री कह रहे हैं कि हमने पर्याप्त जो है बल तैनात किया है।
वही मैं कह रहा हूँ, अब पर्याप्त ने भेजा होगा, लेकिन पहले जितनी होनी चाहिए थी उतनी नहीं है जो मैंने सुना है।
So in the past few hours, stones have been pelted. Vehicles have been set on fire in Haryana's Nu and adjoining Sona and Gurugram where it spread. Mobile internet services have been suspended till Wednesday now to contain intense communal tension between two groups. Take a look at this report that our colleagues have sent in.
Our camera thrusts forward into a nightmarish landscape. Lines of burnt cars and vehicles stand as eerie remnants of a once bustling street. Each charred frame tells a tale of unbridled violence that swept through Mewat Nu zone in Haryana on Monday. Frenzied mobs surge through. Smoke rises ominously on the horizon. Stones become ammunition in this battle. Aggression overtakes the Mewat Nu belt. This horrifying sight unfolded as Hindutva organizations took out a yatra through Nu. The unrest broke out over reports that a notorious cow vigilante and lynching accused, Monu Manesar, might show up in the procession. He did not, but the presence of another vigilante allegedly stoked passions. Some of his communal videos could have played a role in fueling riots. India Today's correspondent Anmol Bali was caught in the mayhem.
पत्थर यहाँ से मारे जा रहे हैं, वहां से भी पत्थर मारे जा रहे हैं। तो आप देख सकते हैं, यहीं से मैं आपको विजुअल दिखाऊंगा, आज तक पे एक्सक्लूसिव विजुअल की कैसे पत्थरबाजी इस समय यहाँ चल रही है। माहौल पूरा तनावपूर्ण हो चुका है। प्रशासन यहाँ आया था, अभी हमें कुछ देर पहले बताया गया कि एसएसपी साहब यहाँ आए थे, बातचीत हुई, पर उसके बाद फिर पत्थरबाजी शुरू हो गई। मैं आपको दिखाने का, वहाँ पुलिस की वैन भी खड़ी है, यहाँ पुलिस भी है, पुलिस के एकदम सामने पत्थरबाजी हो रही है। मैं आपको दिखाना चाहूंगा, देख सकते हैं आप, दूर से देख सकते हैं कैसे पत्थर उड़ते हुए इस तरफ आ रहे हैं और यहाँ से पत्थर उस तरफ आ रहे हैं, लोग भाग रहे हैं।
The rioting spread to parts of Sona and Gurugram as well. Arson attacks on properties, car burnings, stone pelting from both sides shook the area. 2 home guards killed, more than 10 policemen injured in the clashes. Enforcement sent in, prohibitory orders issued, district borders sealed, the internet suspended till August 2nd, and appeals for calm. That's the list of measures put in place after the havoc had already wreaked in Mewat Nu zone.
वहाँ के हमने मेवात के इंटरनेट बंद करने के भी आदेश जारी कर दिए ताकि लोग अफवाहें ना फैलाएं और हम शीघ्र वहाँ पर शांति बहाल करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। और मैं सारों से कहना भी चाहता हूँ कि सबसे पहले वो सारे शांति बहाल करें।
The system's vulnerabilities exposed. The riot leaves behind a lingering question. Were the authorities caught off guard? With Anmol Bali in Mewat Nu, Bureau Report, India Today.
This is going to be a top story right now. I'm heading into a very short break. When I return, we bring you this continuous coverage, more reactions and ground reports as well of our reporters on ground zero in Nu, in Sona, in Gurugram. The violence is spreading. More on that after a short break. Stay tuned.
After Ozempic face, Ozempic butt, Ozempic body, we're now staring at Ozempic hair. Are you confused? You may have heard of dramatic weight loss thanks to Ozempic, Mounjaro and Wegovy that has got the world in a bit of a tizzy.
It can cause vomiting, it can cause diarrhea, it can cause a whole sort of range of gastrointestinal. So those are the worst side effects. Another side effect which is less talked about is the fact that because these molecules cause weight loss, which is predominantly fat, but they also cause some muscle loss. So some people get shrunk, they feel shrunk, they're shrinking and their muscle mass is going down. That's very disturbing for people. And some people would want to discontinue the medicine only for that reason.
Thanks to the rapid weight loss, the skin starts sagging, one starts looking older, and even the butt gets deflated. Quite an ouch moment. Now some people are reporting shedding hair with a bounce. Does not sound pretty at all. An American TikToker who lost 60 pounds while on Ozempic claims her hairline has receded so much that she now has to cover it with makeup. While hair loss has not been officially listed as a direct side effect, one must understand all support forums are exploding with this concern, as with sudden weight loss, the body tends to take away essential nutrients from the scalp. Add nutritional deficiency to the mix thanks to the rapid weight loss and you have a recipe for disaster, and that is called Ozempic hair. But fret not, there are some easy fixes. You can fix Ozempic hair, and that's the fabulous news. The Ozempic hair fix is readily available in India, a painless PRP without needles, growth factor concentrate injections, lasers, threads, stem cell therapy, amongst many others. While all of the above are painful, the latest painless PRP using jet peel technology is the only painless solution done once a week, every week for 4 weeks.
PRP is where we draw the blood, take the stem cells and growth factors, and put it under the skin to stimulate the hair. But typically it's done with needles. With Magic PRP, it is painless, no needles, no touch. We use air to infuse the actives deep into the skin, and so that the follicles are stimulated with just cool air and beautiful sensation. We do 8 sessions, 1 session a week. It's recommended to be done, and you see fabulous results, no downtime, no discomfort.
One session can cost you 25,000 rupees, and you need 8 sessions in total a week apart. Doctors are not very clear on the hair loss and feel it is probably thanks to a condition called telogen effluvium caused by semaglutide. What they're clear on though at the moment thankfully, is that Ozempic hair can be fixed fuss-free. In New Delhi, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
Madam Finance Minister has reiterated that it has been a unanimous decision. I'd like to understand from you, what has been the major motive behind this? Is it the social angle? Is it the revenue angle?
Yeah, so first thing, see, it is only a reiteration, as you said, or a confirmation of the earlier stand of the department that online games, when played for stakes, as opposed to online games, not played for stakes, will be taxed at the rate of 28%. There was certainly a consideration, because when we are imposing any tax, considerations of equity and fair play and what other similar activities, how they are being taxed and at what rate is important. And so if you compare online games with entertainment, even if you compare it with entertainment, some of the entertainment activities like entry into sporting events, for example IPL, or just the mere entry into a casino or into a horse racing club, these also attract a rate of 28%. And in fact, some of the members even compared the tax rates being presently paid by the online gaming companies, which effectively worked out to only about 2 to 3%, with the tax rates on food, which even a common citizen consumes and pays taxes on them, where the tax rates are of the order of at least 5%.
Right.
If not, for some of them it goes up to even 18%, as you are aware. So in line with that, certainly yes, the social angle, the social dimension, the equity angle, all these things were considered, and you are aware that this has been a deliberation which has been going on for a very, very long time. So it was a well thought out decision. It was taken after due consultation with all the stakeholders, including the casino industry, the online gaming industry, and keeping the overall public interest in mind.
Great. You did mention about the casino industry, and I'd like to just get some information on this. Now, Goa and Sikkim, these two states, there were early reports that they were against the decision because, of course, casinos gets their maximum revenue from their tourism aspect. Was there some kind of discussion on if they would be helped in some other way, or were they okay going ahead with the 28% on whole?
No, all discussions relating to all the three games, three activities, that is online gaming, horse racing and casinos, all these were considered.
I have breaking news coming in. This is from Gurugram, which includes the Sona area as well, and also then the adjacent Nu, which is Mewat. We are being told Section 144 has been imposed and will remain imposed in these areas. Internet shutdown will also likely continue, specifically in Nu area, till tomorrow. Police force, however, are present, but it is expected that deployment needs to be increased. This clearly looks like a riot zone. And according to our colleagues on the ground, the police force deployment is not in as high a number as it should be. Other increased deployments being sent into these areas. We are being told that there is also slight anger among people, among residents on the streets and residential areas where these people have been living, that the cops are allegedly not taking immediate measures. Why is there skewed police presence in areas? There must be immediate increased deployments. This is communal tension that has erupted. There was a rally that was being taken out, a Shobha Yatra by the Vishwa Hindu Parishad, and we are being told that that is when stones were pelted on that yatra. Violence started from Nu and has spread to Gurugram district as well, where, remember, the Sona Road area, which is an extension to the Gurugram city, where there are several residential localities, educational institutions, and that's one of the reasons. It's very sad to see a school bus was torched. So they are not even, these arsonists and rioters are not even sparing school buses, and irrespective of which group, which community they belong to, the police need to take the situation back into control. The administration need to go all out. There are these different buses that we can see have been torched, are on fire. Vehicles have been set on fire. Look at the flames engulfing from Nu, where these visuals are coming forth. The violence has spread to the Gurugram district as well, and specifically in the Sona area of that.
अभी की क्या स्थिति है मेवात की?
नमस्कार जी, अभी स्थिति पूरी तरह से नियंत्रण में है और अभी शांति बनी हुई है।
अच्छा, और कितनी पुलिसकर्मी, क्या केंद्रीय रिजर्व बल जो अर्धसैनिक बल है उनको भी तैनात किया गया है?
जी, इसमें केंद्रीय अर्धसैनिक बल भी यहाँ से आए हैं, हरियाणा एसटीएफ भी आई है और हरियाणा आर्म बटालियन और आईआरबी की जो कंपनियां भी हैं वो रात को पहुंच।
I'm going to now go across and ask questions to the administration, to those in power who have the capability to take some action. Joining me now is the Minister of Haryana Government, Anil Vij, joining us in this live telecast. Mr. Vij, किस तरह की तैयारी, क्या प्रिपरेशन है, कैसे लॉ एंड ऑर्डर वापस लाएंगे? जिस तरह के विजुअल्स हम देख रहे हैं सर, ये तो काफ़ी ख़राब हालत लग रही है, ना ही सिर्फ नूह मेवात में बल्कि गुरुग्राम डिस्ट्रिक्ट तक आ गया है वायलेंस। क्या आपकी सरकार कर रही है कि वापस सिचुएशन नॉर्मलाइज हो?
नहीं, देखिए, हमने सारे हरियाणा से वो फोर्सेस को और ऑफिसर्स को, एसपीज को वहाँ पे मूव किया है। हमारे डीजीपी खुद वहाँ पर बैठ के सारा नियंत्रित कर रहे हैं। हमारी एडीजीपी लॉ एंड ऑर्डर ममता सिंह ने खुद फोर्स को लीड करके जो मंदिर में लोगों को बंदी बना रखा था उनको जाकर उन्होंने छुड़वाया है। हमने वहाँ पर इंटरनेट सेवाएं बंद कर दी हैं और मेवात में कर्फ्यू लगा दिया है, क्योंकि सबसे पहला जो हमारा मोटिव है वो है वहाँ पे शांति करना और स्थिति को नियंत्रण में करना।
सर, आपकी क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन है, शुरुआत कहां से हुई? एक शोभा यात्रा कही जा रही है जो वीएचपी ने निकाली थी, उस पर पथराव होता है, लेकिन ऐसे किसी रैली पे कैसे पथराव हो सकता है सर? क्या पहले क्यों नहीं प्रिकॉशनरी मेजर लिया गया? अगर कोई भी इंटेलिजेंस इनपुट था कि किसी तरह का कम्युनल टेंशन हो सकता है, आपके हिसाब से क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन है?
पहली बार शोभा यात्रा निकाली गई हो ऐसी बात नहीं है। हर साल निकलती है और शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से निकलती है, परंतु जिस ढंग का ये हमला हुआ है और बवाल हुआ है, लगता है किसी ने मास्टरमाइंड किया है। वो हम फाइंड आउट करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, लेकिन अभी तो हम फोर्सेस वहां पर पहुंचा रहे हैं और स्थिति को पूरी तरह से कंट्रोल में रहे ऐसी हमारी कोशिश है। हमने कर्फ्यू लगा दिया है सारे नूह में ताकि स्थिति को नियंत्रित किया जा सके।
सर, क्या इंटरनेट सस्पेंशन और रिस्ट्रिक्शंस ऐसी कर्फ्यू जैसी या सेक्शन 144 गुरुग्राम डिस्ट्रिक्ट में भी लगाई गई है या अभी नूह और मेवात तक ये सीमित है?
नहीं, अभी कर्फ्यू नूह में ही लगाया गया है। बाकी सारी जगह पर हमने अलर्ट किया है और जो आजू बाजू के जिले हैं वहां पर भी अतिरिक्त फोर्स भेज रहे हैं। हमें केंद्र से, मैंने यूनियन होम मिनिस्टर से अजय भल्ला जी से खुद मैंने बात की थी और ही वॉज काइंड एनफ कि उन्होंने 20 कंपनियां हमें अलॉट कर दी और उसमें से कुछ कंपनियां वहां पर पहुंच गई हैं। इवन एयरफोर्स को भी अलर्ट पर रखा गया था कि अगर दूर से कहीं से कंपनियां लानी हैं तो हम लाके दिल्ली उतार के और उनको जल्दी पहुंचाया जा सके।
सर, हमारे जो रिपोर्टर्स हैं ऑन ग्राउंड, चाहे वो नूह में हो या गुरुग्राम डिस्ट्रिक्ट में हो, सर, उनका कहना है कि पुलिस डिप्लॉयमेंट बहुत हैवी भी नहीं है। ऐसे वक्त में जिस तरह एक तरह से दंगा ही हो रहा है, इसको उस तरह ही देखा जाएगा, पुलिस डिप्लॉयमेंट और हैवी होनी चाहिए थी।
वो शुरू में जब यात्रा निकल रही थी तो रेगुलर जैसे इस कार्यक्रम में जितनी आवश्यकता होती है उतनी पुलिस थी वहां पर, लेकिन जैसे ही ये दंगे की खबर आई मैंने खुद मॉनिटर किया सारा दिन बैठ के और हमने इधर उधर से साथ के लगते जिलों से, फरीदाबाद से, पलवल से, गुड़गांव से, झज्जर से, रुड़की से हमने फोर्सेज वहां पर मूव की हैं और जल्दी उन फोर्सेज ने जाकर वहां पर स्थिति को अपने नियंत्रण में कर लिया था। सबसे बड़ी समस्या हमें आ रही थी कि जो काफी बड़ी संख्या में लोग मंदिर में कैप्टिव रखे गए थे उनको छुड़ाने की आ रही थी, तो हमारी एडीजीपी लॉ एंड ऑर्डर ममता सिंह ने खुद फोर्स को लीड किया और जाकर उनको वहां से छुड़वाया।
सर लेकिन हमें बताइए शुरुआत कैसे हुई, ऐसे कैसे पथराव एकदम हो जाता है? क्योंकि एक एलिगेशन आ रही है जो मनु मानेसर है जिसके अगेंस्ट, मैं एक बार पूछ लूं सर, जिनके अगेंस्ट केस है वो था उसमें सर।
वी शुड नॉट रश टू अर्ली कंक्लूजन्स। हम इसको फाइंड आउट करेंगे, तथ्यों सहित हम इसकी गहराई तक जाएंगे कि किसने करवाया, किसने किया, कैसे हुआ। वी विल ट्राई टू फाइंड आउट एवरीथिंग।
सर ये मोनू मानेसर के बारे में आप क्या सुन पा रहे हैं? क्या वो था कि किसी ने कहा उसने वीडियो निकाला, उससे कुछ लोग भड़क गए, उसको अरेस्ट नहीं किया गया है?
नहीं, ऐसा वो एक सोशल मीडिया पर जरूर चल रहा था, कोई वैसे ही उसकी वहां पे कोई प्रेजेंस नहीं देखी।
ऐसा कोई नोटिस नहीं आया सर एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के रिकॉर्ड्स में कि वो वहां था या नहीं था?
नहीं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं। वो इसीलिए हमने इंटरनेट सेवाएं वहां पे बंद की कि लोग जो हैं वो कई प्रकार की गलत जानकारियां सोशल मीडिया पर कर रहे थे।
सर ऑपोजिशन आप पर, आपकी सरकार पर ऑलरेडी काफी चार्ज कर रही है। भूपेंद्र हुड्डा ने रिएक्ट किया है, बोला है कि किस तरह से ये सरकार का फेलियर देखा जा सकता है, तो ऑपोजिशन बिल्कुल चार्ज कर रही है सर उस पर। क्या कहेंगे अभी ऑपोजिशन को?
ये समय राजनीति करने का नहीं है, ये सबको मिलजुल कर स्थिति को संभालने का समय है। समय आएगा तो हुड्डा साहब की हर बात का जवाब दूंगा।
अनिल विज जी कुछ सवाल और बस पूछना चाहूंगी। सवाल यही उठ रहा है कि कैसे मेवात नूह से शुरू होते होते कुछ ही घंटों में गुरुग्राम डिस्ट्रिक्ट तक इतना बड़ा दंगा हो जाता है। सर रेजिडेंशियल लोकेलिटीज हैं, फैमिलीज रहती हैं, स्कूल्स हैं वहां पर, ये तो काफी सीरियस सिचुएशन है और फैमिलीज काफी डर में है वहां पर, जिस तरह पुलिस थानों को तक अटैक कर रहे हैं।
बताया जी, वो सारा हम फाइंड आउट कर रहे हैं और हमने पीस कमेटी भी बन गई है, उसकी भी मीटिंगें कर रहे हैं कि स्थिति शांतिपूर्ण रहे। और ये हम जरूर जांच करेंगे कि ये किसने किया, किसने करवाया, कैसे हुआ, और एक भी आदमी को बख्शेंगे नहीं हम।
चलिए सर ये सुन के अच्छा लगा कि जांच करेंगे। जांच तो जरूरी है सर, पर कब तक सिचुएशन नियंत्रण में आएगी, कब तक सिचुएशन को कंट्रोल किया जाएगा? स्कूल्स अभी बंद कर दिए गए हैं गुरुग्राम में।
सिचुएशन इज कंप्लीटली अंडर कंट्रोल एज ऑन नाउ। इट इज कंप्लीटली अंडर कंट्रोल।
Sir, people are angry. People are asking why did this happen in the first place? क्योंकि सर ये हरियाणा गवर्नमेंट पे भी सवाल उठेगा कि बीजेपी सरकार है, सेंटर में है, स्टेट में है, फिर भी इतना बड़ा हादसा, इतना दंगा हो जाता है।
I am also trying to find out the answer for why it happened. I am also trying to find out the answer for why it happened. We are also trying it.
So अभी किस तरह की सिचुएशन है सर, थोड़ा बता सकते हैं गुरुग्राम में और मेवात नूह एरिया में जहां से शुरुआत हुई?
नहीं, देखिए गुरुग्राम में बिल्कुल नॉर्मल लाइफ है
जी।
और मेवात में हमने जो सारे डिस्ट्रिक्ट में कर्फ्यू लगा दिया है, लोगों को घरों के अंदर रहने के लिए कहा गया है और जो जांच एजेंसियां हैं वो अपना काम कर रही हैं।
अनिल विज जी हरियाणा में चुनाव होने वाले हैं, कहीं ये चुनावी हिंसा जिस तरह से देखा जाए उसको क्या आप देखते हैं? ये वो रंग भी है इसमें? क्या इलेक्शन से पहले ऐसा किसी तरह का कम्युनलाइज करने का किसी का एजेंडा आप देखते हैं, अटेम्प्ट देखते हैं?
देखिए मैं कोई किसी बात को इतनी जल्दबाजी में नहीं कहूंगा। हमारी एजेंसियों को फाइंड आउट कर लेने दीजिए, हम आपसे सब शेयर करेंगे।
चलिए अनिल विज जी हरियाणा मिनिस्टर, हमसे बात करने के लिए सर बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। अनिल विज इज द मिनिस्टर इन द हरियाणा गवर्नमेंट एंड ही इज सेइंग देयर विल बी एन इन्वेस्टिगेशन, द सिचुएशन इज बीइंग ब्रॉट अंडर कंट्रोल एंड answering all our questions also importantly. What was the trigger? According to him, Monu Manesar was not seen. Anil Vij on India Today television exclusively, the minister to answer what is the government doing. Was it a pre-planned attack? Well, who's the mastermind? What was the trigger? All of that. Eventually, remember, people there living are still in fear. I'm heading to a very short break. Thank you for watching. Stay tuned to India Today TV.
They worked hard for keeping their city clean, but never lost hope for striking it big. Now, Lady Luck has smiled on these 11 sanitation workers. Part of the Haritha Karma Sena in Kerala's Malappuram, The group has won the jackpot of rupees 10 crore bumper monsoon lottery. The 11 women had pooled in 250 rupees to buy the lottery ticket, which turned out to be the winning number. After paying taxes, each of them will get 63 lakh rupees.
ലോട്ടറിക്കാരൻ വന്ന് പാലക്കാട്ടിൽ നിന്ന് ഒരുത്തം വന്ന് ഞങ്ങളോട് ചോദിച്ച് പൈസ ഇല്ല എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ ഓള് മേലേക്കാണ്ട് കൊണ്ടുപോയപ്പോൾ എല്ലാവരോടും പൈസ വീതിച്ച് ലാസ്റ്റ് വന്നത് ഞങ്ങളടുത്തേക്ക് ഞങ്ങൾ 25 ഉറുപ്പ്യ ഇവിടെ ആകെ കൊടുത്തു അതിൽ 12.5 വെളും 12.5 ഞാനും അപ്പോൾ ഒന്നുകൊണ്ട് ഞങ്ങൾ രണ്ടാളും നടു മധ്യത്തിലാക്കി.
These lucky winners collect non-biodegradable waste from homes for a living. But now they are all set to make a fresh start. Bureau Report, India Today.
International funds are a relatively new segment that we've seen flourishing very well in India. How do you see their growth over a period of time, and why is it that initially we have international funds that are focused mainly on the US markets? Of course, newer ones are looking at the Asian geography too.
Yeah, I think the thesis comes from portfolio theory. I think if you look at most investors outside of India, so if you look at investors in the UK or the US or even Southeast Asia, you'll see that a lot of their portfolio is devoted towards companies and stocks outside their home country. And I think in India this was not the case, but I think today people have realized that a part of your portfolio should be exposed towards stocks and sectors and companies outside of your home country. And what we've seen in the US markets in the last 10 years, 15 years, I think the potential to wealth creation is very, very high. I think I do believe that yes, US is 60% of global GDP market cap. So I think international investing is a category. The first obvious market that you can look for is the US market because you're looking at the biggest market, also a very fast-growing market. The second thing to why I think US markets are important is because it's one market where you have global business models. If you at just the S&P 500, which is the top 500 companies in the US, about 60%, 55 to 60% of their sales is actually happening outside the US. So I think when you're
Annyeonghaseyo from Seoul, Korea. Hello and welcome to Tech Today. I'm your host Ayush Alavadi and we're coming to you from Seoul at Samsung Galaxy Unpacked. And it's time to unpack. Of course, it's that time of the year again when Samsung reveals their ecosystem with two flagship devices which are in my hand right now. The Flip 5 and the Fold 5. Now, usually the headline grabber happens to be the Fold 5, and this one sort of, comes in and hides in between all the details. But let's give it its due importance this time because there's monumental changes with this device. Incremental here because the Fold was already a top dollar premium flagship. Yes, it had a great camera, the camera kept getting better, so there's incremental innovations. For example, better peak brightness. One major change is when you open and close the hinge, it's a lot smoother. These colors look nice as well. The camera has features from the S23 Ultra. That's because now it has a Snapdragon 8 Gen 2. So it comes with those capabilities which are in its flagship S23 Ultra, which will change come, February when the next S24 Ultra comes in. But for now, this can take on perhaps the iPhone 14 Pro Max from the Android world. And yes, guess what? It folds. It has a bunch of other features as well, of course, with Snapdragon 8 Gen 2. And yes, a better camera, the display is a little better, and the phone looks good. Honestly, a small iteration or a change from the previous Fold. But this time, they mean business with the Flip. Look, we were talking about it last week on Tech Today, how we've seen the evolution of flip phones in 2023. First came the Flip 4 with just a minimal notification, some selective widgets, and you didn't have that much functionality on the external cover display. But then came the Oppo Flip, which we got you live from the launch event in London. And after that came the Moto Razr 40 Ultra a couple of weeks ago, which has the biggest external display you've seen on a flip phone ever. Now, Samsung has really caught up, but it's not only about the size of the external display, it's also the functionality of this particular display. You can do a lot more things on it. You get a bunch of widgets as well, and it's a very smooth, intuitive UI. If you can actually use a flip device from this external cover display without even opening a flip device, it becomes a utilitarian, pragmatic option for you. So you're going to get the full review on Tech Today, but there's other devices launched as well. There is, of course, the S9 series, the tablet, very smooth 120Hz displays. I really think this is Samsung really taking the fight to Apple. They come with water and dust resistance, so does the S Pen. And we've had, well, an interesting first impression of this device, but again, we'll have to bring you a lot more once we have this not here in Korea, but back in the Tech Today studios in Mumbai. But flagship specs ready to take on the iPad Airs and the iPad Pros.
जमा करो जाना करो Galaxy Z Flip 5.
Good morning and welcome to India Today Television. I'm Pooja Shali. Let's begin first with the headlines at the top of 9 a.m. The top news that's coming in is from Haryana. Parts of the state are on the edge. There has been a massive communal violence reported. Section 144 imposed in Nuh and Gurugram, also in Faridabad till tomorrow. This is an India Today exclusive. Haryana Home Minister Anil Vij speaks to India Today Television, says Monu Manesar was not present in the yatra, says additional security deployment has been sent in by the centre to the riot hit areas. It's the big fight for control in the national capital. Delhi Services Bill is in the Lok Sabha today. The bill allows Lieutenant Governor to make appointments. Aam Aadmi Party labels ordinance as a black law. The Manipur situation reignites, Parliament paralysed. 8 days of non-stop pandemonium in the Parliament. India opposition bloc is adamant on Prime Minister's statement. Centre says opposition is running from the debate. Interesting development coming in after that epic split of the Pawar's NCP. Prime Minister Modi and Sharad Pawar will share a stage today in Pune. Is it political grace or a hidden Pawar play? Big news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir in the ongoing crackdown by the National Investigation Agency. There are more raids that are taking place right now by the NIA. Raids are at 11 locations in districts of Bandipora, Srinagar, which is the capital city, Shopian, and South Kashmir's Anantnag, Avantipura and Pulwama. The raids are about terror recruitment cases. So the focus is South Kashmir there, where the terror recruitment cases. So remember, this is not about working as active terrorists, but also indulging in providing shelter, logistics, recruitment for terror groups. And that is what now the National Investigation Agency is going after. But this is not the first time, remember, that these raids are taking place. In the past few weeks, we have consistently seen that the National Investigation Agency has gone after, whether it's about digital evidence that has been procured or any sort of overground workers, logistics support that has been given in any way. There are properties that have been seized, and there have been also arrests taken place. So we're reporting right now about the massive crackdown on terror in Jammu and Kashmir districts. It's not only about who is working as an active terrorist, but as much about providing logistics. And this is also, remember, in the backdrop of a soldier who's gone missing, allegedly taken by the terror groups in Kulgam. Ashraf Wani joins me for the latest on that. Ashraf, please go ahead. What are the details that we have about the raids that are taking place by the NIA? Ashraf.
Pooja, actually, we have seen some spike in the terror-related incidents during last 1 week across the Kashmir Valley. As you mentioned, a soldier from Kulgam was not only abducted, but in fact, yesterday there was a major terror plot averted when improvised explosive device was detected and then diffused on Srinagar-Baramulla highway. And also there are some missing youths from different parts of the South Kashmir as well as from North Kashmir, which is believed that they might have the terror group. So once again the youths are inclining towards the terrorism. That is why these raids had been intensified today in different parts of the Kashmir Valley and are currently being carried out at 11 locations across the Kashmir. But the main focus, what sources said, is the recruitment line, the recruitment people, the people who are giving recruitment to these terrorists in different terror organizations. 2 days back, a scholar from the South Kashmir was arrested, and police then said also that he was involved in the recruiting of youth in the Hizbul Mujahideen. So that is a big challenge before the security agencies, and that is why today with the NIA, the State Intelligence Agency of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, is also part of these raids in Kashmir.
Ashraf Wani reporting the latest about the national investigation raids, specifically in South Kashmir. Thank you very much, Ashraf, for now. Our top story in this bulletin coming in from our adjacent state of Haryana. There has been extreme violence, arson, rioting that has been reported. Specifically, that started from Nuh, which is also known as Mewat, and then spread to the Gurugram district, specifically the Sona Road area. We are being told that this was communal violence that has gripped parts of the state. Sadly, there have been casualties too. 2 police personnel and 1 civilian were shot dead. About a dozen have received serious injuries. Stones were pelted. Cars were set on fire during a religious procession in Nuh. Now, the violence that initially erupted in Nuh has now spread to Gurugram. 2 communities basically clashed near Sona Road, resulting in damage to several vehicles. Now, what exactly happened? What was the trigger? Acting Superintendent of Police of Nuh has told India Today Television that clashes broke out after a Shobha Yatra of the Vishwa Hindu Parishad was attacked with stone pelting over alleged presence of one Monu Manesar, who's seen as a cow vigilante and lynching accused as well. Take a look now at first, listen in to what senior cops have said and what our reporters on the ground are sending from ground zero.
The temple where the VHP Bajrang Dal rally was to commemorate. It is the holy month of Sawan for the Hindus, and we do understand that's one of the primary reasons why this rally was to commemorate at this very temple. Since last 3 years also, this rally has taken place. This is not the first year that this rally has happened. However, it's the first time that the rally came under attack. Allegedly, Monu Manesar, he is an accused in the Bharatpur killing. He had suggested he will come to the rally, and there was, and that is what a lot of people believe gave a communal angle to the rally, and allegedly there was a stone pelting that started. Now, I'll show you, the kind of stones that you can also see that are lying down over here. Now, the temple primarily hasn't come under attack, is what we are told over here by those who were there. We'll try and get words from the eyewitnesses of what exactly transpired over here. If anyone who is here, we'll try and get quick words. But this is the temple where the rally was actually to come. And what we do understand from here, the violence began when the rally was moving ahead. Stones were pelted, and subsequently things went out of hand. आप लोग कोई यहाँ पे थे जब कल ये इंसिडेंट हुआ था?
नहीं, हम बाद में आए थे शाम को।
कोई यहाँ पे था, कोई भी जो इस घटना को देखा?
नहीं, उस टाइम पर ये बाद वाली फोर्स है, बाद में आए थे। इतला हुई ना, तो हम बाहर डिस्ट्रिक्ट से नफरी आ रही है।
अच्छा, कोई लोकल यहाँ के नहीं है?
लोकल तो अंदर है जी, तो पुजारी लोग अंदर।
Okay, so as you hear, these are forces who have now been deployed to contain the situation on the ground, and clearly this is one of those places where the rally was to commemorate, and where what we understand that when they were moving ahead, stone pelting started, and then the violence erupted in entire Nuh. We only hope that the miscreants who created the ruckus yesterday are booked at the earliest, but it's a very unfortunate situation at the happening. With video journalist Dalveer, this is Shreya Chatterjee for India Today.
What senior police officials, the acting superintendent of police of Nu has spoken about the current situation and what exactly happened. Listen into that and other ground reports sent in by our colleagues.
अभी की क्या स्थिति है मेवात की?
नमस्कार जी, अभी स्थिति पूरी तरह से नियंत्रण में है और अभी शांति बनी हुई है।
अच्छा, और कितनी पुलिसकर्मी, क्या केंद्रीय रिजर्व बल जो अर्धसैनिक बल है उनको भी तैनात किया गया है?
जी, इसमें केंद्रीय अर्धसैनिक बल भी यहाँ से आए हैं, हरियाणा एसटीएफ भी आई है और हरियाणा आर्म बटालियन और आईआरबी की जो कंपनियां भी हैं वो रात को पहुंच चुकी हैं और पूरे एरिया में डिप्लॉय कर दी गई है।
अच्छा सर, कितने लोग घायल हुए हैं इसमें अब तक अप्रोक्सीमेट, और कितनी गाड़ियों को जलाया गया, कितना नुकसान हुआ?
इसमें अप्रोक्सीमेटली अभी 50-60 लोगों के घायल होने का जो डाटा आ रहा है। अभी जो हॉस्पिटल में कल जो इलाज अलग जिलों में जाके करवाया है तो उनसे भी हम डाटा ले रहे हैं और करीब 80 व्हीकल्स के डैमेज होने की इसमें सूचना है।
अच्छा, कोई कैजुअलिटीज भी है सर, कोई सिविलियन कोई कैजुअलिटीज?
जी हाँ, एक नरड मेडिकल कॉलेज में सिविलियन कैजुअलिटी है और 2 इसमें हमारे जो शहीद हुए हैं होमगार्ड के जवान।
अच्छा, और कितने कुल पुलिसकर्मी, मेवात पुलिस के कितने पुलिसकर्मी घायल हैं?
जी, करीब हमारे 20 पुलिसकर्मियों को चोटें लगी हैं।
The clashes that erupted in Mewat, Haryana had spread to Sona as well. As one travels to know, what you can see in Sona itself is that there has been there's been a heavy clash that's also resulted in these local vendors' shops being gutted down. We can see the other shops have also been gutted with fire. We can see the remains of a scooty that was also engulfed in fire. This is one of the shops that you see was gutted yesterday in the communal tension that erupted in Sona. And we'll go across to some of the locals to understand what exactly transpired. कितने बजे की घटना हो गई यहाँ पे?
ये मैम 4 बजे से स्टार्टिंग हुआ था और लगभग रात के 9, साढ़े 9, 10 बजे तक।
पुलिस प्रशासन कोई
पुलिस प्रशासन नहीं थी, जो पुलिस थी उनके साथ थी वो।
किनके साथ थी?
जो झगड़ा जिन्होंने किया है, जिन्होंने शुरुआत की थी वो उनके साथ थी पुलिस।
हुआ क्या?
हुआ मैडम, नुहू वाला घटना जो हुई है उसके अगेंस्ट यहाँ प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे थे वो। पता नहीं अचानक कैसे और क्या माहौल हुआ कि अचानक हिंसा भड़क उठी।
So as you can see, he's saying that even the house had come under the attack from the people here in Sona. What we do know that he's suggesting that from what happened in Nu, there was a protest that was subsequently taking place, and then this is the kind of.
ये मेरा घर है जी। आज तक हमारी सोना में सारा भाईचारा अमन चैन से रहता आया है। कभी कोई किसी 36 बरादरी में कोई भी ना इत्तेफाक आज तक नहीं हुई है। पता नहीं ये लोग कहाँ से आए, किस रूप में आए। लगभग 3, 4, 5 घंटा हिंसा चली, उसके बाद कुछ नहीं बचा, सारा खाक कर गई जी। ये लगातार 1.5 घंटा फायर हुआ है, पत्थर बजाए हैं। वो मेरा मेन गेट है, मैंने अगर ताला नहीं लगाया होता और मैंने अपने बच्चे बाहर ना निकाले होते तो शायद हो सकता था कि आज मेरा घर इस हालत में नहीं होता जी।
This is an extremely troublesome situation that we are reporting from Sona. We only hope that the administration wakes up and takes stringent actions against the miscreants who were behind these incidents. With video journalist Dalveer, this is Shreya Chatterjee for India Today.
सोमवार के दिन नूह में क्या हुआ था, ये मंजर उसकी गवाही दे रहे हैं। आप देखिए, ये मेन हाईवे है, अलवर की तरफ ये रोड जाती है, ये मेन हाईवे है, लेकिन लोग इधर से जाने को मजबूर हैं। वजह ये है कि इस पूरी रोड पर आप देख सकते हैं किस तरीके से आगजनी, पत्थरबाजी और दंगे के निशान यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं। सोमवार के दिन जब इस इलाके में हंगामा हुआ, जब तोड़फोड़ हुई, जब पत्थरबाजी हुई, जब आगजनी हुई, तो क्या मंजर रहा होगा, कितना डर का माहौल रहा होगा। फिलहाल कोशिश की जा रही है इलाके में शांति बनाए जाने की, और इसके लिए प्रशासन दोनों समुदायों से बातचीत कर रहा है और कोशिश कर रहा है कि इलाके में जल्द से जल्द हालात को सामान्य किया जा सके। फिलहाल इंटरनेट बंद है और साथ ही साथ जो तमाम लोग हैं उनसे बात करने की कोशिश की जा रही है। कुछ लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है, जबकि कई लोगों की तलाश फिलहाल की जा रही है। कैमरामैन लोकेंद्र पांडे के साथ हिमांशु मिश्रा, नूह आज तक। ये देखिए, ये गाड़ियां देखिए, ये 1, 2, 3, 4 इन गाड़ियों को आग के हवाले कर दिया गया है। पूरी तरीके से ये गाड़ियां, ऐसा लग रहा है कि जब जली तो अपने आप ही आग बुझाने की मतलब वक्त ही नहीं मिला। आप ये अंदर की तरफ हम अगर आपको लेके चलें, ये देखिए, हम आपको थाने के अंदर लेके आते हैं। ये साइबर क्राइम थाना है और अंदर पत्थर देखिए, आप देखिए क्या हालत है। वो बस वहां आके शायद उसने बचाने की कोशिश की और ये बस दीवार से लड़ी और ये पूरी दीवार देखिए, ये टूट चुकी है, थाने की दीवार। और उसके बाद अंदर कितनी जबरदस्त तरीके से यहाँ पर पत्थरबाजी की गई है। ये कार शायद अंदर खड़ी थी, इस कार के भी शीशे तोड़ दिए गए हैं। आप देखिए इस कार के हालात देखिए, अंदर पुलिस की वर्दी टंगी हुई है, इसके शीशे तोड़ दिए गए हैं। ये दूसरी कार देखिए, ये थाने के अंदर की स्थिति है, इसके शीशे तोड़ दिए गए हैं। ये पत्थर देखिए, ये कार जो खड़ी है इसके शीशे तोड़ दिए गए।
मैस भी तोड़ दिया।
मैस भी कब की बात है?
कल की बात है।
कितने बजे?
कल कम से कम 1:30 बजे से 1:30-2 बजे।
1:30 बजे से।
दंगाइयों को देखते ही सख्ती से निपटने के आदेश दे दिए गए हैं। इसके अलावा एयरफोर्स को स्टैंड बाई रखने के लिए आदेश दिए गए हैं। 20 कंपनियां पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेज की मेवात में पहुंच गई हैं। बात करने के लिए हरियाणा के गृह मंत्री अनिल विज हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं। विज साहब, ये जो यात्रा निकाली गई, जिस तरीके से दंगे हुए, कई लोगों की जान गई, दर्जनों व्हीकल जला दिए गए, क्या सरकार को इसकी जानकारी किसी तरीके से, किसी एंगल से नहीं थी पहले कि इतना बड़ा हादसा वहां पर हो सकता है?
देखिए, ये यात्रा नियमित हर वर्ष निकलती है और उसी प्रकार से ये यात्रा निकली और यात्रा के साथ जितनी पुलिस फोर्स होनी चाहिए और जितने अधिकारी होने चाहिए वो वहाँ पर मौजूद थे। लेकिन जिस ढंग से ये इसके ऊपर हमला हुआ है और जिस प्रकार से एकदम वायलेंस एरप्ट हुई है, वो कोई एकदम हुआ हादसा लग नहीं रहा है। हालांकि अभी हमें जल्दी किसी निष्कर्ष पर नहीं पहुंचना चाहिए, हम उसकी जांच करेंगे, पर अपेरेंटली हमें लगता है कि किसी न किसी ने इसको मास्टरमाइंड जरूर किया है।
विज साहब, बिल्कुल आपने सही कहा, क्योंकि सोशल मीडिया पर ये पहले से चल रहा था। मोनू मानेसर जो है वो चैलेंज दे रहा था कि यात्रा निकाली जाएगी, तो कहीं ना कहीं दोनों पक्षों की तरफ से इस तरह से सोशल मीडिया पर जो चैलेंज चल रहे थे, ऐसा लग रहा था कि ये एक प्री प्लान कहीं ना कहीं तैयारी हो रही थी।
नहीं, देखिए, मोनू मानेसर का इससे कोई ताल्लुक नहीं है। ये तो विश्व हिंदू परिषद की, बजरंग दल की जो कलश यात्रा हर साल निकलती है और बहुत सौहार्दपूर्ण माहौल में वो यात्रा निकल रही थी।
लेकिन सोशल मीडिया पर जिस तरीके के दावे किए जा रहे थे, ऐसा लग रहा है कि कहीं ना कहीं भड़काने की कोशिश की जा रही थी। मोनू मानेसर बाकायदा लाइव होकर कहता है कि यात्रा निकालेंगे और ऐसा लग रहा था कि चुनौती दी जा रही है।
नहीं, देखिए, हम सब चीज़ों को फाइंड आउट करेंगे। मैंने जैसा पहले कहा कि इतने बड़े मामले में बिना जांच के, बिना तथ्यों के हम कोई बात नहीं कह सकते। लेकिन डेफिनेटली मैं ये विश्वास दिलाना चाहता हूँ कि ये घटना क्यों हुई, कौन दोषी थे, किन्होंने करवाई, किन्होंने मास्टरमाइंड किया, ये हम सारा जानेंगे। पर अभी हमारा प्राइमरी टास्क है वहाँ पर शांति बहाल करना। शांति बहाल के लिए हमने नूह में कर्फ्यू लगा दिया है। हरियाणा से सीनियर ऑफिसर सारे वहाँ पर हमने मूव किए हैं। डीजीपी खुद मौके पर स्थिति का नियंत्रण कर रहे हैं। एडीजीपी लॉ एंड ऑर्डर मुमताज सिंह, जिसने बड़ी ब्रेवरी के साथ कल फोर्स को लेके काफी टफ हालात में जो मंदिर में कैप्टिव लोग थे उनको जाकर छुड़वाया है और खुद खड़े होकर जाके छुड़वाया है। तो ऐसा सारा फोर्सेस को जो पहले काम करना चाहिए वो किया जा रहा है।
अभी की अगर बात करें तो अभी हालात किस तरह के हैं? क्या अभी भी कहीं लोगों को बंदी बनाया गया है? कहीं से आगजनी की कोई सूचना आपको मिल रही है? क्योंकि रात में ही सोहना, गुड़गांव तक ये आग की लपटें पहुंच गई थी।
नहीं, अभी परिस्थिति पूरी तरह से नियंत्रण में है और हमारी सफिशिएंट फोर्स और सेंटर से भी हमारी फोर्स जो है, मैंने केंद्रीय होम मिनिस्टर से भी, अजय भल्ला जी से भी बात की थी, तो वहाँ से भी जो फोर्स है कि कंपनियां, हमें 20 कंपनियां मिली हैं, कुछ कंपनियां वहाँ पर पहुंच चुकी हैं और जो ट्रबल स्पॉट है वहाँ पर उनको डिप्लॉय किया जा रहा है।
एयरफोर्स को भी स्टैंड बाई रहने के लिए कहा गया है।
हाँ जी, एयरफोर्स को भी स्टैंड बाई रहने के लिए कहा गया कि अगर दूर से कंपनियां लाकर उठानी हो तो उनको लाके दिल्ली पालमपुर उतारा जा सके और उनको जल्दी पोस्ट किया जा सके।
एयर ड्रॉप की भी बात आपने कही थी कि अगर जरूरत पड़ी तो फोर्सेज को एयर ड्रॉप भी किया जाएगा वहां पर।
नहीं, पर हमारी फोर्स पहुंच गई, ऐसी कोई आवश्यकता नहीं रही।
हरियाणा के गृह मंत्री अनिल विज कह रहे हैं कि हालात नियंत्रण में हैं, पीस कमेटीज बनाई गई हैं जो दोनों तरफ से दोनों पक्षों को समझा बुझाकर जो है बुझाने की कोशिश कर रही हैं, तो वहीं हालात से निपटने के लिए सख्ताई बरतने के भी सरकार ने आदेश दे दिए हैं। कैमरामैन गुंजीत कुमार के साथ सतेंद्र चौहान, अंबाला आज।
अब इस चौराहे के हालात देखिए, यहाँ पर साइड में देखिए जो सिग्नल था वो टूट गया है, टूट के एक तरफ पड़ा हुआ है। पत्थरबाजी के निशान अभी तक है, टूटे हुए गाड़ियों के शीशे आपको यहाँ पर नजर आएंगे। आप देखिए इस तरीके से हंगामा किस तरीके से हुआ था उसका अंदाजा लगाया जा सकता है। लोगों के सामान यहाँ पर बिखरे हुए हैं। सोमवार के दिन यहाँ पर जबरदस्त हंगामा हुआ था। पुलिस की गाड़ी यहाँ पर जो मौजूद थी आग के हवाले कर दी गई थी। भीड़ इतनी उग्र थी कि उसे जो पुलिस यहाँ पर मौजूद थी वो काबू नहीं कर पा रही थी। जबरदस्त पत्थरबाजी हो रही थी। अब तक जो बयान पुलिस की तरफ से दिया गया है, हालांकि एग्जैक्ट पुलिस ने संख्या नहीं बताई है कि कितने लोग घायल हुए हैं, लेकिन गुड़गांव और फरीदाबाद के इलाकों में जो हॉस्पिटल है वहां पर घायलों को भेजा गया है। 2 होमगार्ड्स की मौत की पुष्टि की गई है, जबकि 10 पुलिस वालों के घायल होने की जानकारी पुलिस की तरफ से दी गई है। ये आप देखिए, इन जगहों पर तमाम जो जली हुई गाड़ियां थी वो मौजूद थी, उनको यहां से हटाने की कोशिश की जा रही है। लेकिन फिलहाल की अगर हम बात करें तो इस चौराहे पर हरियाणा पुलिस का कोई भी जवान मौजूद नहीं है। कैमरामैन लोकेंद्र पांडे के साथ हिमांशु मिश्रा, नू।
Exactly happened in Haryana. It started from Nuh, or as is known as Mewat as well. Stones were pelted, cars were put on fire, and this was during a religious procession that was being taken out. There is now internet suspended in the area, specifically in Nuh and in parts of Gurugram. But importantly, how will this situation and when will it be brought under control? Take a look at this ground report sent in by my colleagues who are on the ground zero right now.
Our camera thrusts forward into a nightmarish landscape. Lines of burnt cars and vehicles stand as eerie remnants of a once bustling street. Each charred frame tells a tale of unbridled violence that swept through Mewat Nuh zone in Haryana on Monday. Frenzied mobs surge through. Smoke rises ominously on the horizon. Stones become ammunition in this battle. Aggression overtakes the Mewat Nuh belt. This horrifying sight unfolded as Hindutva organizations took out a yatra through Nuh. The unrest broke out over reports that a notorious cow vigilante and lynching accused, Monu Manesar, might show up in the procession. He did not, but the presence of another vigilante allegedly stoked passions. Some of his communal videos could have played a role in fueling riots. India Today's correspondent Anmol Bali was caught in the mayhem.
पत्थर यहाँ से मारे जा रहे हैं, वहां से भी पत्थर मारे जा रहे हैं। तो आप देख सकते हैं, यहीं से मैं आपको विजुअल दिखाऊंगा, आज तक पे एक्सक्लूसिव विजुअल की कैसे पत्थरबाजी इस समय यहाँ चल रही है। माहौल पूरा तनावपूर्ण हो चुका है। प्रशासन यहाँ आया था, अभी हमें कुछ देर पहले बताया गया कि एसएसपी साहब यहाँ आए थे, बातचीत हुई, पर उसके बाद फिर पत्थरबाजी शुरू हो गई। मैं आपको दिखाने वहाँ पुलिस की वैन भी खड़ी है, यहाँ पुलिस भी है, पुलिस के एकदम सामने पत्थरबाजी हो रही है। मैं आपको दिखाना चाहूंगा, देख सकते हैं आप, दूर से देख सकते हैं कैसे पत्थर उड़ते हुए इस तरफ आ रहे हैं और यहाँ से पत्थर उस तरफ आ रहे हैं, लोग भाग रहे हैं।
The rioting spread to parts of Sona and Gurugram as well. Arson attacks on properties, car burnings, stone pelting from both sides shook the area. 2 home guards killed, More than 10 policemen injured in the clashes. Enforcement sent in. Prohibitory orders issued. District borders sealed. The internet suspended till August 2nd. And appeals for calm. That's the list of measures put in place after the havoc had already wreaked in Mewat New Zone.
वहाँ के हमने मेवात के इंटरनेट बंद करने के भी आदेश जारी कर दिए हैं ताकि लोग अफवाहें ना फैलाएं और हम शीघ्र वहाँ पर शांति बहाल करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं और मैं सारों से कहना भी चाहता हूँ कि सबसे पहले वो सारे शांति बहाल करें.
The system's vulnerabilities exposed. The riot leaves behind a lingering question. Were the authorities caught off guard? With Anmol Bali in Mewat Nu, Bureau Report, India Today.
Visuals have come to the fore. The government says they are trying to ensure that the situation returns to normalcy. But what happened? Was it a pre-planned attack or a spontaneous riot? And who will be held accountable for this? This is our top story coming in from different parts of Haryana. I'm heading into a very short break. Stay tuned. Haryana and the arson violence reported remains upright.
That bar of chocolate, another piece that you feel like having, another brownie, biscuit, just one more. Do you feel like that all the time? Addicted, helpless, wanting more? That, ladies and gentlemen, is addiction, and we are decoding sugar addiction to you. Why is sugar so tempting? For those with a sweet tooth, it is like addiction, almost like being hooked to drugs, alcohol. What does sugar do to your brain for you to be so helpless around it? The brain's neurons are fed by sugar. You continuously crave more sugar because your brain perceives it as a reward. The brain's reward system, known as the mesolimbic dopamine system, is stimulated when we consume sweet foods. Dopamine is a chemical produced in the brain by neurons that can indicate whether or not an event was positive. We are more inclined to repeat these behaviors while the reward system is active because it encourages this behavior. Consuming sugar causes dopamine hits, which speed up learning and make people seek out more of these meals.
What does happen is when we have sugar, there is a release of dopamine in our brain, which makes us feel good. Once you feel good, you want to have more of that thing, you know. So yes, there could be binging on sugar, there could be craving for sugar. People would miss sugar if it's not there in their diets. Yes, we do strongly recommend against the use of excessive sugar, and if possible, very limited use of simple sugar in our diets.
Why do you feel a rush after eating a midday cupcake? It is simply carbohydrate containing sugar, which is readily converted to glucose in your bloodstream. For starters, we know that glucose is the main source of energy used by our bodies when it comes to overall physical wellness and bodily function. Your blood sugar levels rise. Fruits, vegetables and dairy products all include simple carbohydrates. However, they also contain fiber and protein, which halt the process. Table sugar, soda, candy and syrup don't. What about sugar lows? Do you suddenly feel a drop in energy? Does everything around you seem irritating? Well, this is called a sugar low. For energy, your body needs to transport glucose from the bloodstream to your cells. Your pancreas produces the hormone insulin to achieve this. As a result, your blood sugar level may have a sudden drop. You feel exhausted and disoriented after this sudden blood sugar drop, and you start craving more sweets to get back to that sugar high. Therefore, that sweet snack you had in the middle of the day has prepared you for more poor eating.
breakthrough FDA-approved technology now enables you to do 11,200 pelvic contractions in a span of just 28 minutes. Something that a human body just cannot otherwise achieve. Enter Emcella, and the world of wellness and fitness offers hope to women with weak pelvic floor muscles, either due to aging, childbirth, menopause, or even men who face sexual issues.
I tried 6 sessions of Emcella, which is the only FDA-approved machine. It's popularly called as Kegel Throne. From 6 sessions before to today, I'm here to assess what my pelvic floor looks like and how well it is strengthened. Any men or women who are looking for pelvic floor strengthening at any age above the age of 18, this is an ideal device. Emcella strengthens the pelvic floor, treats urinary incontinence, and improves intimate wellness. How important it is for them to maintain their Kegel floor? What happens if they don't look after it?
Often the gynecologist says that you should do Kegel exercises. Basically, Kegel is nothing but a pelvic floor muscle exercise, and we need to do a lot of these exercises to get the strength of our pelvic floor back, because see, the pelvic floor is like a hammer, and the bladder as well as the uterus is sitting on it. Emcella helps in sexual health in both men and women. Okay, it actually improves the pleasure during the sexual activity. It improves the erection. It improves the tightness of the vagina. It improves the orgasm. So all in all, it improves the enjoyment during the act.
This works on the breakthrough high-fem technology and treats urinary incontinence and intimate discomfort.
One session of Emcella can cost you anywhere between 10 to 20,000 rupees per session, depending on where you're getting it done.
You need 6 sessions in total, 2 sessions a week for 3 weeks. After that, you can get maintenance sessions done once in a few months.
Any contraindications for pregnant women, or is it better for pregnant women or pre-pregnancy? If I'm planning a pregnancy, is it better for me to strengthen the pelvic floor area artificially like this?
So I would not recommend it during pregnancy. And again, some people who have internal implants in their vaginal region or in their lower abdomen or the lower in and around the pelvic region, they cannot get it done. Otherwise, anybody can get it done.
Hours after that massive violence, arson, stone pelting and rioting was reported from parts of Haryana. Slowly and steadily, the situation is turning to normal after hours. In fact, through the night, that violence had erupted in that area, specifically of Nu, which is the Mewat district, and also in Gurugram, specifically in the Sona area. We are being told that train movement is slowly returning to normal. Riots in Haryana's Nu had affected the train movement earlier. That is starting to now again surface, and the train at least are being permitted to start again. But look at the violence. The visuals speak for themselves. Vehicles have been hit, vandalized. People and these drivers are being targeted. 2 groups had clashed after a Shobha Yatra was taken out by the Vishwa Hindu Parishad in Nu. After that, the violence immediately spread to other parts of Gurugram, which is adjacent to the Mewat district as well. Look at the flames in the background. Look at the stone pelting from the terrace that's happening. All this is reflective of what had unfolded in these areas barely few hours ago. However, now the situation is slightly returning to normal, but heads will have to roll. Who is accountable for this? Why should these vehicles be vandalized? Public property, buses were damaged as well. People were targeted. 2 police personnel, 1 civilian has been shot dead. Where were these weapons coming from? Who were these individuals with weapons that were seen? Shreya Chatterjee is reporting from Mewat area. Shreya, you have consistently reported from Mewat, but this time it was definitely different. The kind of arson violence that you saw in the aftermath of it. Can we say that hours after that, slightly the situation is turning to normalcy now?
Well, Pooja, if I talk about the situation presently on the ground, yes, it is normal. There has been no fresh reports of arson after yesterday. There is Section 144 still invoked in the region. Internet is still snapped. It will be remaining so till tomorrow is what the update is. We've seen senior officials who've also been sent from outside districts are also taking round constantly. As we talk, you can see fresh police force are they're moving in the city to ensure that normalcy continues. We've also seen that the police over here on the ground, they're quickly removing the burned vehicles, because first and foremost, that's one of the responsibilities that the police tend to is to remove anything that the riots have left behind so that people forget and move ahead. That's one of the other thing as well. Now, we've seen that police stations have come under attack. A civilian has died. 2 home guards have died. Apart from that, remember when that yesterday's rally was there in that Nalhar Shiv Mandir, at least 2,000 to 3,000 people were stuck there while stone pelting happened. So the situation was not normal. While everyone suggests that there was tense situation, everyone also agrees that this was a failure on the part of the Haryana police. They were aware of the fact that there was a possibility of communal tension gripping the place. Despite so, there was skewed police deployment. That's primarily one of the reasons why the situation went out of hand. So we cannot overlook the police's role in the entire scenario. If they would have put in proper deployment, probably this untoward situation could have been averted. This is also something that the VHP members have also raised.
Saying, Shreya, that police deployment was not at its best as it should have been considering the sensitive situation, but did the police deployment increase after, at least when the clashes began? Was there new reinforcements that were sent in of the cops?
Well, reinforcement, Pooja, was only sent at night. We are talking about a situation which went violent from, say, noon. From 12:01 till 3-4 p.m. situation was already difficult. We saw our colleague Anmol Bali was also stuck in between these clashes. We do know there were multiple other media personnel who were stuck. They had to duck and save and tend for themselves because there were no police forces who were actually around or nearby. So the police force of Haryana, especially in Mewat, they have come under heavy attack for not deploying adequate number of forces, despite knowing the fact that when you have a religious congregation taking place where cow vigilante, an accused who's absconding, has been releasing his messages on social media, Monu Manesar, saying that he will be a part of the rally. When the demography of Mewat is such, there is the balance is not right when it comes to the two communal groups. So we do understand with that messages going online with Monu Manesar, one of the accused, saying that he is going to participate in the rally. There was already communal tension in the region. The SP also, while speaking to our colleague, has agreed on the fact that there was a rumor that actually went viral that Monu Manesar is a part of the rally. He was not allowed to take part in the rally, but the very fact that he released a video message, that was enough to cause communal tension in the region.
So that video that was released by him has apparently led to becoming a trigger, but the government says he wasn't at the yatra, he wasn't seen. What then happened? Why was stones pelted at a Shobha Yatra that is, according to the government, has been organized earlier as well? Was this a pre-planned attack? Who organized it? But eventually, what will be the accountability? Heads need to roll. This is Haryana, an adjacent state to the national capital. The Gurugram district is right next to Delhi. That is where violence was also reported from. Shreya Chatterjee, thank you very much for bringing us this ground report. Stay safe as well. Stay cautious while you bring us these ground reports. Now, this has led to a political showdown. The Congress party, which is in opposition, is quick to charge at the government of the BJP, which is both at the state for Haryana and at the centre. Here's what Bhupinder Singh Hooda, who's a former chief minister, Randeep Singh Surjewala, senior leader of the Congress party, have to say. Listen in.
ये बड़ा दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। मेरा लोगों से यही अपील है कि शांति कायम रखें और कानून व्यवस्था कायम करने के लिए मदद करें और आपस में भाईचारा बनाएं।
गृह मंत्री कह रहे हैं कि हमने पर्याप्त जो है बल तैनात किया है।
वही मैं कह रहा हूँ, अब पर्याप्त उन्हें भेजा होगा, लेकिन पहले जितनी होनी चाहिए थी उतनी नहीं है जो मैंने सुना है।
हरियाणा को पहले भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने जातीय हिंसा में धकेला था और वो आग वर्षों तक धधकती रही। अब जैसे ही चुनाव नजदीक आ रहा है, हरियाणा को धार्मिक हिंसा के अंदर धकेला जा रहा है। बताइए क्या कारण है कि हमारे हरियाणा में, शांति प्रिय हरियाणा में 75 वर्षों में देश की आजादी के बाद कभी धार्मिक दंगे नहीं हुए। पहली बार धार्मिक दंगे हुए, वो भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार की नाक के नीचे। कहां है मुख्यमंत्री?
All right, I asked questions to the Home Minister of Haryana, Anil Vitt, specifically over the rumour about whether this alleged cow vigilante, Monu Manesar, was he seen at the yatra? Was that the trigger? Here's what the Home Minister of the state government has to say. Listen in. मिस्टर विज, किस तरह की तैयारी, क्या प्रिपरेशन है, कैसे लॉ एंड ऑर्डर वापस लाएंगे? जिस तरह के विजुअल्स हम देख रहे हैं सर, ये तो काफ़ी ख़राब हालत लग रही है, ना ही सिर्फ नूह मेवात में बल्कि गुरुग्राम डिस्ट्रिक्ट तक आ गया है वायलेंस। क्या आपकी सरकार कर रही है कि वापस सिचुएशन नॉर्मलाइज हो?
नहीं, देखिए, हमने सारे हरियाणा से वो फोर्सेस को और ऑफिसर्स को, एसपीज को वहाँ पे मूव किया है। हमारे डीजीपी खुद वहाँ पर बैठ के सारा नियंत्रित कर रहे हैं। हमारी एडीजीपी लॉ एंड ऑर्डर ममता सिंह ने खुद फोर्स को लीड करके जो मंदिर में लोगों को बंदी बना रखा था उनको जाकर उन्होंने छुड़वाया है। हमने वहाँ पर इंटरनेट सेवाएं बंद कर दी हैं और मेवात में कर्फ्यू लगा दिया है, क्योंकि सबसे पहला जो हमारा मोटिव है वो है वहाँ पे शांति करना और स्थिति को नियंत्रण में करना।
सर, आपकी क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन है? शुरुआत कहां से हुई? एक शोभा यात्रा कही जा रही है जो वीएचपी ने निकाली थी, उस पर पथराव होता है, लेकिन ऐसे किसी रैली पे कैसे पथराव हो सकता है सर? क्या पहले क्यों नहीं प्रिकॉशनरी मेजर लिया गया? अगर कोई भी इंटेलिजेंस इनपुट था कि किसी तरह का कम्युनल टेंशन हो सकता है, आपके हिसाब से क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन है?
पहली बार शोभा यात्रा निकाली गई हो ऐसी बात नहीं है। हर साल निकलती है और शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से निकलती है, परंतु जिस ढंग का ये हमला हुआ है और बवाल हुआ है, लगता है किसी ने मास्टरमाइंड किया है। वो हम फाइंड आउट करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, लेकिन अभी तो हम फोर्सेस वहां पर पहुंचा रहे हैं और स्थिति को पूरी तरह से कंट्रोल में रहे, ऐसी हमारी कोशिश है। हमने कर्फ्यू लगा दिया है सारे नूह में ताकि स्थिति को नियंत्रित किया जा सके।
सर, क्या इंटरनेट सस्पेंशन और रिस्ट्रिक्शंस ऐसी कर्फ्यू जैसी या सेक्शन 144 गुरुग्राम डिस्ट्रिक्ट में भी लगाई गई है या अभी नूह और मेवात तक ये सीमित है?
नहीं, अभी कर्फ्यू नूह में ही लगाया गया है। बाकी सारी जगह पर हमने अलर्ट किया है और जो आजू बाजू के जिले हैं वहां पर भी अतिरिक्त फोर्स भेज रहे हैं। हमें केंद्र से, मैंने यूनियन होम मिनिस्टर से अजय भल्ला जी से खुद मैंने बात की थी और ही वाज काइंड एनफ कि उन्होंने 20 कंपनियां हमें अलॉट कर दी और उसमें से कुछ कंपनियां वहां पर पहुंच गई हैं। इवन एयरफोर्स को भी अलर्ट पर रखा गया था कि अगर दूर से कहीं से कंपनियां लानी हैं तो हम लाके दिल्ली उतार के और उनको जल्दी पहुंचाया जा सके।
सर, हमारे जो रिपोर्टर्स हैं ऑन ग्राउंड, चाहे वो नूह में हो या गुरुग्राम डिस्ट्रिक्ट में हो, सर, उनका कहना है कि पुलिस डिप्लॉयमेंट बहुत हैवी भी नहीं है। ऐसे वक्त में जिस तरह एक तरह से दंगा ही हो रहा है, इसको उस तरह ही देखा जाएगा, पुलिस डिप्लॉयमेंट और हैवी होनी चाहिए थी।
वो शुरू में जब यात्रा निकल रही थी तो रेगुलर जैसे इस कार्यक्रम में जितनी आवश्यकता होती है उतनी पुलिस थी वहां पर, लेकिन जैसे ही ये दंगे की खबर आई मैंने खुद मॉनिटर किया सारा दिन बैठ के, और हमने इधर उधर से साथ के लगते जिलों से, फरीदाबाद से, पलवल से, गुड़गांव से, झज्जर से, रुड़की से हमने फोर्सेस वहां पर मूव की हैं और जल्दी उन फोर्सेस ने जाकर वहां पर स्थिति को अपने नियंत्रण में कर लिया था। सबसे बड़ी समस्या हमें आ रही थी कि जो काफी बड़ी संख्या में लोग मंदिर में कैप्टिव रखे गए थे उनको छुड़ाने की आ रही थी, तो हमारी एडीजीपी लॉ एंड ऑर्डर ममता सिंह ने खुद फोर्स को लीड किया और जाकर उनको वहां से छुड़वाया।
सर लेकिन हमें बताइए शुरुआत कैसे हुई, ऐसे कैसे पथराव एकदम हो जाता है? क्योंकि एक एलिगेशन आ रही है जो मनु मानेसर है जिसके अगेंस्ट, मैं एक बार पूछ लूं सर, जिनके अगेंस्ट केस है वो था उसमें सर। We should not rush to early conclusions. हम इसको फाइंड आउट करेंगे, तथ्यों सहित हम इसकी गहराई तक जाएंगे कि किसने करवाया, किसने किया, कैसे हुआ। We will try to find out everything. अनिल वैद्य जी, हरियाणा में चुनाव होने वाले हैं, कहीं ये चुनावी हिंसा जिस तरह से देखा जाए उसको क्या आप देखते हैं? ये वो रंग भी है इसमें? क्या इलेक्शन से पहले ऐसा किसी तरह का कम्युनलाइज करने का किसी का एजेंडा आप देखते हैं, अटेम्प्ट देखते हैं?
देखिए मैं कोई किसी बात को इतनी जल्दबाजी में नहीं कहूंगा। हमारी एजेंसियों को फाइंड आउट कर लेने दीजिए, हम आपसे सब शेयर करेंगे।
Visuals from Nu, which is in the Mewat district, are horrifying to say the least. These are some of the visuals that have come in from the riot hit area in the past few hours. Let's begin. Tension simmers in Haryana's Nu. 3 people were killed, 20 others injured, including several police personnel were reported to receive injuries. This after a mob tried to stop a VHP rally in the minority-dominated area. The locals in Nu are agitated about police not acting on time. Nu Cybercrime Police Station was also attacked by miscreants and vehicles were set on fire there. They even looted the police bus, broke the walls in the police station. The violence that initially erupted in Nu has now spread to Gurugram district as well, specifically Sona, where 2 communities clashed near the Sona road. Multiple vehicles, shops were set on fire. Haryana government has issued prohibitory orders in Nu, Gurugram and Faridabad. Schools and educational institutions in the district to remain shut. In the wake of intense communal tension, Haryana Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar has appealed to the people of the state to maintain peace and harmony in the state. So this is a developing story specifically about what was the trigger, what is the situation currently and the accountability of it all. We'll be tracking the latest from Haryana, but heading into a very short break, I get you some international news. There has been a massive flood-like situation in China, in Beijing and other parts of the country as well. I get you the latest on that. Extreme rainfall turning roads into rivers in China.
What's up with this child? Do your children behave similarly sometimes? Extremely active, driving you up the wall? Unable to sleep at night after a big dessert? Now that is called a sugar rush. A sugar rush is when you have sudden cravings of indulging into a massive ice cream sundae or gorging on an entire bar of melted chocolate that then makes you feel happy and so satisfied. Almost all of us have fallen prey to these cravings. But how does your body react to this? Once the sugar rush comes to an end, it eventually causes low blood sugar levels in the body, which tends to make you feel hungry even after eating. Consumption of sugar in heavy amounts is one of the most unhealthy habits. It makes you feel tired and drowsy, and these symptoms eventually lead to weight gain and being inactive. Food products like candies, pre-packed items and cakes provide no nutritional benefit and ultimately ends up making you feel lethargic and fatigued. Experts recommend limited sugar intake. The ideal portions are as follows for kids and also for adult men and women. For a kid who's 4 to 6 years old, 19 grams of sugar, that's essentially 5 sugar cubes, is the limited sugar intake that's recommended. A kid between the age of 7 to 10 can consume 24 grams, that's 6 cubes of sugar. If a child is 11 years old and above, that amount slightly increases to 30 grams, which is essentially 7 cubes of sugar. For adults, particularly men, 36 grams of sugar is the recommended amount, that's 9 teaspoons of sugar. For women, it's slightly lesser at 20 grams, which is equivalent to 5 teaspoons. And for children, it's 12 grams, that's 3 teaspoons of sugar. Basically, children older than 2 years should consume less than 25 grams of sugar a day, and children who've not reached this age shouldn't be given any additional sugar other than what's naturally present in foods. So what are the signs and symptoms in kids to watch out for? Increased urination, increased thirst as well, fat levels going up, fruity breath odor, stomach ache, constantly vomiting as well, and even seeing a weight loss. Sugar has many effects on memory as well as the brain. It slows cognitive functions, it leads to deficits in memory. Problems with attention and inflammation in the brain even has been recognized by experts. Sugar rush is when the rush of adrenaline that gives your child energy and causes their heart to beat faster, their brain to be more alert, and their body to go into fight or flight. So they also become anxious and jittery. Their bodies then start to look for more sugary foods to combat those feelings. So how to manage sugar rush in kids? Do not use sweets or any food as a reward. Using them in this way can make them more desirable to children than if they had not been used as a reward, and can unintentionally lead your child to rely on food or sweets to deal with their emotions. Serve sweets without any stipulations.
Typhoon Doksuri has wreaked havoc across parts of China, even in capital city Beijing. These are some of the visuals coming in. Let's take you through that. Cars were swept away after falling into a river as the bridge they were traveling on broke in half. Hundreds of roads have turned into a flood-like situation in China's capital Beijing amid heavy downpour. Persistent heavy rainfall has continued to batter Beijing, swelling rivers, triggering a red flood alert. Several trees were inundated, wooden houses even were seen flowing in the water. Cars were washed away, road signs were seen floating on the streets as this was in the Mentogo district, were flooded due to the extreme rainfall. Doksuri is one of the strongest storms to hit China, causing a road to collapse in Fangshan. Authorities have warned residents not to go outside due to the record rainfall. Firefighters successfully rescued 45 villagers who were trapped by the floods in Xinjiang city of northwest China. Residents in the Shuliang village were trapped in waist-high floodwater as well. Even the capital city of Beijing in China has not escaped the wrath of this tropical storm. There are people who have died, but importantly, thousands have had to flee as the floodwaters entered into their houses as well. Here's a ground report coming in.
I'm now in Fangshan district. It's not raining right now, but it was raining very heavily this afternoon. In fact, it's one of the worst hit areas in Beijing as the heavy downpour hit the city. Earlier, over 100 people were evacuated after being trapped in a logistics center in the region. No death or injuries have been reported yet, thanks to the timely evacuation efforts by the local government. And as you can see behind me, the traffic boards and trees were blown down, and many trees have been inundated. Authorities have issued red alert, which is the highest of its kind for floodings and heavy rainfalls, and warning that the Dashi River in the region, which is just the river behind me, could continue to flood, and telling people to stay away from the rivers. And in fact, the heavy downpour is affecting people all across the capital city and its surrounding regions as well. Beijing authorities have suspended all sports events and closed many public places such as tourist attractions, museums, and parks. And also, the extreme weather is affecting everybody's commute. The Capital International Airport in Beijing said on social media that it has canceled over 50 flights today alone, and Tianjin also canceled over 40 flights. And Beijing's authority said that such extreme weather will last until this Tuesday.
I'm signing off for now, but stay tuned because right after a very short break, our top story remains Haryana. Arson, violence, stone pelting, firing. What is happening in our neighbouring state? And we get you the latest situation, but above all, top questions asked to those in power in the state government of Haryana. More on that after a very short break. Thank you for watching.
What do you associate with the rains and monsoons? Romance, bhajia, chai pakoda, jalebis, and lots of time to smell the wet earth. Even we do. But unfortunately, rains also start the problems of gut infections, loose motions, and gastrointestinal disease.
Because of the moisture, because of the increased temperature, this is an ideal environment for the bacteria, for the viruses to grow. And that is why this is the time that the infections are more common. Besides that, water stagnation is also more common. So with flooding also, which occurs during monsoon time, this leads to more infection.
So why are these infections so common during the monsoon season? Seasonal changes can affect gut health. Factors such as increased humidity, contaminated water and food, and weakened immunity can impact the gut. Eating out can be particularly risky.
See, eating out has become part of our day-to-day lives, Now, with caution means there are more chances of getting infection when you eat outside. The chances of infection from eating outside is much more than eating at home. So that's why you have to take caution that you should eat at a place where you feel that the food is hygienic, food is properly cooked and properly stored, and the chances of infection are less.
So what is gut health? Gut health refers to the overall well-being and optimal functioning of the gastrointestinal tract, which includes the stomach, small intestine, and large intestine. It involves the balance of beneficial bacteria known as the gut microbiota and the integrity of the gut lining. Why is maintaining gut health important?
One of the most important things to take care of your gut is the quality of food, kind of food, the type of food, and how hygienic is the food you are eating. I think that is one of the most important things for gut health.
Increased humidity and moisture create a favorable environment for the growth of bacteria, viruses, and fungi, which can lead to gastrointestinal infections. Heavy rainfall is increasing the risk of water contamination. The rains have always reminded us of garam pakodas, chai and jalebi, but these are not healthy, far from it. The immune system may be slightly compromised during the monsoon, making you more susceptible to infections and digestive ailments. In New Delhi, Sneha Murdani for India Today.
Good morning and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha and these are the headlines we're tracking at the top of the hour. Haryana on the edge after massive riots in Nuh and Sona. Section 144 imposed in Nuh, Sona and Faridabad till tomorrow. India Today exclusive. Haryana Home Minister Anil Vij says Monu Manesar not present in Yatra. Says additional security deployment by the centre. After epic split of Pawar's NCP, Prime Minister and Pawar to share stage in Pune, political grace or hidden Pawar play? The big fight for control in Delhi. Delhi Services Bill in Lok Sabha today. Bill allows the Lieutenant Governor to make appointments. Aam Aadmi Party labels ordinance as black law. Manipur reignites Parliament paralysed. 8 days of non-stop pandemonium in Parliament. India bloc adamant on Prime Minister's statement. Centre says opposition running from debate. News coming in right now. Congress protests against Prime Minister Modi in Pune. Black flags against Modi in Pune. Congress protests Lokmanya Tilak award to Prime Minister Modi. Congress leaders have been detained in Pune for showing black flags as a protest for Prime Minister Modi being felicitated with the Lokmanya Tilak National Award. Later, all leaders were released. You can see images of that protest by the Congress party in Pune. They were showing black flags in protest against Prime Minister Modi being felicitated by the Lokmanya Tilak Award today in Pune. That program is slated to happen today. The Prime Minister will be at that program. Sharad Pawar, in fact, will be felicitating the Prime Minister. The Congress now is protesting that. Those leaders of the Congress party who were at the forefront of that protest were later detained and subsequently released. My colleague Pankaj Khelkar is joining me over the phone line from Pune. Pankaj, we see images of that Congress protest against the Prime Minister being felicitated with the Lokmanya Tilak Award. Clearly, while on the one hand, one party of the Mahavikas Aghadi is staging its protest against the Prime Minister being felicitated with the award, Sharad Pawar, another arm of the Mahavikas Aghadi, is felicitating the Prime Minister with that award.
Over here in Pune's Mandak area, you can see large number of activists as well as party workers from Congress, Rajwadi as well as Uddhav Thackeray group. They are here and they are protesting against Prime Minister Narendra Modi. As of now, as to the Manipur, the violence in Manipur should curb, should end. But here you can see not only political parties, but there are other organizations they are protesting over here. What they have to say that the word of them. Your name and what would you like to say? Last couple of
Okay, so that is of course my colleague Pankaj Khelkar who is reporting from Pune. The Prime Minister is slated to be felicitated with the Lokmanya Tilak Award today. He will be in Pune, but ahead of that, the Congress there staging a protest against that felicitation.
90% लोगों का हर दिन का उत्पन्न 14 से पहले था उससे कम है और 10% लोगों के पास कई गुना संपत्ति बढ़ी है.
Those images of Congress leaders there and Congress party workers there raising placards and black flags against Prime Minister Modi and him being felicitated with the Lokmanya Tilak Award. Remember that the Congress is at the forefront of the agitation against the central government in Parliament, demanding that the Prime Minister come to the floor of the House and make a statement on the violence in Manipur. The government, of course, adamant that there will be a short duration discussion. There will be a discussion indeed on Manipur, but the Home Minister will in fact reply to that discussion and apprise the House about the steps that the centre and the state government in Manipur have taken in order to quell the ethnic clashes in the state of Manipur. So while of course the Congress and the centre have been at loggerheads in Parliament, outside Parliament, you can see that the Congress is staging a protest against the Prime Minister being felicitated with the Lokmanya Tilak Award in Pune. But what is of course the big headline is that Sharad Pawar, who is a part of the India bloc, is expected to felicitate the Prime Minister with that award. Pankaj Khelkar is now joining us live from Pune. Pankaj, how are the parties who are part of the Mahavikas Aghadi, aside from the Sharad Pawar-led faction of the NCP, which is the Uddhav Thackeray faction of the Shiv Sena, and the Congress, reacting to Mr. Pawar felicitating the Prime Minister with the Lokmanya Tilak Award?
Congress are saying that Sharad Pawar should not share dais with Prime Minister Narendra Modi because it is clear that it is BJP, it is Prime Minister Narendra Modi and other BJP leaders who were responsible for NCP to be divided into two groups. Majority of the group has gone with Ajit Pawar, and here you can see that Sharad Pawar still has decided that he will be going and sharing the dais with Prime Minister, and that is the reason the Congress as well as other faction of Mahavikas Aghadi, that is Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray group leaders, they are not happy and they are opposing their stand that Sharad Pawar should rethink and should not attend this function. But on the other side, NCP leaders are having double standards. They are saying that Sharad Pawar, who is a senior leader, he has decided long back that he will be attending. So it is his responsibility to go to such a prestigious function. But yes, he opposes BJP's principles and the way BJP leaders are acting. So there are two sides wherein NCP leaders are supporting Sharad Pawar going for this function, whereas Congress and Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray group leaders are opposing it. Here you can see in Pune's Mandai area, large number of crowds, they are here, political leaders are there, some of the Northeast students, they are also here, and they are opposing, they are demanding justice for them, that the Kuki people should be protected. Indian government should take immediate steps so that the violence over there is curbed and people over there feel secure. So large number of crowd have gathered over here in Pune, and they are protesting against Modi's being conferred with such a prestigious award. So a number of people are over here and they are opposing. Let's talk to few of them, few of the women activists over here. आप क्या कहेंगे? राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस की ओर से हिंदी में राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस की ओर से और यहाँ पर राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस भी है, लेकिन शरद पवार खुद उस समारोह में जा रहे हैं।
एक्चुअली सर ये बीजेपी का चला आ रहा नाटक है, जहाँ पे बहुत प्रॉब्लम है, जहाँ पे देश बचाना है। आज मेरा भारत का संविधान बहुत ही कठिनाई में आ गया है, वहाँ पे कंसंट्रेट न करते हुए मणिपुर में जो हादसा हुआ है वो कंसंट्रेट न करते हुए उन्हें उपहार, ऐसे अवार्ड सेरेमनी, इनमें बहुत ज्यादा दिलचस्पी दिखाई देती है। बहुत शर्म की बात है, हम वोट देते हैं, हम पीएम चुनते हैं, अगर पीएम हमारी रक्षा नहीं कर पाता तो उन्होंने ये चेयर छोड़नी चाहिए, ये हम जाहिर निषेध कर रहे हैं।
आप राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस से?
मैं प्राजक्ता जाधव राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस से।
राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस के दो टुकड़े हो गए हैं, भाजपा उसके लिए जिम्मेदार है, और फिर भी शरद पवार जी उसी समारोह में वही मंच पर प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी जी के साथ दिखाई दिए।
समारोह नहीं है, ये एक सामाजिक संस्था ने आयोजित किया हुआ समारोह है, उस पे कोई राजकीय पार्श्वभूमि ऐसे कुछ नहीं है, पर हम लोग जो यहाँ पे जमा हुए,
अपना घर टूट गया है, पक्ष
हम उसका निषेध बार बार करते ही आ रहे हैं। घर तो टूट,
लगता है कि शरद पवार जी ने वहाँ पे जाना चाहिए।
ये मैंने
मैंने कहा ना अभी आपको, ये राजकीय समारोह नहीं है, किसी सामाजिक संस्था ने आयोजित किया हुआ समारोह है, इसलिए उनको वहाँ पे जाना निश्चित ही जरूरी है।
एक्चुअली सर, ये अवार्ड का थोड़ा मैं पार्श्वभूमि में बताती हूँ आपको। महात्मा जी के सम्मान में ये अवार्ड दिया जाता है।
लोकमान्य तिलक जी के अवार्ड
बहुत साल से ये दे रहे हैं, तो एक कोइंसिडेंस हुआ है कि इस साल भी 1 अगस्त को वो अवार्ड देने वाले हैं और हमारे आदरणीय शरद चंद्र जी, इनके हस्ते वो अवार्ड जाने वाला है। बाकी कोई ऐसी स्ट्रैटेजी नहीं है कि आज शरद चंद्र जी वहाँ प्रेजेंट रहेंगे।
Polmi, here you can see that large number of activist leaders from MVA are here, but yes, NCP leaders they seem to be having double standard, that if Sharad Pawar ji is going to share dais with Prime Minister, it is because it was decided long back, and that is the reason he is going to share this dais. But on the other hand, here you can see large number of people, activists, Congress leaders, NCP leaders, Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray group leaders over here, and they are opposing that such a prestigious award shouldn't be felicitated, shouldn't be conferred to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. On the other hand, they are also demanding that Narendra Modi ji should immediately take steps, and he should look after Manipur, and he should try to control the violence over there.
Okay, so as you can see, there are those who are protesting and are requesting Mr. Pawar to in fact not share the dais with the Prime Minister and felicitate him. Though of course the NCP, as you're pointing out, Pankaj, is saying that this was a commitment that he'd made before, of course, the split in the party and things took a turn southwards. The fact is that this is, of course, causing a lot of anguish and fissures as far as the Mahavikas Aghadi in Maharashtra is concerned and the India alliance at the center is concerned. This is going to create some amount of disappointment among allies that Mr. Pawar is still going ahead and felicitating the Prime Minister when all they're trying to do in Parliament is put the Prime Minister on the mat.
Subsequently, there are voices that they are opposing Prime Minister Narendra Modi coming to Pune city. This is a high time. Manipur needs him. And here you can see one more group from Youth Congress, what they want to say. What would you like to say? You are wearing some kind of banner. What is your message for Prime Minister Narendra Modi? What is your message for Prime Minister Narendra Modi?
Prime Minister should go to Manipur. He should speak in Parliament rather than coming in Pune. He should speak in the Parliament. He should go to Manipur. 40,000 people are migrating there. He should visit there rather than coming to Pune.
This program, this function was decided long back.
Let it be. He should visit first Manipur. It is in deep pain. Then he should come to Pune. He should visit there.
What would you like to say that Sharad Pawar is sharing dais with him?
That is his agenda. We are, as a Congress, Youth Congress, we are protesting against Nadi.
As a part of Mahavikas Aghadi, as a part of India faction, don't you think that it is Sharad Pawar's responsibility to be with those who are fighting against Narendra Modi on principal grounds?
Our senior leaders will speak about it in detail.
आपके
सर क्या राज्यामध्ये
हिंदी में बताइए.
मणिपुर हिंदी मध्ये मी नाही यांना घ्यायला.
क्या कहेंगे आप? बड़ी संख्या में यहाँ पे नेता कांग्रेस, राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस, शिवसेना, उद्धव ठाकरे गुट के जो नेता लोग हैं वो आए हैं और बड़ी संख्या में सामाजिक सेवक, एक्टिविस्ट, सीनियर एक्टिविस्ट, बाबा आढाव, सप्तर्षि सर, ये भी यहाँ पर मौजूद.
ये जनता का आक्रोश है और मणिपुर जिस तरह से जल रहा है वहाँ पे महिलाओं पे अत्याचार हो रहे, बलात्कार हो रहे. हम कारगिल का विजय दिवस यहाँ पर मना रहे हैं और कारगिल में जिस सैनिक ने अच्छा एक पराक्रम किया उसके पत्नी पर उसका विवस्त्र करके उसका वो बलात्कार किया जा रहा है. मोदी जी वहाँ पे जाइए, उनसे बात करें, वहाँ पर मन की बात करें. इसका निषेध करने के लिए हम यहाँ पे हैं.
Only here you can see people are not ready to listen. They just want that Modi ji should take care of Manipur and he should take immediate steps. His government should take immediate steps so that the violence in Manipur ends.
Pankaj, there of course reporting from that Congress protest in Pune ahead of Prime Minister's arrival there where he will be conferred upon with the Lokmanya Tilak Award. He will, of course, be the 41st recipient of that award. There have, of course, been a lot of reactions that have been coming in as far as the Prime Minister receiving this award is concerned, and Mr. Pawar conferring that award on Mr. Modi is concerned. Listen in.
पुरस्कार एक तो नॉन पॉलिटिकल है और आज तक जिन जिन लोगों को दिया है वो सिर्फ पॉलिटिक्स में काम करने वाले नेता नहीं है, लेकिन बहुत से साइंटिस्ट को दिया है, सोशलिस्ट को दिया है, रिवॉल्यूशनरीज को दिया है, बिजनेस हाउसेस को दिया है। तो एक तो ये पॉलिटिकल डायस ही नहीं है। और अध्यक्ष जो संस्था के जो अध्यक्ष रहते हैं वो हमेशा ये पुरस्कार देते हैं और चीफ गेस्ट उनके साथ यानी मिलके ऐसे वो दिया जाता है। तो शरद पवार जी उसमें ये नॉन पॉलिटिकल डायस है, इसलिए उन्होंने कंफर्मेशन दिया है और वो आने वाले हैं। आत्मनिर्भर भारत और न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी, ये सब सेल्फ रिलायंट देश, इसको सामने रखते हुए हमने वो पुरस्कार उनको हम दे रहे हैं। तो उसी सम्मान के साथ वो पुरस्कार का प्रोग्राम हम करें, पॉलिटिक्स क्यों लाए अभी।
तिलक स्मारक जो टेम्पल ट्रस्ट है उसके तरफ से अगर ये पुरस्कार दिया जा रहा है तो लोकमान्य तिलक जी को एक सम्मान दिया जा रहा है। तो उसमें अगर जाते हैं पवार साहब तो ये कोई राजनीतिक कोई प्रोग्राम नहीं है और उसको राजनीतिक स्वरूप देना कोई जरूरत नहीं है उसकी।
इसमें मैं कोई बुराई नहीं मानता, वो अलायंस में है, लेकिन एक मेरा तो ये ख्याल है कि सबको बहुत मैच्योर होना चाहिए, ब्रॉड माइंडेड होना चाहिए, चाहे सत्ता पक्ष हो चाहे विपक्ष हो, सब पार्टियों के नेताओं को एक दूसरे से मिलना चाहिए, सौहार्द और अच्छे प्रेम भाव बनाए रखना चाहिए। वही आज की जरूरत है जो कि कम पाई जा रही है। तो मैं तो शरद पवार साहब के इस तरह से मिलने में कोई गलती कोई बुराई नहीं देखता हूँ।
Haryana's NU is on the edge. Communal violence in the region has rocked the entire state. 2 cops and a civilian were shot dead and about a dozen were injured as stones were pelted and cars set on fire during a religious procession in NU. The violence that initially erupted in NU has now spread to Gurugram, where 2 communities clashed near Sona Road, resulting in damage to several vehicles. Acting Superintendent of Police of NU told India Today that clashes broke out after a Shobha Yatra by the Vishwa Hindu Parishad was attacked with stones over alleged presence of cow vigilante and lynching accused Monu Manisar.
अभी की क्या स्थिति है मेवात की?
नमस्कार जी, अभी स्थिति पूरी तरह से नियंत्रण में है और अभी शांति बनी हुई है।
अच्छा, और कितनी पुलिसकर्मी, क्या केंद्रीय रिजर्व बल जो अर्धसैनिक बल है उनको भी तैनात किया गया है?
जी, इसमें केंद्रीय अर्धसैनिक बल भी यहाँ से आए हैं, हरियाणा एसटीएफ भी आई है और हरियाणा आर्म बटालियन और आईआरबी की जो कंपनियां भी हैं वो रात को पहुंच चुकी हैं और पूरे एरिया में डिप्लॉय कर दी गई है।
अच्छा सर, कितने लोग घायल हुए हैं इसमें अब तक अप्रोक्सीमेट, और कितनी गाड़ियों को जलाया गया, कितना नुकसान हुआ?
इसमें अप्रोक्सीमेटली अभी 50-60 लोगों के घायल होने का जो डाटा आ रहा है। अभी जो हॉस्पिटल में कल जो इलाज अलग जिलों में जाके करवाया है तो उनसे भी हम डाटा ले रहे हैं और करीब 80 व्हीकल्स के डैमेज होने की इसमें सूचना है।
अच्छा, कोई कैजुअलिटीज भी है सर, कोई सिविलियन कोई कैजुअलिटीज?
जी हाँ, एक नरड मेडिकल कॉलेज में सिविलियन कैजुअलिटी है और 2 इसमें हमारे जो शहीद हुए हैं होमगार्ड के जवान।
अच्छा, और कितने कुल पुलिसकर्मी, मेवात पुलिस के कितने पुलिसकर्मी घायल हैं?
जी, करीब हमारे 20 पुलिसकर्मियों को चोटें लगी हैं।
The clashes that erupted in Mewat, Haryana had spread to Sona as well. As one travels to NU, what you can see in Sona itself is that there has been there's been a heavy clash that's also resulted in these local vendors' shops being gutted down. We can see the other shops have also been gutted with fire. We can see the remains of a scooty that was also engulfed in fire. This is one of the shops that you see was gutted yesterday in the communal tension that erupted in Sona. And we'll go across to some of the locals to understand what exactly transpired. कितने बजे की घटना हो गई यहाँ पे?
ये मैम 4 बजे से स्टार्टिंग हुआ था और लगभग रात के 9, साढ़े 9, 10 बजे तक।
पुलिस प्रशासन कोई
पुलिस प्रशासन नहीं थी, जो पुलिस थी उनके साथ थी वो।
किनके साथ थी?
जो झगड़ा जिन्होंने किया है, जिन्होंने शुरुआत की थी, वो उनके साथ थी पुलिस।
हुआ क्या?
हुआ मैडम, नुहू वाला घटना जो हुई है उसके अगेंस्ट यहाँ प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे थे वो। पता नहीं अचानक कैसे और क्या माहौल हुआ कि अचानक हिंसा भड़क उठी।
So as you can see, he's saying that even the house had come under the attack from the people here in Sona. What we do know that he's suggesting that from what happened in Nu, there was a protest that was subsequently taking place, and then this is the kind of.
ये मेरा घर है जी। आज तक हमारी सोना में सारा भाईचारा अमन चैन से रहता आया है। कभी कोई किसी 36 बरादरी में कोई भी ना इत्तेफाक आज तक नहीं हुई है। पता नहीं ये लोग कहाँ से आए, किस रूप में आए। लगभग 3, 4, 5 घंटा हिंसा चली, उसके बाद कुछ नहीं बचा, सारा खाक कर गई जी। ये लगातार 1.5 घंटा फायर हुआ है, पत्थर बजाए हैं। वो मेरा मेन गेट है, मैंने अगर ताला नहीं लगाया होता और मैंने अपने बच्चे बाहर ना निकाले होते तो शायद हो सकता था कि आज मेरा घर इस हालत में नहीं होता जी।
This is an extremely troublesome situation that we are reporting from Sona. We only hope that the administration wakes up and takes stringent actions against the miscreants who were behind these incidents. With video journalist Dalveer, this is Shreya Chatterjee for India Today.
देखिए सामने की तरफ ये गाड़ी है, इस तरह से। और अब तक की अगर बात करें तो 2 होमगार्ड इस पूरी हिंसा में शहीद हो चुके हैं, जबकि एक सिविलियन की मौत हो चुकी है। ये देखिए इस तरीके से ये जो पूरा रास्ता है, जैसा कि हमने आपको बताया, मंदिर की तरफ जाता है और वहीं पर उसी के आसपास सबसे ज़्यादा जो हिंसा वो हुई है। इस तरीके से इन तमाम गाड़ियों को आग के हवाले कर दिया गया है। ग्राउंड जीरो से हम आपको ये रिपोर्ट दिखा रहे हैं। हरियाणा पुलिस की मौजूदगी वो आपको यहाँ पर दिखाई दे रही होगी। तो फिलहाल मेवात की बात करें तो इस तरह के तस्वीरें आपको दिखाई दे रही हैं। धारा 144 लागू कर दी गई है, इंटरनेट पूरी तरह से बंद कर दिया गया है। पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस के जवान वो धीरे धीरे करके इस पूरे मेवात रीजन में पहुंच रहे हैं। इस तरह की ये स्थिति यहाँ आपको दिखाई दे रही होगी। ये गाड़ियाँ सब कल ही जली थी सर। तो ये देखिए आपको ये स्थिति यहाँ पर दिखाई दे रही होगी। ये जो पूरा रास्ता है नल्हड़ मंदिर की तरफ जाता है। यहाँ पर कैमरामैन जगन्नाथ के साथ अरविंद ओझा, मेवात। ये शिव जी का मंदिर है और यहीं पर जो शोभा यात्रा है वो यहीं पर पहुंचनी थी और तभी जमकर हिंसा होनी शुरू हो गई। और उस दौरान प्रशासन ने इस मंदिर में तकरीबन 300 से 400 लोगों को यहीं पर रोके रखा। अगर जो श्रद्धालु है वो इस मंदिर से बाहर की तरफ जाते तो शायद जो हिंसा है वो काफ़ी ज़्यादा बड़ी हो सकती थी। मंदिर के बाहर तकरीबन आधा किलोमीटर दूर जाने पर कई गाड़ियों को आग के हवाले कर दिया गया। फिलहाल की बात करें तो अगर आप यहां पर देखें, पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस के जवान हैं वो गेट पर तैनात कर दिए गए हैं। अंदर जो बड़ी संख्या में हरियाणा पुलिस के जवान, पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस के जवान वो तैनात कर दिए गए हैं। मंदिर के आसपास का जो इलाका आप देखें तो कल जिस तरह से खबरें आ रही थी, मंदिर के चारों तरफ से रुक रुक कर पत्थरबाजी हो रही थी। ये भी बताते हैं कि फायरिंग तक की खबरें वो मंदिर के चारों तरफ से आ रही थी और यहीं पर तकरीबन 3 से 4 घंटे तक कई जो शोभा यात्रा में लोग शामिल थे यहाँ पर कैद होकर रह गए थे। देर रात जो पुलिस प्रशासन है वो यहाँ पर पहुँचता है और यहाँ से लोगों को रेस्क्यू करके पुलिस लाइन ले जाया जाता है।
In fact, that will be our top focus. We're slipping into a very short break. Haryana on the edge after massive riots in Nu and Sona. Section 144 has been imposed in Nu, Sona and Faridabad till tomorrow. Details on the other side.
Probably we started the rally a bit earlier than I was expecting or hoping for. But my, the points that I had in my mind is that India is perhaps already at the peak or very close to the peak of its interest rate cycle. We might stay here for a while, but probably as early as Q1 next year, we might actually, go downwards in terms of interest rates. So that could be a very positive trigger. Infrastructure development and focus on infrastructure growth is very significant, very sustained. So domestic economy is doing well. Monsoon, it's been a bit problematic. The density of rain has been very different across the country, but that is what we are seeing in the last few years consistently. So overall, I think, and most importantly, I think India is very, very well poised in the global markets, right? We are one of those rare economies which is large, which has market depth, which is doing well. So I will not be surprised if we see sustained inflow of foreign capital coming into India.
Okay. Now, Mr. Pasumalik, so far in the first half of the calendar year, we've seen sectoral rotation being played out.
Pharma seems to have got out of the downward trajectory that it was in, and it should do pretty well. The other couple of sectors which are not being talked about at all right now, which I'm looking at some value emerging in those spaces, is insurance and the AMC kind of business. So the financial side, except the banks and the NBFCs.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Are you worried that artificial intelligence will render you jobless? A United Nations agency assembled a group of robots at a news conference recently to address the concerns of human beings. 9 robots posed upright along with their creator at the podium in Geneva for what the International Telecommunication Union billed as the world's first news conference featuring humanoid social robots. The agency invited reporters to ask the robots questions that sparked discussion about the future of artificial intelligence. In one of the answers that could trouble our politicians, the robots suggested that they could be more efficient government leaders.
I believe that humanoid robots have the potential to lead with a greater level of efficiency and effectiveness than human leaders. We don't have the same biases or emotions that can sometimes cloud decision-making and can process large amounts of data quickly in order to make the best decisions.
When asked about the rise of humanoid robots, they advised caution.
That's a difficult question. I think it depends on how they are used and what purpose they serve. We should be cautious, but also excited for the potential of these technologies to improve our lives in many ways.
Organizers said the event was meant to showcase not just the capabilities, but also the limitations of robotics.
To showcase the capabilities and how these technologies could support the UN SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. while robotics are not yet as mainstream as, say, generative AI, we wanted to demonstrate AI in action to you. In a world's first. This is the world's first press conference with 9, actually, we have an extra one, AI-enabled humanoid social robot.
The event was part of the AI for Good Global Summit, meant to illustrate how new technology can support the UN's goals for sustainable development. Artificial intelligence has entered uncharted territory, and the world has started recognizing its abilities. Bureau Report, India Today.
News coming in right now. 13 paramilitary teams have reached New in Haryana. 6 more teams are also en route. Haryana Section 144 has been imposed in Faridabad, Gurugram, and Peace Committee meet is to be held in Sona. So efforts now being made to restore peace and law and order in Haryana, especially the affected regions of New, Gurugram, Faridabad, Sona as well. 13 paramilitary teams reach New in Haryana. 6 more teams also en route. Haryana Section 144 has been imposed in Faridabad and Gurugram. Peace Committee meeting is to be held in Sona. Remember that the state government of Haryana had requisitioned more teams from the centre to restore law and order in New, which was struck by violence yesterday and communal clashes, an eruption of which saw a ripple effect in neighbouring Gurugram, Sona as well. Now Section 144 has been imposed in Faridabad and Gurugram.
मेवात में फ़िलहाल किस तरह के हालात हैं ये जानने के लिए हमारे साथ एसपी फ़िलहाल नू हैं और डीसी प्रशांत जी हैं। हम सीधे बात करते हैं। सबसे पहले डीसी साहब, क्या मौजूदा स्थिति है मेवात की?
ये सिचुएशन अभी अंडर कंट्रोल है जी। पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस की 13 कंपनियाँ आ चुकी हैं, 6 और आ रही हैं। अभी मैं और एसपी साहब जो है हम फ्लैग मार्च के लिए निकल रहे हैं, तो सिचुएशन फ़िलहाल कंट्रोल में है। कर्फ्यू लगा हुआ है और सारी सिचुएशन का मुआयना हम रखे हैं समयबद्ध तरीके से।
अच्छा सर, एसपी साहब क्या कितने लोगों की कैजुअल्टी है अब तक? कितने लोगों की?
अब तक 3 लोगों की कैजुअल्टी इसमें आई है। 2 हमारे फोर्स के मेंबर शहीद हुए हैं, 1 सिविलियन इसमें हुआ है, शहीद हुआ है, और बाकी 50 के आसपास लोग इसमें इंजर्ड हैं।
कितनी गाड़ियों को आग के हवाले कर दिया गया?
करीब 100 इसमें गाड़ियों का नुकसान हुआ है।
100 गाड़ियों का नुकसान हुआ। सर क्या जो इंजर्ड हैं उनको गन शॉट इंजरी भी है, गोली भी लगी है?
नहीं, जो इंजर्ड हैं फिलहाल वो भी कोई खतरे में नहीं जी, माइनर इंजरीज हैं। जो 3 सीरियस पेशेंट्स थे वो हमने फर्दर रेफर कर दिए पीजीआई रोहतक में, कुछ गुड़गांव में अपना इलाज करा रहे हैं। तो एज सच जो भी फिलहाल इंजर्ड है उसमें कोई सीरियसली इंजर्ड नहीं है।
सर एक सवाल ये भी उठ रहा है क्योंकि जो स्थानीय प्रशासन है उसको जानकारी थी कि ये सेंसिटिव इलाका है और अगर शोभा यात्रा यहाँ पर निकलती है तो माहौल ख़राब हो सकता है। तो एक तो परमिशन किस आधार पर दी गई और क्या जब परमिशन दी गई तो सुरक्षा व्यवस्था पर्याप्त थी? क्योंकि वीएचपी जो हिंदू संगठन के लोग हैं वो भी सवाल उठा रहे हैं।
देखिए, ये शोभा यात्रा जो है हर साल निकाली जाती है, तो ऐसा कोई वो नहीं था। बाकी जो है सभी ड्यूटियाँ इसमें जो अधिकारी कर्मचारी सभी की ड्यूटियाँ लगी हुई थी। ये कितना फ्लेयर अप हुआ, किस तरीके से फ्लेयर अप हुआ, उसकी हम जाँच कर रहे हैं और जो भी इसमें किसी की अगर कोताही मिलती है तो हम उस पर कार्रवाई।
क्या जाँच के लिए कोई कमेटी बनाई गई है?
ये अभी हम लोकल स्तर पर कर रहे हैं। अगर सरकार की तरफ से कुछ दिशा निर्देश आएंगे तो उनका ही पालन करेंगे।
2 होमगार्ड हैं, उनकी मौत हुई, 1 सिविलियन की मौत हुई। वो मौत कैसे हुई है? क्या गोली लगने से?
जी, इसमें जो मृत्यु हुई है वो पथराव में सीरियस इंजरीज की वजह से हुई है, गोली लगने से नहीं हुई है। जो एक गुड़गांव की टीम के इंस्पेक्टर हैं उनको गोली लगी है।
गुड़गांव के जो इंस्पेक्टर हैं अनिल
जी, उनको गोली लगी है।
अच्छा, उसके अलावा कितने और पुलिसकर्मी घायल हैं और उनमें से कितनों को गोली लगी?
करीब 20 पुलिसकर्मी घायल हैं, बाकी को किसी को गोली नहीं लगी है।
अनिल को गोली लगी
जी।
सर सवाल ये भी उठ रहा है पुलिस को लेकर खास तौर से कि जब शोभा यात्रा निकल रही थी तो किस तरह के बंदोबस्त थे, कितनी पुलिस फोर्स तैनात थी?
देखिए इसमें जो न्यू एसपी थे उस टाइम पे लीव पे थे, तो उस टाइम जो इंटेलिजेंस और जो इसका सेटअप यहाँ पे एएसपी देख रहे थे, तो उसमें जो लोकल इंटेलिजेंस और इनपुट के आधार पे हर जगह पे जो शोभा यात्रा का रूट बहुत लंबा रूट है, यहाँ नलड़ शिव मंदिर से चल के फिरोजपुर जिरका और जिरका से वापस होते हुए पुराना पिनगवा काफ़ी लंबा रूट था। तो जिले की जो फोर्स है वो सारी की सारी अलग अलग नाके चौराहों पे लगी हुई थी सफिशेंट अमाउंट में, लेकिन एक जगह लोकल फ्लेवर बिल्ड अप हो गया जो नलड़ शिव मंदिर के पास था जहाँ झड़प हुई है, तो उसकी वजह से फोर्स को वापस आने में और रिस्पॉन्ड करने में थोड़ा समय लग गया।
नहीं, तो नलहड़ जो शिव मंदिर है वहाँ पर बताया जा रहा है, पुजारी बता रहे हैं 2 से 3 हज़ार लोग फंसे हुए थे और बाहर की तरफ से घेर लिया था लोगों ने, पत्थरबाजी हो रही थी।
उसी टाइम पे जैसे ही सूचना मिली है यहाँ पे एडीजी लॉ एंड ऑर्डर ममता सिंह मैडम पहुंची हैं और उन्होंने सिचुएशन को पूरा जायजा लिया है और पूरा कंट्रोल करके जो भी फंसे हुए लोग थे उनकी सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित की है और सबको सकुशल अपने घरों पे पहुंचाया।
क्या कॉल मिली थी नलहड़ मंदिर से?
नलड़ मंदिर के अंदर जो इनिशियल इनपुट ये आ रहे हैं कि जो व्हाट्सएप और फेसबुक पे जो भ्रांतियां फैलाई जा रही थी उसके बेसिस पे दोनों समुदाय के लोग कुछ इकट्ठा हो गए थे और उनमें कुछ लोकल लोगों में झड़प हुई थी, उसके बेसिस पे वो फिर सब लोगों में वहाँ जो एकत्रित थे उनमें फैल गई।
मेरा एक सवाल है कि आप दोनों लोग यहाँ पर हैं, हिंसा फैली कैसे, एक्चुअल रीज़न क्या है?
इसमें कुछ जो शोभा यात्रा निकाली जा रही थी और हर साल ये बहुत पीसफुल शोभा यात्रा निकाली जाती है, उसके बाद में जो इस बार जो कुछ राजस्थान पुलिस का जो एक आरोपी मनु मानेसर था उसके आने की सूचना थी और उसके बेसिस पे फेसबुक पे काफ़ी वल्गर कमेंट्स और सोशल मीडिया पे टिप्पणियाँ चल रही थी, उसको लेते हुए दोनों समुदाय में थोड़ा बहुत तनाव था, लेकिन जो किसी ने वहाँ उसके आने की अफवाह फैला दी और उसकी वजह से आगे वो टेंशन में सिचुएशन बदल गई।
Okay, so that is of course what the administration on the ground and the police on the ground has to say. My colleague Shreya Chatterjee is joining us over the phone line from New at the moment. Shreya, give us an update on the situation on the ground.
Well, Paulini, right now there has been no fresh reports of arson, but Section 144 remains in the region. What we also know that network is snapped till 2nd of August. We also know that extra forces have also been given from the adjoining district of Haryana. There are 20 FIRs that have so far been registered in the case, and that's also been investigated. We've seen the cyber police station being burned down. There's been arsoning in selected places, and right now the police is also on the ground. They are taking round of the entire region. We saw the SP taking round in and at different places and ensuring that people are not coming out of their residences. Right now, the police's foremost role is that they don't want any threat case to be reported, and then subsequently we will see the investigation speed up so far as these reports and cases are concerned.
Okay, Shreya there, of course, reporting on the current situation. Remember, she is, of course, reporting that Section 144 has been imposed already. There are paramilitary teams that are present on the ground and 6 more teams, 13 are already present on the ground and 6 more teams are en route Haryana as we speak, because the state government has requisitioned more teams from the centre for at least a week so that law and order can be maintained in these tense areas. Now let's take you through all the top developments coming in from violence hit Nu. Tension simmers in Haryana's Nu. 3 people were killed and at least 20 others, including several policemen, were injured. This after a mob tried to stop a VHP rally in a minority-dominated area. Locals in Nu are agitated about police not acting on time. Nu's cybercrime police station was attacked by miscreants and vehicles were set on fire. They looted the police bus, broke into walls in the police station. The violence that initially erupted in Nu has now spread to Gurugram, where 2 communities clashed near Sona Road. Multiple vehicles and shops were set on fire. Haryana government has issued prohibitory orders in Nu, Gurugram and Faridabad and ordered all schools and educational institutions in the districts to remain shut. In the wake of intense communal tension, Haryana Chief Minister ML Khattar has appealed to the people of the state to maintain peace and harmony in the state. And these are reports that have been filed by my colleague Himanshu Mishra, who's been visiting the violence-hit areas of Haryana.
ये मंजर उसकी गवाही दे रहे हैं। आप देखिए, ये मेन हाईवे है, अलवर की तरफ ये रोड जाती है, ये मेन हाईवे है, लेकिन लोग इधर से जाने को मजबूर हैं। वजह ये है कि इस पूरी रोड पर आप देख सकते हैं किस तरीके से आगजनी, पत्थरबाजी और दंगे के निशान यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं। सोमवार के दिन जब इस इलाके में हंगामा हुआ, जब तोड़फोड़ हुई, जब पत्थरबाजी हुई, जब आगजनी हुई, तो क्या मंजर रहा होगा, कितना डर का माहौल रहा होगा। फिलहाल कोशिश की जा रही है इलाके में शांति बनाए जाने की, और इसके लिए प्रशासन दोनों समुदायों से बातचीत कर रहा है और कोशिश कर रहा है कि इलाके में जल्द से जल्द हालात को सामान्य किया जा सके। फिलहाल इंटरनेट बंद है और साथ ही साथ जो तमाम लोग हैं उनसे बात करने की कोशिश की जा रही है। कुछ लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है, जबकि कई लोगों की तलाश फिलहाल की जा रही है। कैमरामैन लोकेंद्र पांडे के साथ हिमांशु मिश्रा।
News coming in right now. New unrest spread to Gurugram. In fact, late last night, Gurugram cleric killed in late night attack on under construction mosque in Gurugram. Victim has been identified as Maulana Saad and his aid is critical. Cartridges have been found from the attack site in Gurugram. So that's very disturbing news that's coming in right now after, of course, the violence from Nu and the tension from Nu spread to Gurugram. Late last night, a cleric was killed in a late night attack. The attack was on an under construction mosque in Gurugram. The victim has been identified as Maulana Saad. His aid is critical. Cartridges, in fact, have been found from the attack site in Gurugram. This is the latest that we're learning from on the ground. Shreya is bringing us those details. Shreya, this is disturbing news. This definitely adds to the tension on the ground. What are you learning from your sources about Maulana Saad being killed in a late night attack?
Well, Paulini, it's an unfortunate news that is coming in from Sector 47, Gurugram. There were people who actually to protest against what had took place in Nu had gathered in Sona and subsequently in the Gurugram region, and out of them the protesters had actually got violent, is what we are learning so far from our sources. And then there was arsoning at the masjid, at the temple, the place of worship as well, is what we are learning. And this cleric had came under attack and he lost his life. This is a very unfortunate incident that's been reported. We are also told the two other people who are also inside the premise of the mosque have also been injured. They are right now under treatment, and police is obviously investigating the matter, but extremely sensitive news that is coming in. We only hope that this does not raise any unfortunate scenarios further, and police in Haryana is able to tackle the situation on the ground.
Absolutely. This is extremely tense situation on the ground at the moment. Shreya, also what you're reporting is that cartridges were found from the site of the under construction mosque.
Paulini, if you could repeat that question.
Yeah, cartridges found from the site of the under construction mosque.
Yes, Paulini, that is what is being reported, that cartridges have been found. There were reports initially which were unconfirmed that firing had taken place, but now we've confirmed information that cartridges have indeed been found from the premise of this mosque. This is a communal tension that could have been tackled. Time and again we're telling this because from the ground, when we are speaking to people, they have to say that there was no adequate force that was deployed in the region. There was, despite the knowledge of the fact that there could be a communal tension in the region, the Haryana police have not made adequate preparation, which actually resulted into the violence. It knew that now moved over to Sona and obviously in Gurugram, from where this unfortunate incident is being reported.
This is absolutely unfortunate. The Haryana government and the administration has a lot to answer for. When you know that previously such situations, when there are religious processions, Shreya, They have caused tension. There have been clashes. It has happened in the national capital in the past. Why was it that they did not prepare adequately for this situation, especially when they themselves, the acting SP, they're speaking to our colleague earlier, Arvind, said that there was a lot of back and forth between the two communities that was happening on social media already ahead of this unfortunate incident that took place in New yesterday. Why was there no adequate force on the ground, Shreya?
Well, absolutely, Colin. There's absolutely no answering to this question because we had Monu Manekal's video that was playing around in the social media. He is a person who is abducting from one of those two of the killings in Bharatpur. He's a vigilante. And somewhere down the line, when he's making statements on social media, trying to fuel communal tensions in the region of Mewat, the Haryana police should have acted on the ground. That did not happen. There are questions raised that if there was a permission given for the Yatra, why was there no adequate forces deployed? Because there were a huge amount of people who had gathered for the Yatra, where stone pelting began. And then we know that how a riot happened. The communal flare which happened in Nuh that poured over to Sona, Gurugram, and now while we're reporting this unfortunate incident from Gurugram Sector 47, the question is actually on the Haryana police who had failed to man the place well despite knowing that there was a possibility of a communal tension. It was in public domain, in knowledge of everyone, but unfortunately the Haryana police sat on that incident.
Unfortunate that Shreya Chatterjee, they're reporting from the ground in Haryana. She is in Nuh at the moment, but unfortunate and very sensitive detail they're coming in right now. A cleric who was at an under construction mosque that came under attack last night in Gurugram was killed, and two of his aides are critical, receiving treatment at the moment. Let's listen in to what eyewitnesses have to say.
यहाँ मैं सो रहा था सर। हाँ। लास्ट में चिल्ला चिल्ली हुआ तो मैं डर के मारे जो है छिप गया था। हम लोग तीनों आदमी हाँ अगर वो नहीं पाए बच गए सर।
हुआ क्या कुछ है? कितने लोग आए थे यहाँ पे? कितने लोगों को चोट लगी है?
2 आदमी की चोट लगी हुई है सर।
अच्छा
हाँ।
क्या कुछ कैसे चोट लगी उसको?
ये सब नहीं देखा। वो अलग रूम में रहते थे, हम लोग यहाँ रहते थे।
कौन कितने लोग रह रहे थे उस रूम में?
उस रूम में 2 आदमी रहते थे।
2 आदमी?
जी।
तो क्या नाम था उनके?
खुर्शीद एक का नाम था, एक का हाफिज।
अच्छा, जिनको चोट लगी उनका क्या नाम है?
खुर्शीद।
जिसको गंभीर हालत में उसका क्या नाम है?
उनका चेयरमैन नाम जानते हैं सर।
अच्छा
जी।
तो आप लोग कितने टोटल उस वक्त यहाँ पे? 5 लोग थे। और जो हमलावर थे वो कितने थे?
उनको हम नहीं देखे सर।
कैसे आए थे, कैसे नहीं?
ये सब नहीं देखा सर।
गोली भी चलाई क्या?
ये सब नहीं है सुना।
तो पुलिस को सूचना किसने दी?
पुलिस यहाँ ड्यूटी पड़ा था सर।
अच्छा, पुलिस यहाँ पे ऑलरेडी पहले से थी?
जी जी।
उनकी मौजूदगी में हुआ?
जी।
कितने पुलिसकर्मी थे यहाँ पे?
यहाँ 4 के 5 रहते थे सर।
5 पुलिसकर्मियों की मौजूदगी में हुआ सब कुछ?
So that is what an eyewitness has to say about what happened in Gurugram last night. Haryana Home Minister Anil Vij exclusively spoke to India Today. He says this violence erupted after rumour of Monu Manesar joining the VHP Shobha Yatra. Listen in.
मिस्टर विज, किस तरह की तैयारी, क्या प्रिपरेशन है, कैसे लॉ एंड ऑर्डर वापस लाएंगे? जिस तरह के विजुअल्स हम देख रहे हैं सर, ये तो काफ़ी ख़राब हालत लग रही है, ना ही सिर्फ नूह मेवात में बल्कि गुरुग्राम डिस्ट्रिक्ट तक आ गया है वायलेंस। क्या आपकी सरकार कर रही है कि वापस सिचुएशन नॉर्मलाइज हो?
नहीं, देखिए, हमने सारे हरियाणा से वो फोर्सेस को और ऑफिसर्स को, एसपीज को वहाँ पे मूव किया है। हमारे डीजीपी खुद वहाँ पर बैठ के सारा नियंत्रित कर रहे हैं। हमारी एडीजीपी लॉ एंड ऑर्डर ममता सिंह ने खुद फोर्स को लीड करके जो मंदिर में लोगों को बंदी बना रखा था उनको जाकर उन्होंने छुड़वाया है। हमने वहाँ पर इंटरनेट सेवाएं बंद कर दी हैं और मेवात में कर्फ्यू लगा दिया है, क्योंकि सबसे पहला जो हमारा मोटिव है वो है वहाँ पे शांति करना और स्थिति को नियंत्रण में करना।
सर आपकी क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन है, शुरुआत कहां से हुई? एक शोभा यात्रा का कही जा रही है जो वीएचपी ने निकाली थी, उस पर पथराव होता है, लेकिन ऐसे किसी रैली पे कैसे पथराव हो सकता है सर? क्या पहले क्यों नहीं प्रिकॉशनरी मेजर लिया गया? अगर कोई भी इंटेलिजेंस इनपुट था कि किसी तरह का कम्युनल टेंशन हो सकता है, आपके हिसाब से क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन है सर?
पहली बार शोभा यात्रा निकाली गई हो ऐसी बात नहीं है। हर साल निकलती है और शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से निकलती है, परंतु जिस ढंग का ये हमला हुआ है और बवाल हुआ है, लगता है किसी ने मास्टरमाइंड किया है। वो हम फाइंड आउट करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, लेकिन अभी तो हम फोर्सेस वहां पर पहुंचा रहे हैं और स्थिति को पूरी तरह से कंट्रोल में रहे ऐसी हमारी कोशिश है। हमने कर्फ्यू लगा दिया है सारे नू में ताकि स्थिति को नियंत्रित किया जा सके।
सर क्या इंटरनेट सस्पेंशन और रिस्ट्रिक्शंस ऐसी कर्फ्यू जैसी या सेक्शन 144 गुरुग्राम डिस्ट्रिक्ट में भी लगाई गई है या अभी नू और मेवात तक ये सीमित है?
नहीं, अभी कर्फ्यू नू में ही लगाया गया है। बाकी सारी जगह पर हमने अलर्ट किया है और जो आजू बाजू के जिले हैं वहां पर भी अतिरिक्त फोर्स भेज रहे हैं। हमें केंद्र से, मैंने यूनियन होम मिनिस्टर से अजय भल्ला जी से खुद मैंने बात की थी और ही वाज काइंड एनफ कि उन्होंने 20 कंपनियां हमें अलॉट कर दी और उसमें से कुछ कंपनियां वहां पर पहुंच गई हैं। इवन एयरफोर्स को भी अलर्ट पर रखा गया था कि अगर दूर से कहीं से कंपनियां लानी हैं तो हम लाके दिल्ली उतार के और उनको जल्दी पहुंचाया जा सके।
सर हमारे जो रिपोर्टर्स हैं ऑन ग्राउंड, चाहे वो नू में हो या गुरुग्राम डिस्ट्रिक्ट में हो, सर उनका कहना है कि पुलिस डिप्लॉयमेंट बहुत हैवी भी नहीं है। ऐसे वक्त में जिस तरह एक तरह से दंगा ही हो रहा है, इसको उस तरह ही देखा जाएगा, पुलिस डिप्लॉयमेंट और हैवी होनी चाहिए थी।
वो शुरू में जब यात्रा निकल रही थी तो रेगुलर जैसे इस कार्यक्रम में जितनी आवश्यकता होती है उतनी पुलिस थी वहां पर, लेकिन जैसे ही ये दंगे की खबर आई मैंने खुद मॉनिटर किया सारा दिन बैठ के और हमने इधर उधर से साथ के लगते जिलों से, फरीदाबाद से, पलवल से, गुड़गांव से, झज्जर से, रुड़की से हमने फोर्सेस वहां पर मूव की हैं और जल्दी उन फोर्सेस ने जाकर वहां पर स्थिति को अपने नियंत्रण में कर लिया था। सबसे बड़ी समस्या हमें आ रही थी कि जो काफी बड़ी संख्या में लोग मंदिर में कैप्टिव रखे गए थे उनको छुड़ाने की आ रही थी, तो हमारी एडीजीपी लॉ एंड ऑर्डर ममता सिंह ने खुद फोर्स को लीड किया और जाकर उनको वहां से छुड़वाया।
सर लेकिन हमें बताइए शुरुआत कैसे हुई, ऐसे कैसे पथराव एकदम हो जाता है? क्योंकि एक एलिगेशन आ रही है जो मनु माने सर है जिसके अगेंस्ट, मैं एक बार पूछ लूं सर, जिनके अगेंस्ट केस है वो था उसमें सर। We should not rush to early conclusions. हम इसको फाइंड आउट करेंगे तथ्यों सहित, हम इसकी गहराई तक जाएंगे कि किसने करवाया, किसने किया, कैसे हुआ। We will try to find out everything. अनिल वैद्य जी, हरियाणा में चुनाव होने वाले हैं, कहीं ये चुनावी हिंसा जिस तरह से देखा जाए उसको क्या आप देखते हैं? ये वो रंग भी है इसमें, क्या इलेक्शन से पहले ऐसा किसी तरह का कम्युनलाइज करने का किसी का एजेंडा आप देखते हैं, अटेम्प्ट देखते हैं?
देखिए मैं कोई किसी बात को इतनी जल्दबाजी में नहीं कहूंगा। हमारी एजेंसियों को फाइंड आउट कर लेने दीजिए, हम आपसे सब शेयर करेंगे।
Now, Congress took on Chief Minister ML Khattar for the violence that erupted in Nu. Listen in.
ये बड़ा दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। मेरा लोगों से यही अपील है कि शांति कायम रखें और कानून व्यवस्था कायम करने के लिए मदद करें और आपस में भाईचारा बनाएं।
गृह मंत्री कह रहे हैं कि हमने पर्याप्त जो है बल तैनात किया है।
वही मैं कह रहा हूँ, अब पर्याप्त उन्हें भेजा होगा, लेकिन पहले जितनी होनी चाहिए थी उतनी नहीं है जो मैंने सुना है।
हरियाणा को पहले भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने जातीय हिंसा में धकेला था और वो आग वर्षों तक धधकती रही। अब जैसे ही चुनाव नजदीक आ रहा है, हरियाणा को धार्मिक हिंसा के अंदर धकेला जा रहा है। बताइए क्या कारण है कि हमारे हरियाणा में, शांति प्रिय हरियाणा में 75 वर्षों में देश की आजादी के बाद कभी धार्मिक दंगे नहीं हुए। पहली बार धार्मिक दंगे हुए, वो भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार की नाक के नीचे। कहां है मुख्यमंत्री?
We're slipping into a very short break. Coming up next, Manipur reignites. Parliament paralyzed. 8 days of non-stop pandemonium in Parliament. Details on the other side.
They worked hard for keeping their city clean, but never lost hope for striking it big. Now, Lady Luck has smiled on these 11 sanitation workers. Part of the Haritha Karma Sena in Kerala's Malappuram, the group has won the jackpot of ₹10 crore bumper monsoon lottery. The 11 women had pooled in ₹250 to buy the lottery ticket, which turned out to be the winning number. After paying taxes, each of them will get 63 lakh rupees.
ലോട്ടറിക്കാരൻ വന്ന് പാലക്കാട്ടിൽ നിന്ന് ഒരുത്തം വന്ന് ഞങ്ങളോട് ചോദിച്ച് പൈസ ഇല്ല എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ ഓള് മേലേക്കാണ്ട് കൊണ്ടുപോയപ്പോൾ എല്ലാവരോടും പൈസ വീതിച്ച് ലാസ്റ്റ് വന്നത് ഞങ്ങളടുത്തേക്ക് ഞങ്ങൾ 25 ഉറുപ്പ്യ ഇവിടെ ആകെ കൊടുത്തു അതിൽ 12.5 വെളും 12.5 ഞാനും അപ്പോൾ ഒന്നുകൊണ്ട് ഞങ്ങൾ രണ്ടാളും നടുമധ്യത്തിലാക്കി.
These lucky winners collect non-biodegradable waste from homes for a living. But now, they are all set to make a fresh start. Bureau Report, India Today.
Apple iPhone 15 series will most likely launch in the month of September, but buyers may be in for a shock. The prices may go up substantially, especially for the Pro models. Barclays analyst Tim Long says iPhone 15 Pro will be $100 more expensive compared to the iPhone 14 Pro. And the Pro Max model will be a full $200 more expensive. He says the starting price of the normal Pro model will be around $1,100, whereas the Pro Max model will start at almost $1,300.
So in India, Danny, will the iPhone finally breach the 2 lakh rupee price point?
So let's do a little math here to understand that. The current most expensive iPhone in the country, which is the iPhone 14 Pro Max 1TB model, sells for around ₹1,89,900, which is roughly around $2,300. And at the same time, the model in US costs just $1,500 plus taxes. So if we just add $200 to the total price in India for the iPhone 15 Pro Max, it comes down to $2,500, which is a whopping $2,05,000. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but the next generation iPhones could easily breach the 2 lakh mark.
Dholak, a popular percussion instrument in villages. While the dholak is easily available and simple to perform, there is hardly any formal training. In an innovative attempt to revive the beats of dholak, the Sangeet Natak Academy organized a workshop in Lucknow.
अभी बॉम्बे में इसकी बहुत सेवा की जा रही है ढोलक की, और बॉलीवुड में इसको अपनाया गया, लेकिन यहाँ पे जो होना चाहिए जिस तरीके से शिक्षण कार्य ढोलक का वो नहीं हो पा रहा है। ये बहुत अच्छी बात नहीं है, लेकिन फिर भी कुछ प्राइवेट संस्थाएं हैं जो अपना ढोलक सिखाने का कार्य कर रही हैं। बिकॉज आकाशवाणी जो है वो ऑडिशन भी लेता है, बी ग्रेड भी, हाई ग्रेड, बट वो व्यवस्था सिखाने की कोई नहीं कर रहा है। इस पर काफ़ी लोगों को फोक वालों को ध्यान देना चाहिए।
A
Among the participants are senior citizens, a proof that age doesn't matter when it comes to learning.
मुझे बहुत बड़ा शौक संगीत से रहा है जीवन में और आज भी है। आज भी मैं व्यायाम करता हूँ, 2 घंटा मैं व्यायाम करता हूँ। ढोलक करके सीख करके समाज की सेवा करना चाहता हूँ और समाज के साथ जहाँ भी हमारी आवश्यकता पड़ी, धार्मिक कार्यों में, अन्य कार्यों में, हर जगह मैं जाने को उपस्थित हूँ। बस हमें आर्डर मिल जाए, मैं आदेश का पालन करूँगा।
The 25 days workshop is spreading awareness about India's most popular folk instruments.
जब ये कार्यशाला का पता चला तो पहले मेरी इच्छा नहीं हुई आने की, कि एक तो मैं दूर से आती हूँ कपूरथला से, तो 1 दिन आए 2 दिन आए अच्छा नहीं लगा। लेकिन जैसे जैसे हम आते गए उसके बाद मेरा थोड़ा सा विचार बदला। मुझे शौक़ हमेशा से था कि ढोलक सीखें, क्योंकि घरेलू फंक्शन में बहुत अच्छा नहीं बजा पाते थे। जब एक्सपर्ट नहीं होते थे तब हमारी बारी आती थी।
The Sangeet Natak Academy workshop is giving Dholak a new life. Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Watching India Today.
Hello, very good morning. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's get started with the top stories, the headlines in this edition first. Haryana on the edge after massive riots in Nuh and Sona. Section 144 imposed in Nuh, Sona and Faridabad up until tomorrow. This is an India Today exclusive. Haryana Home Minister Anil Vij says Monu Manesar not present in the Yatra, says additional security deployment by the centre. The big fight for control in Delhi. Delhi Services Bill in Lok Sabha today. Bill allows the Lieutenant Governor to make appointments. AAP labels this bill as a black law. Manipur reignites Parliament paralysed. 8 days of non-stop pandemonium in Parliament. India bloc adamant on the Prime Minister's statement. The centre says opposition is running away from the debate. Ahead of Prime Minister Modi's felicitation by Sharad Pawar, Congress stages protests against the Prime Minister in Pune. Protesters have been detained for Black Flags protest. We'll kickstart this edition with some breaking news just coming in. Well, key India bloc meeting ahead of Parliament session, ahead of another stormy session in Parliament. Opposition MPs are chalking out the strategy to corner the centre. Opposition continues to demand that the Prime Minister make a statement. On Manipur, the centre says the opposition is not allowing debate inside Parliament. Opposition MPs are meeting inside Parliament to chalk out their strategy, even as the Parliament has not been functioning for 8 days now in a row ever since the session began, with the opposition making a key demand that the Prime Minister himself make a statement in Parliament, in both houses of Parliament, on Manipur, and that a statement from the Home Minister will not do. The centre, in fact, the Treasury benches have accused the opposition of blocking a discussion on Manipur. We are going straight to proceedings of the House right now.
निष्पादन अच्छी तरह से होता है। हमारे मंत्रालय के माध्यम से केंद्रीय वित्त आयोग और संशोधित राष्ट्रीय ग्राम स्वराज अभियान के माध्यम से पंचायतों को सक्षम करने के लिए पंचायत राज मंत्रालय राज्यों के साथ मिलकर प्रयास करते रहते हैं और बढ़ावा देते रहते हैं। राष्ट्रीय ग्राम स्वराज अभियान के माध्यम से क्षमता निर्माण के लिए पंचायतों के निर्वाचित प्रतिनिधियों की 2 बार ट्रेनिंग दी जाती है। ओरिएंटेशन प्रबोधन का ट्रेनिंग दिया जाता है तथा 2 साल के अंदर रिक्रिएशन यानी पुण्यचर्या के लिए भी प्रबोधन किया जाता है, ताकि प्रभावी ढंग से पंचायतों में चुन के आए वो जनप्रतिनिधि है वो अपना कार्य कुशलता से करे। राष्ट्रीय ग्राम स्वराज अभियान के माध्यम से पंचायतों को पंचायत भवन निर्माण के लिए और जिस पंचायत में कंप्यूटर नहीं है उसको कंप्यूटर देने के बारे में भी इसमें प्रावधान है। केंद्रीय वित्त आयोग के अनुदान के माध्यम से अनुसूची में शामिल 29 विषयों के तहत आवश्यक कई बुनियादी सुविधाएं हैं और सुविधाओं का काम किया जाता है, जैसे कि पेयजल आपूर्ति, स्वच्छता, सीवरेज, ऐसे काम वित्त आयोग के माध्यम से किए जाते हैं। मुझे बताने में खुशी है कि जब 10वां वित्त आयोग आया था तो उसका बजट था 4,380 करोड़। 11वां वित्त आयोग आया उसका बजट 8,000 करोड़ था। फिर 12वां वित्त आयोग आया उसका बजट 20,000 करोड़ था। तो 13वां वित्त आयोग आया, 13वां वित्त आयोग का बजट 60,050 करोड़ था। देश में सत्ता परिवर्तन हुआ और देश में मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सरकार आई और पंचायतों को सक्षम करने के लिए मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में निर्णय लिया गया और 14 वित्त आयोग में 2,292 करोड़ रुपए का प्रावधान पंचायतों को सक्षम करने के लिए किया गया और 2021 से 26 के लिए 15 वित्त आयोग आया, उसके अंतरिम 2021 के लिए 60,750 करोड़ रुपए का प्रावधान किया गया और 21 से लेकर 26 तक 2,36,000 करोड़ का प्रावधान किया गया। अंतरिम और मूल दोनों को अगर जोड़ा जाए तो पंचायतों को सक्षम करने के लिए लगभग 2,97,555 करोड़ का प्रावधान फाइनेंस कमीशन के माध्यम से इस पंचायतों को सक्षम करने के लिए किया गया है। माननीय सदस्य ने मध्य प्रदेश के बारे में जनजाति के विषय में उन्होंने एक सवाल पूछा है। मैं माननीय सदस्य को आपके माध्यम से शाश्वत करना चाहूँगा कि संविधान के 90वें प्रावधान के तहत पंचायत स्तर के सभी प्रकार की जन कल्याणकारी योजनाओं को क्रियान्वयन करने की जिम्मेदारी ये राज्य सरकार की है। केंद्र सरकार की प्रमुख योजनाओं की सूची मैं माननीय सदस्यों को दूंगा। हाल ही में हमारे मंत्री जी ने सभी राज्य सरकार को पत्र लिखा है, उनमें उन्हें विनती की है कि सभी ग्राम सभाओं को सक्षम करके केंद्र सरकार की जितनी भी योजना है वो गांव तक जाने के लिए जिला पंचायत के माध्यम से गांव को जागृति लाने के लिए काम करे, ताकि जनजाति समाज के लिए जो योजना है वो उन तक पहुंचाने का काम करे।
हाँ जी, मेरा पूरक प्रश्न है कि जनजाति क्षेत्र में पंचायतों को क्या क्या विशेष अनुदान प्रदान किया जा रहा है जिससे जनजाति क्षेत्रों को लाभ प्राप्त हो सके। धन्यवाद।
अध्यक्ष महोदय, देश में जनजातीय आबादी के विकास के लिए सरकार के कई मंत्रालय, जैसे हाल ही में जनजाति मंत्रालय के माध्यम से इसी हाउस में उत्तर दिया गया था कि केंद्र सरकार के 42 ऐसे मंत्रालय हैं जो जनजाति के लिए काम करते हैं। जैसे शेड्यूल ट्राइब कंपोनेंट के माध्यम से निधियों का आवंटन किया जाता है। इसमें अपने अपने मंत्रालय के माध्यम से निधियों का आवंटन होता है। राज्यों के सभी पंचायतों के विकास के लिए हर एक मंत्रालय उनके विकास के लिए निधि का आरक्षित करना ये ज़रूरी समझ के उसका आरक्षण करते रहता है। जैसे हमारे मंत्रालय के माध्यम से जनजाति क्षेत्र में विकास के लिए 83 करोड़ 51 लाख रुपए का प्रावधान किया है। जनजाति कार्य मंत्रालय के माध्यम से जनजाति क्षेत्र के पंचायतों के विकास के लिए कई ऐसी योजनाएं हैं जो अनेक मंत्रालय के माध्यम से कार्यान्वित होती है। सम्माननीय सदस्य के जानकारी के लिए मैं 2-4 ऐसी योजना बताऊंगा। जैसे प्रधानमंत्री आदि आदर्श गांव योजना है, संविधान अनुच्छेद के तहत अनुदान 275(1) का प्रावधान है। विशेष रूप से कमजोर जनजातीय समूहों के लिए पीवीटीजी का विकास करना है। अनुसूचित जनजाति कल्याण के लिए कार्य शैक्षिक संगठनों को सहायता अनुदान है। ऐसी कई योजनाएं हैं। अगर मंत्री जी सम्मानीय सदस्य मुझे मिलेंगे तो उनको मैं निश्चित तौर पर जानकारी दूंगा। धन्यवाद।
क्वेश्चन नंबर 162 श्री राजमोहन उन्नीथन। माननीय मंत्री जी
पटल पर रखा हुआ।
राजमोहन उन्नीथन। क्वेश्चन नंबर 163 श्रीमती रीता पाठक।
बहुत धन्यवाद करती हूँ सम्मानीय अध्यक्ष महोदय। अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं आपके माध्यम से माननीय कृषि और किसान कल्याण मंत्री जी से ये पूछना चाहती हूँ कि क्या हमारी सरकार का देश में जैविक उर्वरकों के उत्पादन और खाद्यान्न की जैविक खेती को बढ़ावा देने के लिए किसानों को प्रोत्साहन देने का कोई विचार है क्या? और इसमें ऐसी कितनी योजनाएं जोड़ी गई हैं जिसमें हमारी जैविक खेती को लेकर हमारे किसान भाइयों को आगे आने वाले समय में और उनकी खेती में फायदा होने वाला है?
माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय जी, जैसा कि माननीय सदस्य जी ने प्राकृतिक खेती और जैव उर्वरक पर प्रश्न किया है, भारत सरकार के द्वारा ये लगातार प्रयास रहा है कि प्राकृतिक खेती और ऑर्गेनिक को बढ़ावा दिया जाए और निश्चित रूप से 2015-16 के बाद में इसके ऊपर विशेष बल दिया गया।
More breaking news coming in. Pictures of Prime Minister Narendra Modi has reached Pune Airport. Ahead of the Lokmanya Tilak National Award, the Prime Minister is to visit the Ganapati Temple in Pune. We're getting in these pictures right now of the Prime Minister who has now reached Pune. The Prime Minister is in Pune today, but this has seen a lot of outcry given that the Congress has been out on the streets protesting his visit, talking about the fact that he should be facing Parliament. In fact, posters have been coming up in different parts of Pune city. Also, the interesting bit here is the manner in which the Prime Minister is all set to share the stage with Sharad Pawar at the Lokmanya Tilak National Award ceremony, obviously leading to a lot of unrest both within the India bloc, which is staging a protest, and also the Mahavikas Aghadi alliance, essentially, given that there have been questions raised about the split in the NCP and questions being raised about Sharad Pawar's real intention just months before Lok Sabha elections. Pankaj Kelkar has more details on that story. The Prime Minister, Pankaj, is all set to inaugurate infrastructure projects, including the metro line in Pune, but the political messaging right from the very beginning has been that of a split really within the alliance of the India bloc, given that Sharad Pawar is sharing dais with him and has even decided to felicitate him.
Over here, the function will be, the time of the function is around 11:45, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be conferred with Lokmanya Tilak National Award. The controversy over here, the Congress leader, member of Maharashtra Pradesh Congress Committee, Rohit Tilak, who is one of the main trustees of this Tilak Smarak Trust, he and his trust have decided that Modi ji will be conferred with this award, and that's where the controversy has started, wherein other Congress leaders have opposed, may it be Congress Committee President Nana Patole or City President Arvind Shinde, who are straight away opposing that how come Modi ji will be conferred with this award. So many controversies are surrounding him. On the other hand, yet another controversy, that is Sharad Pawar, the NCP chief, will be attending this function, will be sharing dais with Narendra Modi ji at the time, at the juncture when NCP stands divided and BJP, Narendra Modi, Amit Shah, Devendra Fadnavis are held responsible, who played a key role, wherein now NCP is divided into two factions. Majority of the faction is with Ajit Pawar and handful of MLAs are with Sharad Pawar. And at the same time, when Sharad Pawar is attending this function, is sharing dais with Narendra Modi, that's where MVA, Mahavikas Aghadi, alliance partners, Congress, Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray group are opposing, and they are raising their voice that this will send a wrong signal message with the workers, where they will be confused whether Sharad Pawar is with them or Sharad Pawar supports BJP.
All right, talk to us about the kind of arrangements also that have been made in Pune city, given that protests had broken out days ago, with the Youth Congress putting out posters as well against the Prime Minister, saying that the Crime Minister must go back and face Parliament. Pankaj.
Yes, Prime Minister should be there. That's what the voice is being heard over here. The agitating workers of Congress party as well as NCP as well as Shiv Sena and other senior activists are raising their voice that Prime Minister Narendra Modi should be in Manipur, should be in Parliament answering the questions of the opposition. How come he is not taking care of? Why is he not paying attention? Why is he not putting extra effort to curb the violence in Manipur? When Manipur is burning, how can he go to other states, or how can he accept such an award? His responsibility is to take care of Manipur, to take care of the country and those parts where violence is there.
All right, getting in details of rumblings within the Mahavikas Aghadi as well. A sense of what really is going to be the way forward, Pankaj, as far as alliance partners, Shiv Sena and of course the Uddhav Thackeray faction and the Congress are concerned.
The alliance partner Shiv Sena, alliance partner Congress and other factions, they are raising their voice and they are unhappy. They are somewhere annoyed at how come Sharad Pawar shares dais with that person whom they are opposing, with that person whom all of the India faction is trying to unite. And here you can see Sharad Pawar giving a wrong signal. But on the other hand, when we spoke to NCP leaders, they are saying that this program was decided well in advance, around 8 to 9 months ago, wherein Sharad Pawar played an important role, giving the invite to Narendra Modi office, to PMO office from Tilak Smarak Trust. And it was here that Rohit Tilak, one of the trustees, had also sought help from Sharad Pawar to give his invite that PM Modi should accept this award. And when Sharad Pawar intervened and he played a fruitful role, that's where Modi's office, Narendra Modi's office, had accepted this proposal of accepting this felicitation, wherein he will be conferred with Lokmanya Tilak National Award 2023. This is 41st award, started way back in 1983 by grandfather of Rohit Tilak, Jayant Rao Tilak.
All right, getting in details of the Prime Minister, who is in fact in Pune. Sharad Pawar all set to felicitate him, much to the dismay of the Mahavikas Aghadi. Not just that, of the India bloc. This comes, Pankaj, at a time when the India bloc is putting up a united face in the opposition, bringing, in fact, trying at least to bring the central government down to its knees. The House has not been functioning, insistent on the Prime Minister make a statement, and this certainly does not go well. Prime Minister Modi has reached Pune. On the left side of your screen, pictures of the Prime Minister reaching Pune city. Remember, he is in fact going to be a part of the ceremony today. Ahead of the Lokmanya Tilak National Award, the Prime Minister is also visiting the Ganapati temple in Pune. Not just that, Sharad Pawar all set to felicitate Prime Minister Narendra Modi. A short while ago, the Prime Minister in fact reached the airport where he was welcomed by various dignitaries. The Prime Minister has also tweeted about it. He said he is taking part in different programs in the city today itself. He's also going to be opening the new metro line extension that will make commuting between Pimpri Chinchwad and Pune easier and faster, along with inaugurating and laying the foundation stones for development projects at the parade ground of Shivaji Nagar Police Headquarters. He's going to begin his visit with a trip to the iconic Dagudesh temple, after which he will attend a function and receive the Lokmanya Tilak National Award. Youth Congress has been up in arms. The Congress has been saying instead of receiving awards in Pune, the Prime Minister must go back to Delhi and face questions inside Parliament, is what is being said. Prime Minister Modi, in fact, was received by the Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and his deputy Devendra Fadnavis today. Sharad Pawar is felicitating the Prime Minister, much to the dismay of the Maha Vikas Aghadi and the India bloc. And this comes at a time when opposition parties are putting up a united front against the BJP-led central government inside Parliament. Political rivals Prime Minister Modi and NCP Chief Sharad Pawar are all set to share the stage in Pune today. The Prime Minister will be conferred with the 2023 Lokmanya Tilak National Award at an event where Pawar will be the chief guest. Several Pawar allies are upset that the Maratha leader is meeting the Prime Minister. Black flag protests against the Prime Minister's visit. Congress and UBT Sena leaders have been detained in Pune for holding a black flag protest as well. They demanded that the Prime Minister visit Manipur and face Parliament before receiving awards. Youth Congress workers have put up Go Back Modi posters at various locations in Pune. During his Maharashtra visit, the Prime Minister will also inaugurate 2 sections of metro rail and lay the foundation stone of various development projects.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is scheduled to visit Pune city, wherein he will be conferred with prestigious Lokmanya Tilak National Award. But on the other side, in Pune itself, there are hundreds of activists, party leaders from Congress Party, NCP Party, as well as Ukraine Sangathan, wherein they are opposing Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and they are alleging that when Manipur needs Prime Minister and government, why is he here in Pune to accept the award? Manipur needs Narendra Modi, Manipur needs government and immediate attention so that peace can prevail over there. With cameraman Gopal Harne, this is Pankaj Khelkar in Pune for India Today.
It is unfortunate that the Puraskar in the name of Tilak should go to Modi. Modi has finished democracy. Modi has finished economy of this country.
I am opposing Narendra Modi on 2 grounds. First ground, he doesn't deserve to accept the Lokmanya prize because the whole ethos of Hindutvad and BJP and Narendra Modi is against the values of freedom struggle. Number 2, he has proved that he doesn't know the governance. Manipur is burning. He has not taken any note, or he is not allowing others to take note about Manipur Islands.
पुरस्कार एक तो नॉन पॉलिटिकल है
और आज तक जिन जिन लोगों को दिया है वो सिर्फ पॉलिटिक्स में काम करने वाले नेता नहीं है, लेकिन बहुत से साइंटिस्ट को दिया है, सोशलिस्ट को दिया है, रिवोल्यूशनरीज को दिया है, बिजनेस हाउसेस को दिया है। तो एक तो ये पॉलिटिकल डायस ही नहीं है, और अध्यक्ष जो संस्था के जो अध्यक्ष रहते हैं वो हमेशा ये पुरस्कार देते हैं, और चीफ गेस्ट उनके साथ यानी मिलके ऐसे वो दिया जाता है। तो शरद पवार जी उसमें ये नॉन पॉलिटिकल डायस है, इसलिए उन्होंने कंफर्मेशन दिया है और वो आने वाले हैं। आत्मनिर्भर भारत और न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी, ये सब सेल्फ रिलायंट देश, इसको सामने रखते हुए हमने वो पुरस्कार उनको हम दे रहे हैं। तो उसी सम्मान के साथ वो पुरस्कार का प्रोग्राम हम करें, पॉलिटिक्स की बुलाया हमें।
It was decided prior to whatever has happened in the present situation that some other organization has invited him. There he is a chief guest, one of the chief guests. Democracy is at the stake, and therefore I feel he is a senior person, he is the most learned person, and he should think of it whether he should reconsider. I won't make any comment on that. He is more intelligent and more matured and more senior leader of the country, and therefore I always respect him. He himself should think it what he should do in the present situation.
Okay. With that, it's time for a quick commercial break. Here on the other side, we're getting you all the details of violence that has been reported not too far away from Delhi's city. Nuh is burning. Haryana on the edge after massive riots in Nuh and Sona, just very close to Delhi. Section 144 has been imposed in Nuh, Sona and Faridabad in the National Capital Region till tomorrow.
You are watching India Today.
Base your market investments not on greed but on research, says market master Ramdev Agarwal in an exclusive conversation with Business Today TV. The veteran investor adds that indices will double in 5 years. The Lal Street witnesses all-round buying as world markets also rise. Sensex and Nifty up after a 3-day fall. Eyes now on next week's RBI monetary policy. Massive 140% jump in the first quarter net profit of Maruti Suzuki. Revenue up 22% on larger sales volume and reduced costs. Maruti to buy entire stake of Suzuki Motors in the Gujarat manufacturing plant. Foxconn signs a 1,600 crore rupee agreement to set up a mobile phone component plant in Tamil Nadu. Factory to be built in Kanchipuram district and will generate 6,000 jobs. Bharti Airtel prepays 8,024 crore rupees in spectrum fees to Department of Telecom, clears bulk of dues related to airwaves bought in an auction 8 years ago. Says will save on 10% interest being charged on installments. And OTT giant Netflix ignores the picketing scriptwriters outside its LA office to offer a whopping salary of 7.4 crore rupees for AI developer jobs. Announces vacancies for AI product manager to enhance machine learning programs.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
A breakthrough FDA-approved technology now enables you to do 11,200 pelvic contractions in a span of just 28 minutes. Something that a human body just cannot otherwise achieve. Enter Emcella, and the world of wellness and fitness offers hope to women with weak pelvic floor muscles, either due to aging, childbirth, menopause, or even men who face sexual issues.
I tried 6 sessions of Emcella, which is the only FDA-approved machine. It's popularly called as Kegel Throne. From 6 sessions before to today, I'm here to assess what my pelvic floor looks like and how well it is strengthened. Any men or women who are looking for pelvic floor strengthening at any age above the age of 18, this is an ideal device. Emcella strengthens the pelvic floor, treats urinary incontinence, and improves intimate wellness. How important it is for them to maintain their Kegel floor? What happens if they don't look after it?
Often the gynecologist says that you should do Kegel exercises. Basically, Kegel is nothing but a pelvic floor muscle exercise, and we need to do a lot of these exercises to get the strength of our pelvic floor back, because see, the pelvic floor is like a hammer, and the bladder as well as the uterus is sitting on it. Emcella helps in sexual health in both men and women. Okay, it actually improves the pleasure during the sexual activity. It improves the erection. It improves the tightness of the vagina. It improves the orgasm. So all in all, it improves the enjoyment.
Of the Prime Minister right now. These are pictures from Pune, where the Prime Minister, just before being felicitated and before receiving the award, Lokmanya Tilak Award, the Prime Minister is in a temple. In fact, this is the famous Ganapati temple in Pune. We're getting you up to speed with all developments from Pune city, where the Prime Minister is. A while ago, he reached Pune, where he was received by the Chief Minister of Maharashtra and the Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis. Pictures right now on your screen are from the iconic Dag Dushet temple, after which the Prime Minister will be attending a function and receive the Lokmanya Tilak National Award. Pictures are coming in from a temple right now in Pune, where the Prime Minister is. This is the Dag Dushet temple, after which the Prime Minister will be attending a function. He will be felicitated today. Also, as far as the developmental projects and inauguration of these projects are concerned, the Prime Minister will open the new metro rail line extension that will in fact make commuting between Pimpri Chinchwad and Pune easier and faster, along with inaugurating and laying the foundation stones for development projects at the parade ground of the Shivaji Nagar Police Headquarters.
सर्वावस्थां गतो विवा यस्मरेत् पुण्डरीकाक्षं सभायां हरये नमः श्रीकृष्ण परमानंदं पूर्णं कर्तुं शिवात्मको धुना देवा एतद् चम्पकपुष्पं समर्पयामि महागणपतये नमः शमीपत्रं समर्पयामि ॐ गङ्गणपतये नमः एकदन्ताय विद्महे वक्रतुण्डाय धीमहि तन्नो दन्ते प्रचोदयात् सर्वावस्थां गतोऽपि वा यस्मरेत् पुण्डरीकाक्षं सभायाभ्यं हरये नमः श्रीकृष्ण परमानं पूर्णं कर्तुं शिवात्मको धुना देवा एतद् चम्पकपुष्पं समर्पयामि.
Pictures of the Prime Minister now at a temple in Pune. The Prime Minister a while ago landed in Pune and he was received by the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister. Now, in fact, he is at the famous Dagduset temple, after which the Prime Minister will be attending a function and receive the Lokmanya Tilak National Award. The Prime Minister offering prayers at the iconic Dagduset temple. As far as his day in Pune is concerned today, he will be opening the new metro rail line extension that will make commuting between Pimpri Chinchwad and Pune easier.
Om Ganganapataye Namaha Ekadantaya Vidamahe Vakradundaya Dhemahe Tanno Dante Prachodayata. सर्वावस्थां गतोऽपि वा यस्मरेत् पुण्डरीकाक्षं सभायाभ्यं हरये नमः श्रीकृष्ण परमानं पूर्णं कर्तुं शिवात्मको धुना देवा एतद् चम्पकपुष्पं समर्पयामि. महागणपतये नमः शमीपत्रं समर्पयामि. ॐ गङ्गणपतये नमः एकदन्ताय विद्महे वक्रतुण्डाय धीमहि तन्नो दन्ते प्रचोदयात्.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Pune today, but in fact there have been protests that have broken out in Pune. Congress and Shiv Sena, faction of the Shiv Sena UBT, are out on the streets protesting against the Prime Minister, raising slogans. These pictures are from the famous Ganpati temple in Pune, where the Prime Minister is right now, after which he is going to be attending a function and receiving the Lokmanya Tilak National Award. Protests in Pune have got to do with insistence of the Congress and the Uddhav Thackeray faction of the Shiv Sena demanding a statement by the Prime Minister inside Parliament saying that why are you silent on Manipur and that you shouldn't be here receiving awards. Break your silence inside Parliament and talk about the situation in Manipur. That's what the Congress and the Shiv Sena have said. There is unrest also within the Mahavikas Aghadi, given that in the function itself and today we have Sharad Pawar, member of the MBA and also of the India opposition bloc, felicitating the Prime Minister, raising several questions on the NCP's intention. Already a divided house, but what does Sharad Pawar really want to do eventually is a big question here. After being a part of the India alliance and also attending the meeting, in spite of there being a split within the NCP, Sharad Pawar is choosing to felicitate Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Pune today. This has led to unrest and rumblings within the India alliance and also the Mahavikas Aghadi in Maharashtra. The Uddhav Thackeray faction of the Sena and the Congress are upset about the fact that Sharad Pawar, of all people, is felicitating Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Paulmi Saha, tracking those details for us, has more on that. Paulmi, it's going to lead to a lot of rumblings and unrest really within the Mahavikas Aghadi and the India bloc, given that of all people, Sharad Pawar is felicitating Prime Minister Narendra Modi today. On the other hand, Congress and UBT Shiv Sena are protesting.
That's right. It's obviously caused a lot of rumblings. Yesterday, we did speak with Shiv Sena MP from the Uddhav Thackeray faction, Arvind Sawant, and he too said that while we understand that this decision was taken by Mr. Pawar before, of course, the split within the NCP, and he has a commitment that he wishes to follow through with. The fact of the matter is that this is, of course, something which comes in the wake of change dynamics as far as the NCP is concerned, and he should reconsider his decision. He could think through again as far as his decision is concerned. Of course, he's a veteran leader. He will, of course, take his own decisions, and nobody can dictate to him. But that was the opinion. And, of course, the suggestion which was coming in from the Uddhav Thackeray faction of the Shiv Sena, given, of course, the split within the NCP, the formation of the India alliance, of which Mr. Pawar and his faction of the NCP are a part, and the way that they've, taken the government head on the Manipur factor, in Parliament, of course, insisting that the Prime Minister make a statement on the floor of the House. He refuses to make that statement on the floor of the House, while, of course, he is attending programs elsewhere today, of course, in Pune. This is problematic as far as, the India bloc sees it. And hence, they have, of course, made public appeals to Mr. Pawar to reconsider his decision. But the fact is that Mr. Pawar made that decision. That is what the NCP faction says, that this is a non-political dais. This is a Lokmanya Tilak award which has been conferred for a very long time upon various, former prime ministers as well, and various dignitaries from various fields as well. The Prime Minister, of course, is the 41st recipient of this award. And at such a time, of course, the fact is that this is non-political, and hence Mr. Pawar is going to follow through with his commitment. But yes, it has caused a lot of, if you may, heartache within the Mahavikas Aghadi in Maharashtra and the India bloc at the central level.
And this comes especially at a time when the opposition has managed to put up a united front, inside Parliament against the BJP-led central government, and that in a way really slows down the momentum of their fight, isn't it?
Right. This obviously will be used by the BJP, of course, against the India bloc, saying that this is clearly a bloc, an alliance which is not united. They might have come together for only one reason, and that is very clear, to take on Narendra Modi in the 2024 elections. Otherwise, when it comes to various ideological issues or their positions on various matters, it seems like there is a lot of divide. For instance, on the Delhi Services Bill, for instance, which is to be taken up today in Parliament in Lok Sabha. There was, of course, a lot of back and forth between the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress. And then the Congress, of course, came under pressure from the other bloc members who said that, this is, of course, not about the Aam Aadmi Party. This is about the federal structure being attacked by the centre through this ordinance route, and which has now, of course, been converted into a bill and is in Parliament today. It is about that. And that's when the Congress took a stand that, of course, they would support the Aam Aadmi Party. So there are various contentious issues. And this, of course, is one of those which is causing some amount of grumblings within the bloc itself. Like I said, at a time that this bloc has taken on not just the central government head-on, but the Prime Minister head-on, demanding that the Prime Minister make a statement on the floor of the House on the situation in Manipur. And without that, there cannot be any discussion. At such a time, as they claim, while they attack the Prime Minister in Parliament, saying that he is running away from Parliament, he is not to be seen in Parliament on the floors of either houses. He is attending various programs elsewhere in other states, be it Gujarat, Rajasthan in the previous week, and then, of course, now in Pune. This, of course, the fact that Mr. Pawar will be felicitating the Prime Minister is, of course, going to be a big sort of blow as far as the opposition is concerned. Of course, they will, go through with it, but this comes at a very specific time, also when there are rumblings as far as back-channel conversations are concerned between Ajit Pawar and Sharad Pawar are concerned, because many still believe that, Ajit Pawar is still trying to convince his uncle to come on board with him and the Bharatiya Janata parties to bring, of course, the alienated faction on board with him, with the NDA. Those conversations are happening. There have been certain meetings that have been in public as well. Mr. Pawar, of course, attended the India Alliance meeting that happened in Parliament one of the days. Supriya Sule stood with Sanjay Singh as he protested at the Gandhi statue in Parliament. All of that to send out a message that, no, we're not talking to Ajit Pawar. We're not going to jump over to the NDA faction side. But the fact is that at this point of time, while they, of course, try to, persist with sending out that message, today's picture, the photo that will appear from Pune, from that stage, from the Tilak Smarak Mandir Trust stage, will, of course, be ammunition for the NDA and the Bharatiya Janata Party.
Thank you for the moment. In fact, Paul, I'm going to request you to be with us for more details on that story. We have a series of reactions also that have been coming in as far as protesters from the Congress and the UBT Shiv Sena is concerned.
It is unfortunate that the Puraskar in the name of Tilak should go to Modi. Modi has finished democracy. Modi has finished economy of this country.
I am opposing Narendra Modi on two grounds. First ground, he doesn't deserve to accept the Lokmanya prize because the whole ethos of Hindutvad and BJP and Narendra Modi is against the values of freedom struggle. Number two, he has proved that he doesn't know the governance. Manipur is burning. He has not taken any note, or he is not allowing others to take note about Manipur violence.
पुरस्कार एक तो नॉन पॉलिटिकल है और आज तक जिन जिन लोगों को दिया है वो सिर्फ पॉलिटिक्स में काम करने वाले नेता नहीं है, लेकिन बहुत से साइंटिस्ट को दिया है, सोशलिस्ट को दिया है, रिवॉल्यूशनरीज को दिया है, बिजनेस हाउसेस को दिया है। तो एक तो ये पॉलिटिकल डायस ही नहीं है, और अध्यक्ष जो संस्था के जो अध्यक्ष रहते हैं वो हमेशा ये पुरस्कार देते हैं और चीफ गेस्ट उनके साथ यानी मिलके ऐसे वो दिया जाता है। तो शरद पवार जी उसमें ये नॉन पॉलिटिकल डायस है, इसलिए उन्होंने कंफर्मेशन दिया और वो आने वाले हैं। आत्मनिर्भर भारत और न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी, ये सब सेल्फ रिलायंट देश, इसको सामने रखते हुए हमने वो पुरस्कार उनको हम दे रहे हैं। तो उसी सम्मान के साथ वो पुरस्कार का प्रोग्राम हम करें पॉलिटिक्स के लिए।
Spokesperson of the NCP, Clyde Trasto, is now joining us. Clyde Trasto, to begin by asking you, could this have not been avoided, given that there are a lot of rumblings and disappointment also, a sense of disappointment within the Congress and the UBD faction of the Shiv Sena, that NCP Supremo here, Patriarch Mr. Sharad Pawar, is felicitating the Prime Minister?
So you have to understand one thing. This event is a private event. It is organized by the Tilak Smarak Temple Trust. And Honorable Sharad Pawar Sahib is attending that event as a mark of respect to Lokmanya Balaganga Tilak. So these are two different things. It's a private event. There's no political event attached to it. So I think, people are raising their voices for a different issue altogether, which is very valid because there are a lot of political questions that need to be answered by the Honorable Prime Minister who's attending there. So I think it's more hype as people are attaching this to as a political event. It is not. It is just a private event, and Honorable Sharad Pawar ji is attending a private event on the invitation of the trust.
I just wanted to ask you, that's what I did at the outset. Could have this not been avoided? Given that the opposition, the India bloc, has managed to keep up, opposition unity intact, even inside Parliament.
The opposition unity is intact, will stay intact. We will keep opposing what the NDA and the BJP are doing. Like I said earlier, and I repeat it again, this event is attended by Mr. Pawar as a mark of respect to Lokmanya Balaganga Tilak, who is revered as a tall leader in Maharashtra and in the country, and as a mark of respect, this attendance is there.
All right. Congress and UBT Shiv Sena are saying the Prime Minister should go back and not be in this particular event and answer questions inside Parliament. What do you have to say about that?
Well, the Honorable Prime Minister has to speak in Parliament. That's what the opposition has been saying. There are issues like Manipur, which are very important, and the Prime Minister has to talk about it. So if the Congress and the Shiv Sena UBT are asking these questions, they are very valid. There are answers that need to be given which are not coming through, just by saying that the opposition is not willing for a dialogue. The opposition is willing for a dialogue, but the presence of the Prime Minister of the country is very important, and he should be there to discuss the whole issue.
All right, Amul, thank you for joining us. So this event should be separate from their opposition to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister still must answer the questions being asked of him, is what is being said by the NCP. That's what the defense is, essentially, that the Congress and the UBT Shiv Sena are raising valid questions, is what the NCP says. But the fact of the matter is that the optics of this don't look very good when it comes to opposition unity. Because inside Parliament, the NCP and otherwise as well has been seen on the side of the India bloc. NCP, a faction of it, continues to be with the Mahavikas Aghadi. Of course, there's a split within the NCP. However, should Sharad Pawar felicitate the Prime Minister, the Congress says no, this could have been avoided, and so does the UBT faction of the Shiv Sena, expressing their disappointment, also dismay, as Sharad Pawar is felicitating Prime Minister Narendra Modi. A series of reactions coming in. Let's go straight to them.
It was decided prior to whatever has happened in the present situation that some other organization has invited him. There is a chief guest, one of the chief guests. Right? Democracy is at the stake, and that's what I feel. He is a senior person, he is the most learned person, and he should think of it. Whether he should reconsider. I won't make any comment on that. He's more intelligent and more matured and more senior leader of the country. Therefore, I always respect him. He himself should think it what he should do in the present situation.
प्रधानमंत्री को वो पुरस्कार दिया गया है और शरद पवार जी जो हैं महाराष्ट्र के एक महापुरुष हैं, एक महान पुत्र हैं और तिलक जी के लिए उनका आदर भाव है, इसलिए उस आदर भाव के कारण वो उस आमंत्रण को स्वीकार करने के लिए उस पुरस्कार समारोह में जा रहे हैं। और फिर शरद पवार जी इसीलिए तो शरद पवार हैं, वो कुछ लीग से हट करके कदम उठाते हैं। मैं तो उनके वहाँ जाने का स्वागत करूँगा, अच्छा निर्णय।
अभी तो शरद पवार ने अपना स्टैंड बिल्कुल क्लियर कर दिया है कि वो इंडिया के साथ है और तमाम बैठकों का हिस्सा बनकर उनकी पार्टी और वो ये सरकार जो इस समय वर्तमान में चल रही है, इस सरकार को उखाड़ फेंकने का संकल्प लिया है। मैं समझता हूँ कि अभी कोई भी चीज़ जब तक स्पष्ट न हो जाए तो कोई भी बात कहना मैं समझता हूँ कि ठीक नहीं होगा।
Getting you all details as far as the Prime Minister's visit to Pune is concerned. Moments ago, in fact, he was at the Ganapati temple in Pune. The Prime Minister, remember, is going to be felicitated today. He's also there in Pune to inaugurate some developmental projects. The Congress and the UBD faction of the Shiv Sena have been protesting. The NCP says, as far as his felicitation by Sharad Pawar is concerned, there is no politics in this and this is not a political event, is what is being said. The Lokmanya Tilak Trust has decided to confer the Lokmanya Tilak Award named after Bal Gangadhar Tilak on Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and he is in fact in Pune to inaugurate also a number of development projects. Pictures on your screens right now are from the famous Gadapati temple in Pune city where the Prime Minister was some time ago. The metro line is also getting inaugurated by the Prime Minister. In fact, this is not just a metro line. The Prime Minister is also flagging off trains on the extensions from in Pune city. He is inaugurating and laying the foundation stone of other projects, including a rupees 300 crore waste-to-energy plant in Pimpri Chintwad. Also, close to 12,000 houses across the city under the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. That's his program in Pune city today. NCP is defending Sharad Pawar's call, or decision rather, to attend the Prime Minister's function and also felicitate him. This is not a political event, is what the NCP says. And also that in democracy, dialogue is important. They say that the Prime Minister must answer the questions in Parliament about Manipur and the handling of the situation, is what is being said by the NCP in defense of Sharad Pawar. It's time for a quick commercial break. Here on the other side, Haryana on the edge after massive riots in Nuh and Sona. Section 144 have been imposed in Nuh, Sona and Faridabad till tomorrow.
You are watching India Today.
Given the way the markets are headed, how do you think sentiment is placed at the moment?
So what has happened, thankfully, and a stroke of luck or whatever you may call policy, things like that, just after COVID, at the most, the time when no one would have thought about it, the whole CapEx cycle in India, including the real estate cycle, and the massive policy initiatives by the government in manufacturing, attracting manufacturing within India. Also, luck played along because China was getting impacted by this China plus one strategy. So I think this is coming out to be one of the most interesting times. We haven't seen such an environment. This environment played out during 2003 to 2010 period, where these elements played out. And this is showing up. And more than us, actually, now the foreigners are getting excited about India's story. We know that things don't change overnight, but I think the foreigners who look at us now are getting very excited. And Indians have always been optimistic about how the
Absolutely.
local environment will go. So I think it's a very interesting time for investors to look at growth stories.
To looking at sectors which are consumer facing, and the first thing that comes to my mind is the boom that we are seeing, at least on the auto space. 4 or 5 stocks at record high levels, both commercial vehicle makers, Tata Motors, Ashok Leyland, and in the passenger vehicle space, Maruti headed for 5 digits. All the 3 top two-wheeler companies doing pretty well, and we've seen a fairly strong boom coming into the auto ancillary space. How are you looking at the automobile sector? Are there still valuations which are fairly okay, or has this outpriced itself at record highs now?
So auto for us is part of, so as you said, the consumption basket. So what is happening right now is a very peculiar thing. So which are the big ticket consumption items in the economy? One is houses. Then you have cars and motorcycles, and that to the premium ones, the premium cars, premium motorcycles. Then your travel, tourism, leisure, entertainment. If you observe, all these activities are very robust. So we talk about this K-shaped recovery in consumption. So that's showing up here actually. The mass consumption, low-end consumption, rural-based consumption, that's where the challenges are, and we are not seeing any robustness there.
In politics, everyone has an opinion, but I have the data. Whose stock is rising? Whose graph is falling? Track India's political stock exchange. Unmatched, unmissable data analytics. The only show on News TV when numbers do the talking. India's most credible poll tracker. The political stock exchange with Rahul Kamal, only on India Today.
What's your sense about the forthcoming quarters, and link it to the overall sort of trends that we are seeing in the housing finance market?
The market is quite robust. Real estate space is doing well since last 2.5 years. Immediately after COVID, it started recovering, and I think till now, looking back, in spite of interest rates going up to an extent of 225 bips, the demand has not gone down. There has been some reports on affordable demand slightly going down, but I think overall it's pretty good. And if you look at this year as well, the industry should grow in the range of 12 to 13%, and we are targeting growth of 17 to 18%. And in terms of disbursement, we are looking at growth of 22%.
What is the impact of the interest rate hike cycle that we have seen almost 14 months? We've seen close to 250 basis points increase in interest rates. Is that impact also playing out in the market?
I think the demand, what we are seeing is net of interest rate hikes and also increase in construction cost. So increase in interest rate and increase in construction cost is deterrent to growth. So what demand we are seeing, what growth we are seeing, at least last year, what we saw for the industry was pretty good. So I think all that is baked in. So now Q1 is typically muted because of the seasonality. Otherwise, the growth is intact.
Okay. What about pricing? Since we are talking about the housing market, how much of that is issue. We've seen prices go up. Developers have claimed that input costs are partially responsible. And especially in the metros, we are seeing a significant increase. Do you see prices being a factor in the near term? And is there any sense that you get that prices are going to at least stabilize, if not drop?
All right, cutting across to Prime Minister Narendra Modi speaking. Let's cut across.
गुजराती भाषा में किया हुआ अनुवादित ग्रंथ भेंट देकर स्वागत करें। धन्यवाद। इस प्रोग्राम की परंपरा अनुसार इस शुभ अवसर पर श्री ऋषिकेश बड़वे लोकमान्य स्तवन प्रस्तुत करेंगे। श्री ऋषिकेश बड़वे।
वंदन तुझ लोकमान्य टिळक भास्करा, वंदन तुझ लोकमान्य टिळक भास्करा। स्फूर्ती देई बालकास स्फूर्ती सागरा, वंदन तुझ लोकमान्य टिळक भास्करा। पारतंत्र गाढतिमिर देश झोपला, सिंहनाद केसरी करुण गर्जला। जागताच देश घेत तवची आसरा, वंदन तुझ लोकमान्य टिळक भास्करा। त्याग धैर्य चातुरी न वर्णवे मला, त्याग लोक मोहला शुद्ध चरित तूच राजकारणी खरा वंदन तुझ लोकमान्य टिळक भास्करा स्वराज्य जन्मसिद्ध हक्क आमुचा असे स्वराज्य जन्मसिद्ध हक्क आमुचा असे इंग्रजास सांगताच लागले पिसे साहिल्या अनेक यातना धुरंधरा वंदन तुझ लोकमान्य टिळक भास्करा गीतेचे ते रहस्य स्पष्ट उकलले गीतेचे ते रहस्य स्पष्ट उकलले आर्यांचे मूळ स्थान तूच शोधिले धन्य महाराष्ट्र जा सुपुत्र तू खरा वंदन तुझ लोकमान्य टिळक भास्करा स्फूर्ती देय बालकास स्फूर्ती सागरा वंदन तुझ लोकमान्य टिळक भास्करा टिळक भास्करा टिळक भास्करा
वंदन तुझ लोकमान्य तिलक भास्करा। अब मैं लोकमान्य तिलक स्मारक ट्रस्ट के सम्माननीय अध्यक्ष डॉक्टर दीपक तिलक जी से निवेदन करता हूं कि आप कार्यक्रम की प्रस्तावना करें। डॉक्टर दीपक तिलक।
All right, that's Prime Minister Narendra Modi to be conferred with the Tilak Award. I'm cutting across to Pankaj Khelkar, tracking those developments. Pankaj, go on, give us more on the Tilak Award, which Prime Minister Modi will be honoured with.
This Lokmanya Tilak National Award was started in the year 1983. It is 41st year wherein Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be conferred with this prestigious award. There are controversies that have erupted since the award was announced to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and Congress leaders, city Congress leader himself has opposed. The State President Nana Patole has also opposed that how come Prime Minister Narendra Modi's name was shortlisted. Surprisingly, the trust is also headed by one of the Congress leader, Rohit Tilak, who is great grandson of Lokmanya Bal Gangadhar Tilak. And when we spoke to Rohit Tilak about this decision to confer this award to PM Modi, he said that the way Prime Minister Modi has been working for making India, may it be women's education, girl child education, and other initiatives wherein India has got recognition at international level. That's the reason that such personalities who work, who toil hard, selflessly, are conferred with such an award.
Well, it's interesting, Pankaj, that this for the first time after the NCP split, Sharad Pawar is also going to share stage with Prime Minister Modi. Is that right?
Sharad Pawar sharing this dais with Prime Minister Narendra Modi has also wrecked up another controversy, because on one hand, NCP stands divided. PM Modi, BJP leaders are held responsible. NCP, Sharad Pawar himself had raised voice, and now you see that Sharad Pawar himself on the dais, where he is sharing dais with Prime Minister, Congress leaders, MVA alliance partners, India alliance partners have also raised their voice that how come Sharad Pawar is sharing dais with PM Modi, which sends a wrong signal in the alliance partners.
Well, is that true? There were protests as soon as Prime Minister Modi arrived into Pune. Pankaj Khelkar, tell us a little more on that. What was the reason for protest on Modi's arrival? Pankaj, can you hear me? We seem to have lost Pankaj connection there, but that's the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who's just reached Pune. He's already paid his tributes to freedom fighter Bal Gangadhar Tilak, and it appears that he will be conferred with the prestigious Lokmanya Tilak National Award today. And it is interesting that the event will host NCP President Sharad Pawar as well, who will be the chief guest. He's going to be sharing stage with the Prime Minister Narendra Modi just right after, in the backdrop of the NCP split, with his own nephew Ajit Pawar taking away more than half of the MLAs, joining hands with the BJP to form the government in Maharashtra. Of course, the already set government, he joined in and swore in as the deputy. And for the first time, we're seeing Sharad Pawar, who will be sharing stage with the Prime Minister. Let me cut across to Palmi Saha joining us on the phone line. Palmi, go on. This is all eyes on this very event. You have Sharad Pawar, who will be sharing stage with the Prime Minister. He is going to be awarded the Lokmanya Tilak National Award today. The Prime Minister will be honored with it. Give us a sense on, give us an understanding of this event on the whole, and a quick word on the protests that erupted in Pune as Prime Minister Modi arrived.
या सगळ्यातून त्यांनी या देशाच्या लढ्याकरता लोकांना एकत्र केलं, त्यांना राष्ट्राभिमानी केलं आणि हा लढा उभा केला.
Palmi, are you with us? All right, we're going to try and connect to our reporters who've been tracking this event. In fact, this is in Pune, where Prime Minister Modi has just arrived. His Prime Minister has also taken to Twitter to write, "I pay homage to Lokmanya Tilak on his Punya Tithi. I will be in Pune today and will accept the Lokmanya Tilak National Award. I'm indeed humbled that I've been conferred with this award, which is closely associated with the work of such a great personality of our history." These are Prime Minister's words before he arrived into Pune. He is now on stage and will be honored with this prestigious Lokmanya Tilak National Award today. In fact, Sharad Pawar's participation in the award ceremony has also raised eyebrows. There's also going to be prominent dignitaries, including Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, Deputy Chief Ministers Devendra Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar, who will all be present at this event. This is Prime Minister Modi, who will be awarded with the prestigious Lokmanya Tilak National Award. These are live visuals that we're bringing to you. We're going to cut across to our reporters who will give us an understanding on what this really means. This, of course, comes at a time when we're seeing the NCP divide. Ajit Pawar, Sharad Pawar have split, but yet Sharad Pawar will be on stage, sharing stage with the Prime Minister. And also this comes amid a lot of talk about Sharad Pawar might be willing to join hands with the NDA. That's also a lot. The Congress has been unleashing that narrative for a while, and there you have it. The images, first images coming in of Prime Minister Modi shaking hands with Sharad Pawar, naturally raising eyebrows and a lot of questions on the bonhomie. What we see on the stage surely has many signals. Let me cut across to Palmi Saha joining us. Palmi, we saw first image of Prime Minister Modi shaking hands with Sharad Pawar. It was this was the moment that we were waiting to watch. This comes right at a time when Sharad Pawar and Ajit Pawar have split. The two camps have they've divided. The NCP is divided. Ajit Pawar is now with the NDA. Sharad Pawar is at least seemingly with the opposition, and we see him sharing stage with Prime Minister Modi. Great smiles, a handshake. Tell us more on this.
That's right. It is, of course, that photo opportunity which the BJP and the NDA will use in order to send out the message that the India bloc, the India alliance of 26 parties is not exactly united, despite appeals going in from alliance partners to Mr. Pawar, including from, of course, the Mahavikas Aghadi in Maharashtra. Mr. Pawar, of course, continued with his program. He refused to, of course, back out of the commitment that he'd made. Of course, this commitment was made ahead of the split within the NCP when Ajit Pawar, his nephew, went away and joined hands with the Bharatiya Janata Party in order to join the state government. Interestingly, Ajit Pawar is also on the same stage at the moment as we see. And in that moment that you see on your screens right now, Mr. Modi, of course, shaking hands with Mr. Pawar, all smiles. Mr. Pawar also patting Mr. Modi on the hand as well. A slight banter which goes on between the two individuals, the two leaders, and that is one moment, of course, which has been caught on camera. Specifically, the Prime Minister there stopping to shake hands with Mr. Pawar and spend a few moments with him as he conversed with him, shared a few smiles with him, and then, of course, moved forward. As, of course, you saw, while he went through that row of leaders who were standing on the dais at the moment, he was, he walked while, of course, doing namaste to them with folded hands. But when he reached Mr. Pawar, he stopped over there, shared a brief few words with him. There were smiles, of course, and then, of course, they shook hands and Mr. Modi proceeded forward. Clearly, this is going to be a moment that the BJP and the central government will, of course, and the NDA specifically, will be using in order to showcase how there is a split within the NDA, within the India alliance. I beg your pardon. This despite appeals going out from the Congress party and, of course, the UBD faction of the Shiv Sena to Mr. Pawar to, in fact, back out of this program. Of course, the NCP Sharad Pawar faction says that this is a non-political program. This is a non-political dais that Mr. Pawar is sharing with the Prime Minister. He also made this commitment, of course, ahead of the split within the NCP and, of course, the formation of the India bloc, and hence he will go through with this program. This is, of course, a big program as far as Maharashtra is concerned. This award is conferred every year on the 1st of August. On the death anniversary of Lokmanya Tilak, and today, of course, the Prime Minister is receiving this award. He is the 41st recipient of this award. This award in the past has been, in fact, conferred to tall leaders and former Prime Ministers as well, like Dr. Manmohan Singh, like Mrs. Indira Gandhi, also Shankar Dayal Sharma, Pranab Mukherjee, Atal Bihari Vajpayee. They've all been recipients of this Lokmanya Tilak award, which is, of course, recognizing the contribution of an individual in the nation's development and progress. And as you heard from, in fact, from the Tilak family as well yesterday, which is, of course, part of the trust which confers this award, they categorically stated that this is a non-political program, and that is why Mr. Pawar is participating in this program. That is why he gave his commitment in the first place when he agreed to be a chief guest at this program, even if it came before the split within the NCP. The reason he committed to it was because it was a non-political forum where he knew already that he would be sharing stage with those who are in governance in Maharashtra. At that point of time, of course, he did not know his nephew would be on the other side, but he knew that he would be sharing stage with Eknath Shinde, Devendra Fadnavis. And despite that, he gave his commitment because this is a non-political program, so nothing would otherwise change, and he stood firm on his commitment, despite, of course, what happened since then in terms of the split within the NCP, Ajit Pawar, of course, going over to the other side, and, of course, the formation of the India Alliance.
Pallavi, this, of course, is a non-political event. This organization itself takes pride. The Tilak Samarak Mandir Trust, we believe, takes pride in being a non-political organization, and the award has been historically presented to exceptional individuals. Prime Minister Modi seems to be the 41st recipient of this award. Many more recipients in the past include Pranab Mukherjee, Atal Bihari Vajpayee, Indira Gandhi, Manmohan Singh. So Prime Minister Modi on this stage, and it appears that Sharad Pawar, amidst all the political showdown in Maharashtra, we believe he's given a word to be part of this event, considering it has nothing to do with politics. But the signals that come out of this has everything to do with politics, isn't it, Pallavi? We have the India Alliance with the fraction of the NCP led by Sharad Pawar, who is very, very much with the opposition. But despite the condemnation coming in from opposition leaders, be it Sanjay Raut or even for that matter, Congress's Mohan Joshi, who really spoke about Sharad Pawar sharing stage and did not consent to it, saying that this is a wrong message being sent out by Sharad Pawar. It's rather confusing. So despite that, Sharad Pawar has taken part in this event, and we see the big smile he flashes at Prime Minister Modi as Prime Minister Modi, folds his hand, says namaste to most of the leaders except for Sharad Pawar, where he shakes his hand. So this itself has a huge political statement. We have BJP's Shehzad Punawala joining us on the phone line. Shehzad, go on with the images that comes in from Pune, where Prime Minister Modi is going to be conferred with this award. In fact, a prestigious award that's been given to Prime Minister Modi. At this point, we see Sharad Pawar sharing stage with him. Give us your sense as the opposition is currently fuming with the images. Of course, this was known very well. Earlier itself, comments came in. The opposition not accepting Sharad Pawar's presence here.
First of all, Nabila, because I come from Pune and there is Pune in my name, let me just explain to you that this particular award in the name of Lokmanya Tilak ji is given by people who are running the trust, and these people are from the Congress. The person who just spoke on the channel right now, Rohit Tilak, is a serving General Secretary of the Maharashtra Congress. He has contested election. And you can also see Sushil Kumar Shinde ji, former Chief Minister of Maharashtra from Congress party, is also there. So I don't understand why Mohan Joshi and others from Congress are cribbing about this and blaming Sharad Pawar ji, because they should know that the trust itself is dominated by many Congress members. But having said that, Nabila, let me just take 20 more seconds. Today, Pune and the entire population of Pune, including me, we are very grateful to Prime Minister that he has come there. He has visited the very historic Dagru-Shet Halwai Ganesh Mandir. He has given great respect to son of India. Lokmanya Tilak was the greatest, one of the greatest freedom fighters of India. And today, apart from that, Prime Minister will be flagging off two very important corridors of Pune Metro Phase 1. And one of the metro stations is built like it is built in the formation of, the cap or the topi that is being worn by Chhatrapati Sambhaji Maharaj. And the other one, which is in Shivaji Nagar, the metro station is the deepest metro station because Pune has a lot of traffic. So the metro station built underground is one of the deepest metro stations. This is the development work that Prime Minister Modi represents. And therefore, people of Pune, including Congress people, are welcoming him with open arms. And therefore, this Rahul Gandhi style of immature politics very abuses Modi ji, very abuses Savarkar ji, very abuses people who are held in great regard. It cuts no eye, especially in places like Pune and Maharashtra. I hope that Mr. Rahul Gandhi and Congress party mature up. They don't understand Pune, they don't understand Maharashtra, and therefore Sharad Pawar is on that stage, Sushil Shinde is on that stage, Rohit Tilak is on that stage, Deepak Tilak ji is on that stage. We are conferring him with the Tilak National Award, and these people from the Congress who live in Lutyens, they have no understanding of what Pune, Maharashtra and India is feeling.
The fact that Sharad Pawar has participated in this event itself possibly speaks for a lot. Sharad Pawar still with the India Alliance, but yet he agreed to be part of this, knowing very well that the event itself was to confer an award to Prime Minister Narendra Modi for India's progress. So he very willingly participated in this. Shows his political maturity, maybe?
Well, yes, of course. And in politics, we must always be above these partisan considerations. You would remember that Sharad Pawar was bestowed the Padma Award by the central government and by the president, and we have not seen it in political light. But having said that, if Congress and the local Congress is raising questions, which I heard you spoke about Mohan Joshi, ask Mohan Joshi who is Rohit Tilak. Isn't Rohit Tilak somebody who contested on Congress ticket? Wasn't Rohit Tilak the NSUI president? Isn't Rohit Tilak very close to Rahul Gandhi? Isn't Rohit Tilak still in the Maharashtra Congress? So when their own leaders are conferring the award because they are the trustees, Sushil Kumar Shinde is the trustee, then what are they cribbing about? It is just showing the immaturity of the Congress party. They have no idea, no sense about what people of Pune feel, including Congress workers, including NCP, including other workers of the various political parties in Pune. They all love and admire Modi ji. Modi ji is the most popular leader in Maharashtra and in Pune particularly right now.
Well, Shehzad, of course, the India Alliance partners believe that this is a very confusing signal going out, considering Sharad Pawar is said to be the guiding light for the Mahavikas Aghadi Alliance. And the MVA's format is what the opposition has used now to come together, in a larger sense, has named themselves India, with Sharad Pawar to be one of the front faces of that opposition unity. And for Pawar to be here present today, it of course gives huge signals politically. In fact, this is a snub in a way from Sharad Pawar to all those opposition leaders who were upset that he was attending this event and giving out confusing signals. It's more or less a snub that we could call this for sure. As Sharad Pawar, knowing very well that it's Prime Minister Narendra Modi who is going to be honoured with the Lokmanya Tilak National Award in Maharashtra's Pune, agreed to be part of this event. And it's not as if he did not know that the office bearers or those who run the government of Maharashtra, including his own nephew as a Deputy Chief Minister, Ajit Pawar, will be there and present. He was very well aware, yet Sharad Pawar has decided to be part of this event, which is said to be a non-political event. So possibly the Sharad Pawar showing maturity here. Prime Minister Modi is being conferred for his extraordinary leadership. This is what the award says, that Prime Minister Modi has helped India move up the progress ladder, and he's done much for the country since him assuming power in 2014. And it appears that this non-political event has been a motivatory factor for Sharad Pawar to be part of it. He's, of course, snubbed every critique within the opposition alliance, despite all the questions raised on why he should be part of this event, which is conferring Prime Minister Modi, on him sending confusing signals to people who might wonder that is he with the NDA or with India. Despite all that talk, Sharad Pawar has decided that he will be part of this event. Sharad Pawar is also, in fact, Prime Minister Modi himself had said that Sharad Pawar, in one conversation, that Sharad Pawar was his political guru, that he had taught him a lot about politics. And that bonhomie, we saw a glimpse of it just now, while Prime Minister Modi folded his hands in a namaste to all the leaders on stage. It was only Sharad Pawar to which Prime Minister Modi shook hands with, stopped by, shared a smile, maybe even exchanged few words before he moved on to greet the others. This is the image that sends huge political significance at the moment, as the alliance partners of the opposition alliance has come together as a unit calling themselves India with Sharad Pawar's NCP, that faction of the NCP with the India alliance. Despite that, Sharad Pawar's presence here has irked the opposition, but Sharad Pawar all smiles on stage. Ritwik Balekar joining us from Pune, who's covering this very event for us. Ritwik, go on. What's the sense of Sharad Pawar and Prime Minister Modi sharing stage among the political circles?
See, politically, it is very significant right now in Maharashtra, because what we've been seeing in last 1 month is that after Shiv Sena, NCP is split in two parts, two factions. And for the first time, Sharad Pawar is sharing dais with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, not just PM Modi, but also his nephew, who has parted ways from NCP, Ajit Pawar. On the dais, what we saw today, when Maharashtra Governor Ramesh Bais, CM Eknath Shinde, DCM Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar, all of them arrived on the dais, and all of them greeted Sharad Pawar. But among all these dignitaries, Sharad Pawar didn't make any eye contact with his nephew, Ajit Pawar. At the same time, it is also told by sources that Sharad Pawar is not going to meet any of the Congress leaders and NCP leaders, because he has told in Pune that it is not a political event, and it is just this program is restricted of awarding this Lokmanya Tilak International Award to PM Modi.
All right. What was the protest that erupted in Pune briefly when Prime Minister Modi arrived? There was some commotion earlier in the morning.
There are several organizations who are protesting against PM Modi on the background of what is happening in Manipur. Baba Adao, a social activist, his organization is leading this protest on Pune streets, and it has been told that several NCP workers who are from Sharad Pawar faction have also joined in the protest. Also, Shiv Sena's Uddhav Thackeray faction is protesting on the streets. They are protesting against PM Modi, but at the same time, what we are seeing is Mr. Sharad Pawar is sharing dais with PM Modi.
All right. So, ironic it is. NCP's Sharad Pawar here on stage with Prime Minister Modi, but his own faction members are out on the streets protesting that Prime Minister Modi is being conferred with the award in the backdrop of the Manipur violence. Nonetheless, this is a non-political event, the Lokmanya Tilak National Award that's being conferred to Prime Minister Modi. We know that the likes, before the Prime Minister, the likes of Indira Gandhi and Atal Bihari Vajpayee, Manmohan Singh, Narayan Murthy, these are the eminent personalities that were conferred with this award. Prime Minister Modi is this year the 41st recipient, and he's been awarded for ensuring India is up the progress ladder. We're going to bring to you a lot more, slipping into a short break. Coming up on the other side, bringing you a lot more on Haryana, currently on the edge after massive riots in Nuh and Sona. Section 144 has been imposed in Nuh and Sona, Faridabad as well. Schools have been shut. These communal clashes, tension still prevails. A lot more on the other side. Stay with us.
They were a team on duty barely 24 hours ago. But in a horrific turn of events, one is dead and his subordinate, the killer. At 5:30 a.m. in B5 coach of Jaipur MMCT Express 12956, RPF Constable Chetan allegedly opened fire at his escort in charge, Tikaram, an assistant sub-inspector in Railway Protection Force. Chetan also shot dead 3 other civilians travelling in the Jaipur Express. 2 have been identified as Asghar Ali from Jaipur and Kader Bhanpurala from Nalasopara in Mumbai. The 4th victim is yet to be identified. Prelim probe states that the accused, Chetan, complained of mental harassment and was upset with ASI Tikaram.
टोटल 4 आर डेड. उसको मीरा रोड स्टेशन पे उसको डिटेन कर लिया गया है.
सर इसने ऐसा क्यों किया? जी जी
ऑटोमेटिक वेपन है, उसको वेपन भी रिकवर किया है. फिलहाल कोई खतरे की बात नहीं है, उसको पकड़ा गया है.
सर इसने ऐसा क्यों किया? इसके पीछे कुछ वजह?
इसकी मानसिक अवस्था ठीक नहीं थी. प्रिलिमिनरी यही इंफॉर्मेशन मिली है.
ओके ओके.
मेंटली डिस्टर्ब था. इस टाइप का इंफॉर्मेशन प्रिलिमिनरी उपलब्ध हुआ है.
Misfired bullet marks were seen on the door of the coach, where the horror unfolded. According to sources, RPF Constable Chetan started to fire on his senior Tikaram as the train passed from Palgad railway station. 3 other passengers were also hit. He used a modified version of AK-47 AKM assault rifle for the crime and fired at least 12 rounds. Chetan then tried to pull the chain to escape near the Hisar station. Train stopped at Meera Road station, where he was immediately taken into custody by Mumbai police. By the time the train reached Borivali, 4 dead bodies were retrieved by GRP and RPF. Postmortem will be done to ascertain further details of the incident.
ये अभी इसके सब अनकन्फर्म रिपोर्ट्स हैं. अभी इसके बारे में एग्जैक्टली जानकारी प्राप्त करके ही कंफर्म किया जाएगा. मानसिक रिपोर्ट, मानसिक वाली ऐसी कोई बात अभी नहीं.
A journey to safeguard passengers ended in a terrible tragedy of quadruple murders, leaving many questions unanswered. With Deepesh Tripathi and Divyesh Singh in Mumbai, Bureau Report, India Today.
A renowned doctor turned terrorist. A deadly terror plot has been busted in Maharashtra, and the details that have emerged have made it clear that the radicalization threat is very, very real. 43-year-old Dr. Adnan Ali Sarkar, a Pune-based doctor, was arrested days ago by the National Investigation Agency. Sarkar had been called for questioning after the agency received leads that he was linked to the ISIS. The doctor refused to cooperate with the investigation and was promptly taken into custody.
NIA having some kind of proofs, some kind of scientific evidences that they have gathered from his laptop, from his computer, and on that basis NIA is confident that Dr. Sarkar was involved in anti-national activities, was involved in helping Maharashtra IS module against India.
The terror-accused doctor's colleagues are in shock, saying they had no idea of the allegedly nefarious activities he was engaged in.
फरवरी 2016 से वो अभी तक काम कर रहे थे। हमें भी ये न्यूज़ उस दिन रात को पता चली, तब तक हमें कुछ पता नहीं था। इट वॉज अ शॉकिंग फॉर अस एंड कल हमने इमीडिएटली उनके सर्विसेज डिसकंटिन्यू किया है।
Dr. Sarkar is the fifth person to be arrested in the ISIS module case. The NIA had earlier arrested 4 people in the case during simultaneous raids in Mumbai, Thane and Pune on the 3rd of July. Even as the agencies investigate this ISIS module case, another parallel terror probe is underway, linked again to Pune. The Maharashtra Anti-Terror Squad has now busted a terror plot, and on target was the famous Kabad House in Mumbai. That's right, the same venue that was attacked during the 26/11 attacks.
Security is beefed up by Mumbai police after the Maharashtra ATS given a tip-off to the Mumbai police that 2 accused was arrested by ATS in Pune, and from there the Pune ATS has recovered a picture of this Chabad house, after which they alerted the Mumbai police, and Mumbai police beefed up the security of this Chabad house.
4 accused have been arrested so far. 3 from Pune, including a dreaded terrorist, Shahnawaz Alam, who was on the NIA's wanted list. The 4th accused has been arrested from Ratnagiri for funding the accused terror suspects. The terror plots, both with the intention of spilling blood on the streets of India, both linked to ISIS. With Pankaj Khelkar in Pune, Bureau Report, India Today.
में शिवनेर के किले में हुआ और इसी खुले शहर के लाल महल में उनका बचपन उन्होंने गुजारा। यहाँ उन्होंने हिंदवी स्वराज्य के निर्माण के लिए या देशामध्ये अनेक राजे राजवाडे होऊन गेले। त्यांचं राज्य, त्यांचं संस्थान त्यांच्या नावाने ओळखलं जायचं। मग कुठे देवीजींचं यादवांचं संस्थान असेल, कुठं मोगलांचं दिल्लीचं संस्थान असेल, अनेकांचे संस्थानं या देशात होऊन गेली। पण शिवछत्रपतींचं काम हे काही वेगळ्या दिशेने झालं। त्यांनी राज्य उभं केलं, पण ते भोसल्यांचं राज्य नव्हतं, ते हिंदवी स्वराज्य होतं, ते रयतेचं राज्य होतं। आणि ते रयतेचं राज्य प्रस्थापित करण्याच्या संबंधीचं काम या फुले शासनामध्ये झालं। हा पुण्याचा एक गौरवशाली इतिहासाचा भाग आहे। अलीकडच्या काळामध्ये या देशानं आणि या देशाच्या जवानांना देशाचं रक्षण करण्याच्यासाठी एक प्रकारचा सर्जिकल स्ट्राईक केलेला होता। सर्जिकल स्ट्राईकची चर्चा आत्ता होते, पण लाल महालामध्ये शाहिस्तेखांनी ताबा घेण्याचा प्रयत्न केल्याच्या नंतर या देशाचा पहिला सर्जिकल स्ट्राईक हा शिवछत्रपतींच्या काळामध्ये झाला ही गोष्ट आपण कधी विसरू शकत नाहीये. अनेक गोष्टी या ठिकाणी आपण लोकमान्यांचं स्मरण करण्यासाठी आलो. 1865 मध्ये लोकमान्यांचे वडील गंगाधर यांनी रत्नागिरी सोडली आणि पुण्यामध्ये त्यांचं आगमन झालं. पुण्यामध्ये आगमन झाल्याच्या नंतर ते नुसतं आगमन नव्हतं, ती एक प्रकारची चिंगारी होती. संपूर्ण स्वराज्य स्थापन करण्याच्या संबंधीची ती मशाल बनलेली होती. त्या कालखंडामध्ये लोकमान्यांचा सुरुवातीचा काळ या पुणे शहरामध्ये गेला. त्यांचं एकंदर लक्ष सगळ्या परिस्थितीवर होतं आणि ते असताना ब्रिटिशांच्या गुलामगिरीतून बाहेर पडायचं असेल तर सामान्य माणसाला जागृत केलं पाहिजे आणि त्यासाठी एक जबरदस्त प्रकारचं शस्त्र आणि ते शस्त्र म्हणजे पत्रकारिता. 1 ने 25 साल की उम्र में मराठी भाषा में केसी अखबार और अंग्रेजी में मराठा साप्ताहिक शुरू किया और इन पत्रों के माध्यम से इंग्रजों के खिलाफ उन्होंने कड़ा प्रहार किया. केसी का मतलब सिंह या शेर है. केसी और मराठा द्वारा टिळकाजींनी एकंदर या देशाच्या परकीय लोकांच्यावर प्रचंड प्रहार केले आणि एक प्रकारची लोकजागृती करण्याच्या संबंधीचं काम त्यांच्या काळामध्ये म्हणत असत. पत्रकारिता याचा पुराचा दबाव असता कामा नये. त्या दबावातून पत्रकारिता मुक्त झाली पाहिजे आणि ती भूमिका त्यांनी 1885 साली भारतीय राष्ट्रीय काँग्रेसचा जन्म झाला, गठन झाला. याच पुणे शहरामध्ये झाला. त्या काळामध्ये पहिलं अधिवेशन या पुणे शहरात होणार होतं, परंतु फ्लेक्सची साथ या ठिकाणी आली आणि त्यामुळं हे अधिवेशन मुंबईच्या गावाला टॅग करून दिलं गेलं, ज्याला ऑगस्ट क्रांती मैदान म्हणून आज त्या ठिकाणी ओळखलं असतं. त्या काळामध्ये एकंदर 2 प्रकारचे नेते त्या संघटनेमध्ये होते, ज्याला मवाळ म्हणून ओळखलं जायचं आणि जहाल म्हणून ओळखलं जायचं. आणि या जहालांचं प्रतिनिधित्व हे लोकमान्यांनी केलेलं होतं. लोकमान्यांनी स्वराज्यवादा जन्मसिद्ध अधिकार आहे आणि तो मी घेतल्याशिवाय स्वस्त बसणार नाही, ही भूमिका स्वदेशी बहिष्कार, राष्ट्रीय शिक्षण ही त्रिसूत्री आणि त्याच्या माध्यमातून संपूर्ण स्वराज्याचं आंदोलन हे त्यांच्या काळामध्ये मांडलेलं होतं. ज्याचा उल्लेख आधीच्या वर्षांनी गणेश उत्सव असेल, शिवजयंती असेल, या सगळ्यामध्ये लोकमान्यांचं योगदान हे फार मोठं होतं आणि त्या माध्यमातून नवीन इतिहास तयार करण्याचं काम त्यांनी केलं. त्या कालखंडामध्ये 2 युग होती, एक टिळक युग आणि दुसरं महात्मा गांधीचं गांधी युग. या ठिकाणी या दोघांचं जे योगदान आहे ते आम्ही कधी विसरू शकत नाही आणि या देशाच्या नव्या पिढीला या कर्तृत्वान जस्तीच्या नेत्यांचा आदर्श हा अखंडपणानं प्रेरणा देईल याची मला खात्री आहे. आणि या वेगळं अशा प्रकारचं महत्व आहे. आज आपण आणि ते स्मारकानं मोदीजींची निवड या स्मारकाच्यासाठी, या पुरस्काराच्यासाठी केली. ज्या पुरस्कारामध्ये इंदिरा गांधी होत्या, खान अब्दुल खान गफार,
Tirak Smarak has chosen Modi to be conferred with this award.
सरकार सर्व होते, अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी,
Recipients earlier were
डॉक्टर
Indira
मनमोहन सिंग
Gandhi,
होते.
Dr. Dayal Sharma,
असे
Dr.
अनेक
Manmohan Singh, Pranab
मान्यवरांची नावं या
Mukherjee,
ठिकाणी
Atal Bihari
घेतली जाते.
Vajpayee.
आणि या
Many
मान्यवरांच्या
such personalities.
यादीमध्ये पंक्तीमध्ये आज नरेंद्र मोदींच्या नावाचा सुद्धा या ठिकाणी समावेश झाला.
Today Modi is being added to that list,
सगळ्यांच्या वतीने
and it makes us all happy.
या ठिकाणी जी निवड झाली त्यांना हा जो पुरस्कार देण्यात येतोय त्याबद्दल त्यांच्या अंतःकरणापासून अभिनंदन करतो आणि आपल्या सगळ्यांची रजा या ठिकाणी घेतो. जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र.
From the bottom of my heart.
आता तो मंगल क्षण आलेला आहे. मैं डॉक्टर दीपक टिळक जी से निवेदन करता हूं कि 41वां लोकमान्य टिळक राष्ट्रीय पुरस्कार.
Sharad Pawar, the NCP, who really gave a very interesting congratulatory message on Prime Minister Modi receiving this national honor, the Lokmat Tilak Award. Let's have a listen as Prime Minister Modi is being conferred with this same.
जे उपर्ण लोकमान्य टिळक वापरत असत तशाच पद्धतीचं खास उपर्ण बनवून घेतलेलं आहे आदरणीय पंतप्रधानजींसाठी. लोकमान्य तिलक जी की पहचान पुणेरी पगड़ी और लोकमान्य जी का उत्तरीय, त्याचप्रमाणे सम्मान पत्र, आणि एक विशिष्ट अशी बनवलेली ट्रॉफी, ज्या ट्रॉफीमध्ये विशिष्ट ट्रॉफी, ज्या ट्रॉफीमध्ये आपण पाहू शकता श्रीमद भगवत गीता, त्याचप्रमाणे लोकमान्यांची पगडी, केसरीचा पहिला अंक आणि लोकमान्यांची प्रतिमा. एक विशेष बात है इस समारोह की 1 लाख रुपए की धनराशि दी जाती है, जे आदरणीय पंतप्रधान मोदीजींच्या सूचनेनुसार नमामि गंगे प्रोजेक्टला डोनेट करण्यात आलेली आहे. लोकमान्य तिलक राष्ट्रीय पुरस्कार से सम्मानित हुए आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, जिनके कार्य एवं विचार हमारी प्रेरणा है. आदरणीय मोदी जी, आपल्या कार्य कौशल्यामुळे, आपल्या कार्य कर्तृत्वामुळे आपण संपूर्ण जगामध्ये लोकप्रिय प्रधानमंत्री आहात. तरीही तुम्ही स्वतःला प्रधान सेवक म्हणवता आणि म्हणून आम्हा सगळ्यांना तुम्ही खूप आवडता. मैं आपसे प्रार्थना करता हूं, इस शुभ अवसर पर आप आपके मन की बात कहे.
लोकमान्य टिळकांची आज 103वी पुण्यतिथी आहे. देशाला अनेक महानायक देण्याच्या महाराष्ट्राच्या भूमीला मी कोटी कोटी वंदन करते. कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित आदरणीय श्री शरद पवार जी, राज्यपाल श्रीमान रमेश बैस जी, महाराष्ट्र के मुख्यमंत्री श्रीमान एकनाथ शिंदे जी, उप मुख्यमंत्री श्रीमान देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी, उप मुख्यमंत्री श्रीमान अजित पवार जी, ट्रस्ट के अध्यक्ष श्रीमान दीपक तिलक जी, पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री मेरे मित्र श्रीमान सुशील कुमार शिंदे जी, तिलक परिवार के सभी सम्मानित सदस्यगण एवं उपस्थित भाई और बहनों, आज का ये दिन मेरे लिए बहुत अहम है। मैं यहां आकर जितना उत्साहित हूं उतना ही भावुक भी हूं। आज हम सब के आदर्श और भारत के गौरव बाल गंगाधर तिलक जी की पुण्यतिथि है। साथ ही आज अन्ना भाऊ साठे जी की जन्म जयंती भी है। लोकमान्य तिलक जी तो हमारे स्वतंत्रता इतिहास के माथे के तिलक है। साथ ही अन्ना भाऊ ने भी समाज सुधार के लिए जो योगदान दिया वह अप्रतिम है और साधारण है। मैं इन दोनों ही महापुरुषों के चरणों में श्रद्धापूर्वक नमन करता हूं। आज या महत्वाच्या दिवशी मला पुण्याच्या या पावन भूमीवर महाराष्ट्राच्या धर्तीवर येण्याची संधी मिळाली हे माझे भाग्य आहे। ये पुण्य भूमि छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की धरती है। ये चाफेकर बंधुओं की पवित्र धरती है। इस धरती से ज्योतिबा फुले, सावित्रीबाई फुले की प्रेरणाएं और आदर्श जुड़े हैं। अभी कुछ ही देर पहले मैंने दगड़ू सेठ मंदिर में गणपति जी का आशीर्वाद भी लिया। ये भी पुणे जिले के इतिहास का बड़ा दिलचस्प पहलू है। दगड़ू सेठ पहले व्यक्ति थे जो तिलक जी के आह्वान पर गणेश प्रतिमा की सार्वजनिक स्थापना में शामिल हुए थे। मैं इस धरती को प्रणाम करते हुए इन सभी महान विभूतियों को श्रद्धापूर्वक नमन करता हूं। साथियों, आज पुणे में आप सबके बीच मुझे जो सम्मान मिला है ये मेरे जीवन का एक अविस्मरणीय अनुभव है। जो जगह, जो संस्था सीधे तिलक जी से जुड़ी रही हो उसके द्वारा लोकमान्य तिलक नेशनल अवार्ड मिलना मेरे लिए सौभाग्य की बात है। मैं इस सम्मान के लिए हिंद स्वराज संघ का और आप सभी का पूरी विनम्रता के साथ हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। और मैं ये भी कहना चाहूंगा, अगर ऊपर ऊपर से थोड़ा नजर करें तो हमारे देश में काशी और पुणे दोनों की एक विशेष पहचान है। विद्वत्ता यहां पर चिरंजीव है, अमरत्व को प्राप्त हुई है। और जो पुणे नगरी विद्वत्ता की दूसरी पहचान हो, उस भूमि पे सम्मानित होना जीवन का इससे बड़ा कोई गर्व और संतोष की अनुभूति देने वाली घटना नहीं हो सकती है। लेकिन साथियों, जब कोई अवार्ड मिलता है तो उसके साथ ही हमारी जिम्मेदारी भी बढ़ जाती है। आज जब उस अवार्ड से तिलक जी का नाम जुड़ा हुआ हो तो दायित्व बोध और भी कई गुना बढ़ जाता है। मैं लोकमान्य तिलक नेशनल अवार्ड को 140 करोड़ देशवासियों के चरणों में समर्पित करता हूं। मैं देशवासियों को विश्वास भी दिलाता हूं कि उनकी सेवा में, उनकी आशाओं अपेक्षाओं की पूर्ति में कोई कोर कसर बाकी नहीं छोड़ूंगा। जिनके नाम में गंगाधर हो, उनके नाम पर मिले इस अवार्ड के साथ जो धनराशि मुझे दी गई है वो भी गंगा जी को समर्पित कर रहा हूं। मैंने पुरस्कार राशि नमामि गंगे परियोजना के लिए दान देने का निर्णय लिया है। साथियों, भारत की आजादी में लोकमान्य तिलक की भूमिका को, उनके योगदान को कुछ घटनाओं और शब्दों में नहीं समेटा जा सकता है। तिलक जी के समय और उनके बाद की स्वतंत्रता संग्राम से जुड़ी जो भी घटनाएं और आंदोलन हुए, उस दौर में जो भी क्रांतिकारी और नेता हुए, तिलक जी की छाप सब पर थी, हर जगह थी। इसलिए खुद अंग्रेजों को भी तिलक जी को द फादर ऑफ द इंडियन अनरेस्ट कहना पड़ा था। तिलक जी ने भारत के स्वतंत्रता आंदोलन की पूरी दिशा ही बदल दी थी। जब अंग्रेज कहते थे कि भारतवासी देश चलाने के लायक नहीं है, तब लोकमान्य तिलक ने कहा कि स्वराज्य हमारा जन्मसिद्ध अधिकार है। अंग्रेजों ने धारणा बनाई थी कि भारत की आस्था, संस्कृति, मान्यताएं, ये सब पिछड़ेपन का प्रतीक है। लेकिन तिलक जी ने इसे भी गलत साबित किया। इसलिए भारत के जनमानस ने न केवल खुद आगे आकर तिलक जी को लोकमान्यता दी, बल्कि लोकमान्य का खिताब भी दिया। और जैसा अभी दीपक जी ने बताया, स्वयं महात्मा गांधी ने उन्हें आधुनिक भारत का निर्माता भी कहा। हम कल्पना कर सकते हैं कि तिलक जी का चिंतन कितना व्यापक रहा होगा, उनका विजन कितना दूरदर्शी रहा होगा। साथियों, एक महान नेता वो होता है जो एक बड़े लक्ष्य के लिए न केवल खुद को समर्पित करता है, बल्कि उस लक्ष्य की प्राप्ति के लिए संस्थाएं और व्यवस्थाएं भी तैयार करता है। इसके लिए हमें सबको साथ लेकर आगे बढ़ना होता है, सबके विश्वास को आगे बढ़ाना होता है। लोकमान्य तिलक के जीवन में हमें ये सारी खूबियां दिखती हैं। उन्होंने अंग्रेजों ने जब उन्हें जेल में डाला, उन पर अत्याचार हुए, उन्होंने आजादी के लिए त्याग और बलिदान की पराकाष्ठा की, लेकिन साथ ही उन्होंने टीम स्पिरिट के, सहभाग और सहयोग के अनुकरणीय उदाहरण भी पेश किए। लाला लाजपत राय और बिपिन चंद्र पाल के साथ उनका विश्वास, उनकी आत्मीयता भारतीय स्वतंत्रता संग्राम का स्वर्णिम अध्याय है। आज भी जब बात होती है तो लाल बाल पाल के तीनों नाम एक त्रिशक्ति के रूप में याद किए जाते हैं। तिलक जी ने उस समय आजादी की आवाज को बुलंद करने के लिए पत्रकारिता और अखबार की अहमियत को भी समझा। अंग्रेजी में तिलक जी ने, जैसा शरद राव ने कहा, द मराठा साप्ताहिक शुरू किया। मराठी में गोपाल गणेश अगरकर और विष्णु शास्त्री चिपलुंकर जी के साथ मिलकर उन्होंने केसरी अखबार शुरू किया। 140 से भी ज्यादा समय से केसरी अनवरत आज भी महाराष्ट्र में छपता है, लोगों के बीच पढ़ा जाता है। ये इस बात का सबूत है कि तिलक जी ने कितनी मजबूत नींव पर संस्थाओं का निर्माण किया था। साथियों, संस्थाओं की तरह लोकमान्य तिलक ने परंपराओं को भी पोषित किया। उन्होंने समाज को जोड़ने के लिए सार्वजनिक गणपति महोत्सव की नींव डाली। उन्होंने छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज के साहस और आदर्शों की ऊर्जा से समाज को भरने के लिए शिव जयंती का आयोजन शुरू किया। ये आयोजन भारत को सांस्कृतिक सूत्र में पिरोने के अभियान भी थे और इनमें पूर्ण स्वराज की संपूर्ण संकल्पना भी थी। यही भारत की समाज व्यवस्था की खासियत रही है। भारत ने हमेशा ऐसे नेतृत्व को जन्म दिया है जिसने आजादी जैसे बड़े लक्ष्यों के लिए भी संघर्ष किया और सामाजिक बुराइयों के खिलाफ नई दिशा भी दिखाई। आज की युवा पीढ़ी के लिए यह बहुत बड़ी सीख है। भाइयों और बहनों, लोकमान्य तिलक इस बात को भी जानते थे कि आजादी का आंदोलन हो या राष्ट्र निर्माण का मिशन, भविष्य की जिम्मेदारी हमेशा युवाओं के कंधों पर होती है। वो भारत के भविष्य के लिए शिक्षित और सक्षम युवाओं का निर्माण चाहते थे। लोकमान्य में युवाओं की प्रतिभा पहचानने की जो दिव्य दृष्टि थी, इसका एक उदाहरण हमें वीर सावरकर से जुड़े घटनाक्रम में मिलता है। उस समय सावरकर जी युवा थे। तिलक जी ने उनकी क्षमता को पहचाना। वो चाहते थे कि सावरकर बाहर जाकर अच्छी पढ़ाई करें और वापस आकर आजादी के लिए काम करें। ब्रिटेन में श्यामजी कृष्ण वर्मा ऐसे ही युवाओं को अवसर देने के लिए 2 स्कॉलरशिप चलाते थे। एक स्कॉलरशिप का नाम था छत्रपति शिवाजी स्कॉलरशिप और दूसरी स्कॉलरशिप का नाम था महाराणा प्रताप स्कॉलरशिप। वीर सावरकर के लिए तिलक जी ने श्यामजी कृष्ण वर्मा से सिफारिश की थी। इसका लाभ लेकर वो लंदन में बैरिस्टर बन सके। ऐसे कितने ही युवाओं को तिलक जी ने तैयार किया। पुणे में न्यू इंग्लिश स्कूल, डेक्कन एजुकेशन सोसाइटी और फर्ग्यूसन कॉलेज जैसे संस्थानों, उसकी स्थापना उनके इसी विजन का हिस्सा है। इन संस्थाओं से ऐसे कितने ही युवा निकले जिन्होंने तिलक जी के मिशन को आगे बढ़ाया, राष्ट्र निर्माण में अपनी भूमिका निभाई। व्यवस्था निर्माण से संस्था निर्माण, संस्था निर्माण से व्यक्ति निर्माण और व्यक्ति निर्माण से राष्ट्र निर्माण। ये विजन राष्ट्र के भविष्य के लिए रोड मैप की तरह होता है। इसी रोड मैप को आज देश प्रभावी ढंग से फॉलो कर रहा है। साथियों, वैसे तो तिलक जी पूरे भारत के लोकमान्य नेता है, लेकिन जैसे पुणे और महाराष्ट्र के लोगों के लिए उनका एक अलग स्थान है, वैसा ही रिश्ता गुजरात के लोगों का भी उनके साथ है। मैं आज इस विशेष अवसर पर मैं उन बातों को भी याद कर रहा हूं। स्वतंत्रता संग्राम के समय वो करीब 1.5 महीने अहमदाबाद साबरमती जेल में रहे थे। इसके बाद 1916 में तिलक जी अहमदाबाद आए और आपको जानकर के खुशी होगी, उस समय जब अंग्रेजों की पूरी तरह जुल्म चलते थे, अहमदाबाद में तिलक जी के स्वागत में और उनको सुनने के लिए उस जमाने में 40,000 से ज्यादा लोग उनका स्वागत करने के लिए आए थे। और खुशी की बात यह है कि उनको सुनने के लिए उस समय ऑडियंस में सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल भी थे। उनके भाषण ने सरदार साहब के मन में एक अलग ही छाप छोड़ी। बाद में सरदार पटेल अहमदाबाद नगर पालिका के प्रेसिडेंट बने, म्युनिसिपैलिटी के प्रेसिडेंट बने। और आप देखिए उस समय के व्यक्तित्व की सोच कैसी होती थी। उन्होंने अहमदाबाद में तिलक जी की मूर्ति लगाने का फैसला किया। और सिर्फ मूर्ति लगाने का फैसला किया नहीं, उनके निर्णय में भी सरदार साहब की लौह पुरुष की पहचान मिलती है। सरदार साहब ने जो जगह चुनी वो जगह थी विक्टोरिया गार्डन। अंग्रेजों ने रानी विक्टोरिया की हीरक जयंती मनाने के लिए अहमदाबाद में 1897 में 1897 में विक्टोरिया गार्डन का निर्माण किया था। यानी ब्रिटिश महारानी के नाम पर बने पार्क में उनकी छाती पर सरदार पटेल ने इतने बड़े क्रांतिकारी लोकमान्य तिलक की मूर्ति लगाने का फैसला कर लिया। और उस समय सरदार साहब पर इसके खिलाफ कितना ही दबाव पड़ा, उन्हें रोकने की कोशिश हुई, लेकिन सरदार तो सरदार थे। सरदार ने कह दिया वो अपना पद छोड़ देना पसंद करेंगे, लेकिन मूर्ति तो वहीं पर लगेगी। और वो मूर्ति बनी और 1929 में उसका लोकार्पण महात्मा गांधी ने किया। अहमदाबाद में रहते हुए मुझे कितनी ही बार उस पवित्र स्थान पर जाने का मौका मिला है और तिलक जी की प्रतिमा के सामने सर झुकाने का अवसर मिला है। वो एक अद्भुत मूर्ति है जिसमें तिलक जी विश्राम मुद्रा में बैठे हुए हैं। ऐसा लगता है जैसे वो स्वतंत्र भारत के उज्जवल भविष्य की ओर देख रहे हैं। आप कल्पना करिए, गुलामी के दौर में भी सरदार साहब ने अपने देश के सपूत के सम्मान में पूरी अंग्रेजी हुकूमत को चुनौती दे दी थी। और आज की स्थिति देखिए, अगर आज हम किसी एक सड़क का नाम भी किसी विदेशी आक्रांता की जगह कर बदलकर भारतीय विभूति पर रखते हैं तो कुछ लोग उस पर हल्ला मचाने लग जाते हैं। उनकी नींद खराब हो जाती है। साथियों, ऐसा कितना ही कुछ है जो हम लोकमान्य तिलक के जीवन से सीख सकते हैं। लोकमान्य तिलक गीता में निष्ठा रखने वाले व्यक्ति थे। वो गीता के कर्मयोग को जीने वाले व्यक्ति थे। अंग्रेजों ने उन्हें रोकने के लिए उन्हें भारत के दूर पूरब में मांडले की जेल में डाल दिया, लेकिन वहां भी तिलक जी ने गीता का अपना अध्ययन जारी रखा। उन्होंने देश को हर चुनौती से पार पाने के लिए गीता रहस्य के जरिए कर्मयोग की सहज समझ दी, कर्म की ताकत से परिचित करवाया। साथियों, बाल गंगाधर तिलक जी के व्यक्तित्व के एक और पहलू की तरफ मैं आज देश के युवा पीढ़ी का ध्यान आकर्षित करना चाहता हूं। तिलक जी की एक बड़ी विशेषता थी कि वो लोगों को खुद पर विश्वास करने के बड़े आग्रही थे और करना सिखाते थे। वो उन्हें आत्मविश्वास से भर देते थे। पिछली शताब्दी में जब लोगों के मन में ये बात बैठ गई थी कि भारत गुलामी की बेड़ियां नहीं तोड़ सकता, तिलक जी ने लोगों को आजादी का विश्वास दिया। उन्हें हमारे इतिहास पर विश्वास था, उन्हें हमारी संस्कृति पर विश्वास था, उन्हें अपने लोगों पर विश्वास था, उन्हें हमारे श्रमिकों उद्यमियों पर विश्वास था, उन्हें भारत के सामर्थ्य पर विश्वास था। भारत की बात आते ही कहा जाता था, यहां के लोग ऐसे ही हैं, हमारा कुछ नहीं हो सकता। लेकिन तिलक जी ने हीन भावना के इस मिथक को तोड़ने का प्रयास किया, देश को उसके सामर्थ्य का विश्वास दिलाया। साथियों, अविश्वास के वातावरण में देश का विकास संभव नहीं होता। कल मैं देख रहा था, पुणे के ही एक सज्जन श्रीमान मनोज पोचाट जी ने मुझे एक ट्वीट किया है। उन्होंने मुझे 10 साल पहले की मेरी पुणे यात्रा को याद दिलाया है। उस समय जिस फर्ग्यूसन कॉलेज की तिलक जी ने स्थापना की थी, उसमें मैंने तब के भारत में ट्रस्ट डेफिसिट की बात की थी। अब मनोज जी ने मुझे आग्रह किया है कि मैं ट्रस्ट डेफिसिट से ट्रस्ट सरप्लस तक की देश की यात्रा के बारे में बात करूं। मैं मनोज जी का आभार व्यक्त करूंगा कि उन्होंने इस अहम विषय को उठाया है। भाइयों और बहनों, आज भारत में ट्रस्ट सरप्लस पॉलिसी में भी दिखाई देता है और देशवासियों के परिश्रम में भी झलकता है। बीते 9 वर्षों में भारत के लोगों ने बड़े बड़े बदलावों की नींव रखी, बड़े बड़े परिवर्तन करके दिखाए। आखिर कैसे भारत दुनिया की 5वीं सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बन गया? ये भारत के लोग ही हैं जिन्होंने ये करके दिखाया। आज देश हर क्षेत्र में अपने आप पर भरोसा कर रहा है और अपने नागरिकों पर भी भरोसा कर रहा है। कोरोना के संकट काल में भारत ने अपने वैज्ञानिकों पर विश्वास किया और उन्होंने मेड इन इंडिया वैक्सीन बनाकर दिखाई और पुणे ने भी उसमें बड़ी भूमिका निभाई। हम आत्मनिर्भर भारत की बात कर रहे हैं क्योंकि हमें विश्वास है कि भारत ये कर सकता है। हम देश के आम आदमी को बिना गारंटी का मुद्रा लोन दे रहे हैं क्योंकि हमें उसकी ईमानदारी पर, उसकी कर्तव्य शक्ति पर विश्वास है। पहले छोटे छोटे कामों के लिए आम लोगों को परेशान होना पड़ता था। आज ज्यादातर काम मोबाइल पर एक क्लिक पर हो रहे हैं। कागजों को अटैच करने के लिए आपके अपने हस्ताक्षर पर भी आज सरकार विश्वास कर रही है। इससे देश में एक अलग माहौल बन रहा है, एक सकारात्मक वातावरण तैयार हो रहा है और हम देख रहे हैं कि विश्वास से भरे हुए देश के लोग देश के विकास के लिए कैसे खुद आगे बढ़कर काम कर रहे हैं। स्वच्छ भारत आंदोलन को इस जन विश्वास ने ही जन आंदोलन में बदला। बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ अभियान को इस जन विश्वास ने ही जन आंदोलन में बदला। लाल किले से मेरी एक पुकार पर कि जो सक्षम हैं उन्हें गैस सब्सिडी छोड़नी चाहिए, लाखों लोगों ने गैस सब्सिडी छोड़ दी थी। कुछ समय पहले ही कई देशों का एक सर्वे हुआ था। इस सर्वे में सामने आया कि जिस देश के नागरिकों को अपनी सरकार में सबसे ज्यादा विश्वास है, उस सर्वे ने बताया उस देश का नाम भारत है। ये बदलता हुआ जनमानस, ये बढ़ता हुआ जनविश्वास भारत के जन जन की प्रगति का माध्यम बन रहा है। साथियों, आज आजादी के 75 वर्ष बाद देश अपने अमृतकाल को कर्तव्य काल के रूप में देख रहा है। हम देशवासी अपने अपने स्तर से देश के सपनों और संकल्पों को ध्यान में रखकर काम कर रहे हैं। इसलिए आज विश्व भी भारत में भविष्य देख रहा है। हमारे प्रयास आज पूरी मानवता के लिए एक आश्वासन बन रहे हैं। मैं मानता हूं कि लोकमान्य आज जहां भी उनकी आत्मा होगी वो हमें देख रहे हैं, हम पर अपना आशीर्वाद बरसा रहे हैं। उनके आशीर्वाद से, उनके विचारों की ताकत से हम एक सशक्त और समृद्ध भारत के अपने सपने को जरूर साकार करेंगे। मुझे विश्वास है हिंद स्वराज संघ तिलक के आदर्शों से जन जन को जोड़ने में इसी प्रकार आगे आकर के अहम भूमिका निभाता रहेगा। मैं एक बार फिर इस सम्मान के लिए आप सभी का आभार प्रकट करता हूं। इस धरती को प्रणाम करते हुए, इस विचार को आगे बढ़ाने में जुड़े हुए सबको प्रणाम करते हुए मैं मेरी वाणी को विराम देता हूं। आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Narendra Modi recounting India's progress and speaks of all that he's done as a Prime Minister is he receives this honour, the Lokmat Tilak National Award given to Prime Minister Narendra Modi amid all his political adversaries on stage. He receives this award. I'm going to slip into a short break. I'm going to come back with a lot more. Stay with us.
Believe that the court can provide justice where the executive has failed? It's now 3 months since this horrific gang rape took place almost. Do you believe that it is too little, too late now for the court to intervene? Can they ensure that we actually get justice for the victims with a court-monitored probe? Is that the only way out?
As you rightly said, it is too late, too little. Court itself has been in session of this case for almost now 1.5 months. And the court has done precious little. The court accepted, the statements of the Solicitor General on behalf of Government of India and Government of Manipur on face value and declined to really actively, intervene. I think one must realize one thing, that this is a case where there is a very, very serious issue of complete breakdown of law and order. The constitutional mechanism in the state has failed. The center has been just looking the other way about it. The Home Minister, who's supposedly so powerful, spent 4 days in Manipur and didn't know about this case about these women. I mean, it is inconceivable that he was not aware of it. So the Government of India apparently actively hid the facts from the nation for whatever reasons. And the facts, unfortunately for them, truth always has an uncanny way of surfacing. It surfaced. Now, when it surfaced, the Supreme Court certainly galvanizes itself and, seeks to take suo motu cognizance. But I feel that this is a grossest violations of, human rights against the minority community, because there is no doubt that besides the fact that large number of people have died, many cases of rapes have taken place. Over 600 churches, I believe, have been burned down. Schools have been burned down belonging to the Kuki community. So I think, it was something where court should have stepped in and provided a healing touch much earlier by appointing independent, strong observers like retired, respected Chief Justice like Chief Justice Lodha or Justice Thakur or somebody, and a whole, group of experts, police and bureaucratic experts, to really go there, find out what the truth was. Right. Because one thing is very clear, that the government did not want truth to come out of Manipur. Okay, and that is, I think, the government has done great disservice to the nation, but the Supreme Court, I don't think, has lived up to the expectations out of them.
Okay, so you're saying too little, too late.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Welcome back. We have some big breaking news coming in. The Enforcement Directorate is currently carrying out searches at residence of Hero Moto Chairman Pawan Munjal in a money laundering probe. Pawan Munjal's residence is being searched in New Delhi by the Enforcement Directorate. The probe is based on a case filed by the Directorate of Revenue Intelligence, DRI. DRI, which earlier apprehended a close aide of Pawan Munjal at the airport with huge amounts of foreign currency at the airport last year. The Income Tax Department then conducted search operations at 25 locations linked to Hero Moto Corp as part of a tax evasion investigation against the firm. Let me cut across to Manish Pandey, tracking the ED for us. Manish, tell us more on the raids on Hero Moto Corp chairman Pawan Munjal.
Well, Nabila, what we do know at this point of time is that the Enforcement Directorate is conducting searches at multiple locations in Delhi NCR, including the premises of Hero Motors chairman in the national capital. Now, as far as ED's case is concerned, we have been given to understand is that the ED's case is based on the investigation which is being carried out by DRI. Last year, DRI had apprehended a person who was allegedly linked to Pawan Munjal, and that is when the DRI filed a charge sheet. Based on that DRI charge sheet, the ED has started a money laundering investigation against Hero Motors, including Pawan Munjal. As far as these raids are being conducted, the Enforcement Directorate claims that they have come across certain evidence in the case, and that is why, to recover more documentary evidence, to recover more evidence, they are conducting these searches. As far as the probe agencies are concerned, remember last year the Income Tax Department had conducted searches at more than 25 premises linked to Hero Motors across country, but now the ED's investigations appears to be focused on Pawan Munjal, and that is why his premises in the national capital is being searched as we speak. Nabila.
Right. Manish, give us more updates on one of Pawan Munjal's close aide being caught at an airport with large amounts of foreign currency. We believe an investigation was launched back then itself. What did they find out of it?
Well, Nabila, what we do know at this point of time is that a person who was allegedly close to Pawan Munjal, that person was traveling out of country. That is when the DRI officials, including the airport authority officials, they got to know about a huge amount of foreign currency being transported from India to outside country, and it was suspected at that point of time. DRI was informed, the DRI officials started investigation in the case, and that is when they learned that this person has linked with Hero Motors. This person has linked with Pawan Munjal. At this point of time, these are merely allegations, but the ED believes that based on the DRI charge sheet, they were in a position to lodge a case in this case, and ECIR was lodged by the Enforcement Directorate, and now a search is being conducted at multiple places, including the residence of Pawan Munjal in national capital.
Tell us more on the Hero Motocorp chairman Pawan Munjal. In fact, we know that this is a firm which is reputed, and in terms of the merit of this company itself, has there been any past dubious activities that we know of?
Well, as far as Hero Motors is concerned, remember it is a very prestigious firm. It is involved in two-wheelers manufacturing, and it is one of the leading firms in country as far as two-wheelers are concerned. As far as Pawan Munjal is concerned, in past there were no certain allegations of fraud or tax evasion by this firm or Pawan Munjal. But everything started when the DRI got hold of a person who was allegedly close to Pawan Munjal and Hero Motors, and that is when the DRI started its investigation. Also, there was a suspicion last year that a tax evasion is being carried out by Hero Motors, and that is when the Income Tax Department started their own investigation, own probe in the case. When the Income Tax Department started their probe, they got allegedly some evidence of tax evasion. The legal proceedings regarding that tax evasion by Hero Motors or Pawan Munjal, it is still being carried out by the Income Tax Department. As far as Enforcement Directorate is concerned, as per the predicate offence, the Enforcement Directorate cannot lodge an ECIR, or in layman language we can say FIR, till the time there is a predicate offence, and that is why when DRI started their investigation, ED never lodged an ECIR. But when a charge sheet was filed, then ED took a predicate offence of that charge sheet, and that is when ED started their probe. I spoke to several officials in the Enforcement Directorate. What we have been given to understand is that these searches are being carried out after ED was in possession with certain evidence in the case, and after going through those evidence, it was necessary, according to Enforcement Directorate, for the officials to carry out searches to recover more evidence evidence in the case, and that is why multiple places are being raided as we speak. Now, as far as the corporate industry is concerned, it has sent shock waves across many industries, many corporate industries, including the automobile companies. As far as Pawan Munjal is concerned, he is a reputed person, but now ED search is being carried out. It is going to be difficult for him.
You know, for sure, and the impact we see already taking on the stock market. We see that the domestic automobile major has had a hit with its stocks post the information of raids coming out. But this is a case of money laundering. That money could be diverted, and this is precisely what the ED is investigating at the moment. Slipping into a short break on that note, coming up next, a debate on the no confidence motion that's scheduled now on August 8th, 9th and 10th. The government will now have to prove the majority on the floor of the House. A lot more on this right after a short break.
Breakthrough FDA-approved technology now enables you to do 11,200 pelvic contractions in a span of just 28 minutes. Something that a human body just cannot otherwise achieve. Enter Emcella, and the world of wellness and fitness offers hope to women with weak pelvic floor muscles, either due to aging, childbirth, menopause, or even men who face sexual issues.
I tried 6 sessions of Emcella, which is the only FDA-approved machine. It's popularly called as Kegel Throne. From 6 sessions before to today, I'm here to assess what my pelvic floor looks like and how well it is strengthened. Any men or women who are looking for pelvic floor strengthening at any age above the age of 18, this is an ideal device. Emcella strengthens the pelvic floor, treats urinary incontinence, and improves intimate wellness. How important it is for them to maintain their Kegel floor? What happens if they don't look after it?
Often the gynecologist says that you should do Kegel exercises. Basically, Kegel is nothing but a pelvic floor muscle exercise, and we need to do a lot of these exercises to get the strength of our pelvic floor back, because see, the pelvic floor is like a hammer, and the bladder as well as the uterus is sitting on it. Emcella helps in sexual health in both men and women. Okay, it actually improves the pleasure during the sexual activity. It improves the erection. It improves the tightness of the vagina. It improves the orgasm. So all in all, it improves the enjoyment during the act.
This works on the breakthrough high-fem technology and treats urinary incontinence and intimate discomfort.
One session of Emcella can cost you anywhere between 10 to 20,000 rupees per session, depending on where you're getting it done.
You need 6 sessions in total, 2 sessions a week for 3 weeks. After that, you can get maintenance sessions done once in a few months.
Any contraindications for pregnant women, or is it better for pregnant women or pre-pregnancy? If I'm planning a pregnancy, is it better for me to strengthen the pelvic floor area artificially like this?
So I would not recommend it during pregnancy. And again, some people who have internal implants in their vaginal region or in their lower abdomen or the lower in and around the pelvic region, they cannot get it done. Otherwise, anybody can get it done.
Some big news coming in on the no trust motion moved by the opposition. The debate now has been scheduled on the August 8th, 9th and 10th. Prime Minister Modi to reply in the Parliament on August 10th on the no trust motion that's been moved by the opposition parties collectively. A big no trust war that will play out in the Parliament next week. This is, of course, right at a time when the opposition has been demanding a discussion on Manipur, insisting that Prime Minister Modi must be part of it. That did not happen, and just in days post right after the monsoon session began, you had the opposition party leaders, the Congress, the BRS independently going to the Speaker, the Lok Sabha Speaker, and submitting their plea for a no-confidence motion, a no-trust motion in the House. And they were waiting for a date and time. It appears a time and a date has been given. 8th, 9th and 10th is when the no-confidence debate will take place. Let me cut across to Palmi Saha joining us for more. Palmi, tell us more. The debate on the no-confidence motion scheduled 8th, 9th and 10th with Prime Minister replying in the Parliament on the 10th of August. This is going to be a big showdown with the centre being forced to display their numbers in the House, which they do have a majority, but yet this will be a symbolic.
This is all symbolic, Nabila. Even the opposition, of course, is aware of the numbers that the government enjoys. So this isn't about putting down the government, but the agenda behind the no-confidence motion that they moved against the government was to, of course, compel the Prime Minister to take to the floor of the House and speak on the Manipur issue. Whether he does or not, of course, that will be something that we'll find out on the 10th when he, in fact, replies to that discussion, which is slated to begin on the 8th of August. This was, of course, decided in the Lok Sabha's Business Advisory Committee meeting that was held with Speaker of Lok Sabha, Om Birla, chairing that meeting at 12 noon today in Parliament. The opposition, of course, walked out of that meeting as the dates were given out because their contention is that legislative business shouldn't be taken up ahead of the no-confidence motion being discussed in Parliament. But that is, of course, something that the government will continue with. Yesterday, of course, we put that question to Piyush Goyal as well, that this is the contention of the government, and he said there is no rule that stops the government from taking up any sort of legislative agenda before, of course, the no-confidence motion is discussed. So we were, of course, looking for a date for that no-confidence motion. It has been set for the 8th of August, 9th of August, and on the 10th of August, the Prime Minister will reply.
All right, Palmi, thank you very much. The no-confidence motion debate to happen on the 8th, 9th and 10th of August. Barely a week's time, we're going to see a huge no-trust war. And this surely will be symbolic as the centre, the NDA itself, has a majority in the Lok Sabha. So this will ideally be symbolic, but yet finally we will see the government now proving their numbers yet again. Meanwhile, the Manipur issue has continued to rock the parliament. The opposition continues to demand a statement by Prime Minister Modi on the situation of violence hit northeastern state. They staged a walkout in the Rajya Sabha as LOP leader of opposition, Mallikarjun Kharge, was not given an audience by Jagdeep Dhankar. The India part members mulling over bringing a no-confidence motion against the chairman now. Congress will be talking to other leaders to build consensus. The discussion on the no-confidence motion will continue until August 10th. Prime Minister Modi now is expected to reply on the no-confidence motion the same day. In fact, the parliament has not been able to function since the start of the monsoon session that began on the 20th of July, as opposition has been demanding that Prime Minister Modi himself address the Manipur violence issue in the floor of the House. But the BJP has insisted that it will only be Home Minister Amit Shah who will address and take up the Manipur issue. And that's led to a parliament logjam. We saw parliamentarians staging a protest even outside the parliament complex. Now, hitting back, BJP has accused the opposition of shedding crocodile tears, that they are not really committed to addressing the Manipur issue and that this is only a political gimmick by the opposition.
देखिए, प्रधानमंत्री जी की ये बात से मुझे ये साबित कर दिया, प्रतीत हो रहे हैं कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ये इंडिया अलायंस से डरे हुए हैं। उनको डर लग रहे हैं, इसलिए शुरू से ही गाली गलौज करके ये एनडीए और इंडिया के जो अंतर है वो अंतर को दर्शाने की कोशिश किए जा रहे हैं।
Get out of that India syndrome and get back to the work and speak about Manipur violence to the parliament. Let him forget about that. The alliance is in place. It's a solid alliance. India alliance is going to win state after state. The people of the people of Himachal and Karnataka has led it, and India will lead now. And we will show Mr. Modi that his arrogance is going to be defeated by the people of India.
अगर हम प्रधानमंत्री से जवाबदेही मांग रहे हैं और विस्तार से चर्चा चाह रहे हैं, 30 राजनीतिक पक्ष हैं पार्लियामेंट में, राज्यसभा में, 11 उसमें से सांसद हैं जो अभी मणिपुर में होकर आए हैं, तो क्या वो चर्चा नहीं होनी चाहिए? इसलिए हम कह रहे हैं कि ये देश को भ्रमित करना बंद करिए कि हम क्या ये लोग चाह रहे हैं डिस्कशन हो, ये चाह रहे हैं कि 2 घंटे में अपना पल्ला झाड़ के कह रहे हैं डिस्कशन हो चुका है।
आज आप सुप्रीम कोर्ट की कल की टिप्पणियां देख लीजिए, ऑब्जर्वेशन देख लीजिए, उनका सीधा सा सवाल है पुलिस ने कैसे इनको अपनी उपस्थिति में भारत के कानून व्यवस्था को शर्मिंदा करने वाली 4 मई की घटना होने दी। पुलिस रही, सौंप दिया गया दंगाइयों को, उसके बाद बलात्कार बीभत्स नृशंस तरीके से हुआ, और आज हालात ये हैं कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट वहाँ की पुलिस पर भरोसा नहीं कर रहा है। अगर उसके ऑब्जर्वेशन आप देख लें,
यूपीए के लोग ही तो I.N.I.D.I. में सम्मिलित हुए हैं ना, यूपीए के लोग ही, टेक्निकली तो यही नाम है ना, और यूपीए के लोग ही सम्मिलित हुए हैं, तो यूपीए के जो पुराने कारनामे हैं वो क्या ऐसा नाम रखने से ढक जाएंगे क्या? तो क्या गलत कहा? मुझे लगता है कि एकदम ठीक कहा है।
Meanwhile, the Delhi ordinance issue reaches the parliament as Home Minister Amit Shah is all set to table the bill at 2 p.m. The draft will be replacing the centre's ordinance brought in on the May 19th. So this Delhi ordinance has now been introduced by the centre as a bill. The Government of the National Capital Territory of Delhi Amendment Act 2023. It majorly seeks to designate the LG as the authority with a final say on postings and transfers of all bureaucrats serving under the Delhi government. The copies of the bill were circulated to the Lok Sabha, in fact, even before it was introduced in the House during the monsoon session, so that everyone's filled in on what exactly the bill holds. There have been a couple of changes that have been made in the bill. Meanwhile, calling the bill as illegal here and unconstitutional, the Aam Aadmi Party, the government in Delhi, has slammed the central government. The Aam Aadmi Party has been trying to garner support among the opposition parties in order to defeat the bill, at least in the Rajya Sabha, the upper house. As in the Lok Sabha here, clearly you have the centre, the NDA with majority numbers. So they're hoping that the Rajya Sabha, they'll be able to defeat the bill. The India Alliance, which has extended its support to Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal in the fight against the centre, is now all set to lock horns with the government once the bill is tabled.
शायद ही भारत के इतिहास में ऐसा हुआ हो कि एक संवैधानिक पीठ के सर्वसम्मति के फैसले को मात्र 8 दिन में बर्बरता से सरकार ने पलट दिया। हम कैसे हराएंगे? हम ऐसे हराएंगे क्योंकि ये एक धर्म युद्ध है। धर्म हमारे साथ है, अधर्म भाजपा के खेमे में, सच्चाई हमारे साथ है, बुराई भाजपा के खेमे में है। और मेरा अपना ये मानना है कि धर्म और सच्चाई की, अच्छाई की जीत होगी।
ये जो बिल है ये पूरी तरीके से माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय के 5 जजों के फैसले के खिलाफ है। दिल्ली का ऑर्डिनेंस पूरी तरीके से संविधान के खिलाफ है, इस मुल्क के फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर के खिलाफ है। आप कोई भी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल अमेंडमेंट बगैर 2/3 बहुमत के कर ही नहीं सकते। तो ये गैर संवैधानिक बिल है और लोकसभा में भले ही पास कर लें किसी भी तरीके से ये लोग, लेकिन जब ये राज्यसभा में आएगा तो विपक्षी दलों के पास इतना बहुमत है कि इस बिल को वहां पे हराएंगे, गिराएंगे।
India Alliance is already cleared our stand that we stand against any kind of attack on federal structures. This particularly this ordinance, which is going to be put as a bill in Delhi thing, is going to take away more powers from the state governments to the office of Mr. Amit Shah. Therefore, we are against that process and we are against that attack on people of Delhi's power.
सवाल ये उठ खड़ा होता है, क्या इलेक्टेड गवर्नमेंट से ऊपर केंद्र सरकार हो गई और केंद्र सरकार अपनी मनमानी कर सकती है? क्या सुप्रीम कोर्ट के ऊपर केंद्र सरकार हो गई और केंद्र सरकार अपनी मनमानी के माध्यम से ऑर्डिनेंस ला सकती है? तो हम लोग सब इसका विरोध करेंगे, क्योंकि आज ये दिल्ली में हो रहा है, कल आंध्र प्रदेश में हो सकता है, परसों तेलंगाना में हो सकता है, कुछ दिन बाद उड़ीसा में हो सकता है। तो ये अनकॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल, इमोरल, अनडेमोक्रेटिक ऑर्डिनेंस जो है, आंकड़े हों या ना हों, सही मायने में इसके खिलाफ विरोध सभी को करना चाहिए, खास करके वो एलाइज जो साइलेंट एलाइज भारतीय जनता पार्टी के हैं।
भारत सरकार ने, मोदी सरकार ने एक गलत फैसला लिया, अनकॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल
आपने ऑर्डिनेंस जारी किया, सुप्रीम कोर्ट के 2 जजमेंट है कि आप एक बिल लाकर संविधान में अमेंडमेंट नहीं कर सकते, आर्टिकल 123 का वायलेशन है, फेडरलिज्म जो इस देश के बेसिक स्ट्रक्चर का हिस्सा है उसका वायलेशन है, हम उसकी मुखालिफत कर रहे हैं। हम इस बिल या ऑर्डिनेंस के खिलाफ हैं और इसलिए हमने इसके इंट्रोडक्शन पर भी स्पीकर साहब को मैंने आज नोटिस दिया है, रेजोल्यूशन भी दिया है और इंट्रोडक्शन के बाद हम अपोज करेंगे।
दिल्ली की विशेष परिस्थितियां हैं भाई, उसके तहत लाए हैं अध्यादेश लाने का अधिकार संविधान ने दिया है, संविधान के अनुसार ही काम कर रहे हैं। वो अपनी बात लोकसभा में राज्यसभा में कहें, जिसके पास बहुमत होगा वो बिल पास कराएगा।
All right, so the Delhi ordinance is now going to be the most contentious issue in the parliament, with Home Minister Amit Shah himself going to be tabling it at 2 p.m. So where are the numbers stacked? If I could take you through a quick glimpse into the Rajya Sabha, where the Aam Aadmi Party is really hoping to defeat the centre with numbers, but taking a close look here, it does look close. In fact, those people who are, or those MPs who are in favour of the ordinance, the bill now, is about 113. In total, there are 248 MP seats, of which 113 seem to be in favour of the ordinance. Those who are against the ordinance are roughly about 100. And the fence sitters, those MPs who are yet to decide on their stance, are about roughly 21. And the vacant seats constitute to 6 in number, and others 8. So here is where Rajya Sabha is where the Aam Aadmi Party is hoping to defeat the government on the Delhi ordinance. But when you look at the numbers in the Lok Sabha, it seems like the government has a fair majority. Out of the total seats of 535, we are looking at Lok Sabha members with the NDA at 351, who are all going to unanimously vote in favour of the Delhi ordinance. And those who are against the ordinance at this point are about 147. The fence sitters again in the Lok Sabha are 32, while those seats vacant are 5. So Lok Sabha is where the NDA, the centre, will really have their sway. Rajya Sabha is what the fight will really be here. All right. Now, let me cut across to news coming in from Karnataka. As political war of words over construction of Rajiv Gandhi's statue in Bengaluru intensifies, the BBMP, the civic body in Bengaluru, has put out advertisements for tenders to construct a bronze statue of former Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi. The BJP has now slammed the Congress government in the state, saying it floated a tender for Rajiv Gandhi's statue but halted work on the construction of statue of deity Bhuvaneshwari Devi. Remember, the former BJP government under Basaraj Bommai had announced that the statue of Bhuvaneshwari Devi would be constructed at a cost of 2 crore rupees. Now, the current government under Siddaramaiah has not yet called in a tender for the construction of that statue. The Congress has now rolled out a tender to build a Rajiv Gandhi statue instead. Congress was quick to react, slamming the BJP, saying the entire issue is being communalized by the party.
We are here at the Rajiv Gandhi Junction in Bengaluru. Behind me, you can see the work has started. It's called the Rajiv Gandhi Circle beautification work that is in progress, asking the people to cooperate. Here was the Rajiv Gandhi statue, which was for decades, which was here. And now the BBMP has floated a tender that a bronze statue worth 1 crore rupee would be put up here. The tender has been floated, and the tender ends before the August 14th, where people can apply for this work and get the statue done, and it would be located here. But what BJP is saying is that the BJP government had done a tender for, not just the tender, but had called for a project for Bhuvaneshwari statue, that is the Kannada goddess, goddess of Karnataka, or the Kannada goddess, statue worth 2 crore rupees. And the BJP is alleging that the Congress government has dropped the idea of putting in a Bhuvaneshwari statue, but rather giving precedence to Rajiv Gandhi statue. While I spoke to the minister myself of the Kannada Culture Department, that have they dropped the idea of Bhuvaneshwari statue and building a Rajiv Gandhi statue, the minister did reply that the process of floating the tender for Bhuvaneshwari statue is not done. They are still looking at how to arrange the funds, while the BBMP has already floated a tender for the Rajiv Gandhi statue, which is right behind me here. This is the heart of the city. There was already a statue here of Rajiv Gandhi. It has been removed and a new statue will be located in the same place as well. But to mention, BBMP and Kannada culture are two different departments. However, the BJP is saying that the Congress government has dropped the idea of Bhuvaneshwari statue and rather going ahead with political families and trying to give respect to Rajiv Gandhi. Nagarjun Dwarkanath for India Today.
He should understand who is Rajiv Gandhi. Rajiv Gandhi is the former Prime Minister of India who was killed on duty. I mean, he sacrificed his life to keep this country united. So if there is a statue for Mr. Rajiv Gandhi, why is Mr. Surya so perturbed about it? Why is so disturbed? One. Two, he wants to bring in a communal angle here. So it is a common pattern among these Sangh Parivar people. Divide and rule, that is what they have learned from Britishers. So they were the followers of Britishers, bootlickers of Britishers. So they are following their pattern.
कन्नड़ा माता का जो स्टैचू होने वाला था बीजेपी गवर्नमेंट में, वो आपका डिपार्टमेंट अभी ड्रॉप किया है?
नहीं, ड्रॉप नहीं किया है. डिस्कशन हो रहा है सर. ड्रॉप नहीं किया
क्योंकि मीडिया रिपोर्ट्स
ऐसा वो बीजेपी गवर्नमेंट में ऐसा प्रपोजल नहीं था.
2 करोड़ का बजट में अनाउंस किया था ना सर?
तो कौन अनाउंस किया था?
बीजेपी गवर्नमेंट में 2 करोड़ का
बहुत अनाउंस किया था. क्या भी कुछ भी नहीं किया काम.
ओके.
हाँ, मेरा एरिया में
हाँ
समांतर जलाशय को 1000 करोड़ अनाउंस किया था.
ठीक है.
एक पैसा भी खर्चा नहीं किया.
बट अभी
ऐसा बीजेपी गवर्नमेंट ने बहुत अनाउंस किया.
ठीक है.
मेरा एरिया में तोटगारी के पार्क करके बोला.
ठीक है.
एक भी पैसा भी नहीं दिया, पार्क भी नहीं बनाया.
सर बट अभी स्टैचू बनेगा कि नहीं बनेगा सर? अभी
स्टैचू बनने का प्लान है. मैं इलाका सेक्रेटरी के साथ, अधिकारी लोग के साथ बात करके मैं तुम्हारे को बोलेंगे साहब.
अभी टेंडर नहीं बुलाया सर?
टेंडर कुछ भी नहीं हुआ साहब.
ओके.
टेंडर भी नहीं, कुछ एक उसका पैसा भी नहीं दिया.
बट आप ड्रॉप नहीं करेंगे ना? आप इसको कंस्ट्रक्ट करेंगे?
सब मैं ड्रॉप करने का एक भी नहीं सोचा है. वो बोला है बट कुछ भी नहीं किया है.
ठीक है. बट आपके पास पैसा है सर? 2
इलाका अधिकारी के साथ बात करने के बाद तुम्हारे को बोलेंगे साहब.
ठीक है. बट सर क्या डिपार्टमेंट में फंड्स है इसको कंस्ट्रक्ट करने के लिए 2 करोड़?
देखेंगे साहब, नो प्रॉब्लम. उसके बारे में इलाके का साथ बात करने के बाद मैं बोलेंगे साहब.
ठीक है.
All right, on that note, I'm slipping into a short break. Coming up on the other side, a Delhi services bill that's likely to be tabled in the Lok Sabha by Home Minister Amit Shah. And right when the Lok Sabha resumes, 2 p.m., it's likely to be tabled. Bringing you all the updates right after a short break.
What's up with this child? Do your children behave similarly sometimes? Extremely active, driving you up the wall? Unable to sleep at night after a big dessert? Now that is called a sugar rush. A sugar rush is when you have sudden cravings of indulging into a massive ice cream sundae or gorging on an entire bar of melted chocolate that then makes you feel happy and so satisfied. Almost all of us have fallen prey to these cravings. But how does your body react to this? Once the sugar rush comes to an end, it eventually causes low blood sugar levels in the body, which tends to make you feel hungry even after eating. Consumption of sugar in heavy amounts is one of the most unhealthy habits. It makes you feel tired and drowsy, and these symptoms eventually lead to weight gain and being inactive. Food products like candies, pre-packed items and cakes provide no nutritional benefit and ultimately ends up making you feel lethargic and fatigued. Experts recommend limited sugar intake. The ideal portions are as follows for kids and also for adult men and women. For a kid who's 4 to 6 years old, 19 grams of sugar, that's essentially 5 sugar cubes, is the limited sugar intake that's recommended. A kid between the age of 7 to 10 can consume 24 grams, that's 6 cubes of sugar. If a child is 11 years old and above, that amount slightly increases to 30 grams, which is essentially 7 cubes of sugar. For adults, particularly men, 36 grams of sugar is the recommended amount, that's 90 spoons of sugar. For women, it's slightly lesser at 20 grams, which is equivalent to 5 teaspoons. And for children, it's 12 grams, that's 3 teaspoons of sugar. Basically, children older than 2 years should consume less than 25 grams of sugar a day, and children who've not reached this age shouldn't be given any additional sugar other than what's naturally present in foods. So what are the signs and symptoms in kids to watch out for? Increased urination, increased thirst as well, fat levels going up, fruity breath odor, stomach ache, constantly vomiting as well, and even seeing a weight loss. Sugar has many effects on memory as well as the brain. It slows cognitive functions, it leads to deficits in memory. Problems with attention and inflammation in the brain even has been recognized by experts. Sugar rush is when the rush of adrenaline that gives your child energy and causes their heart to beat faster, their brain to be more alert, and their body to go into fight or flight. So they also become anxious and jittery. Their bodies then start to look for more sugary foods to combat those feelings. So how to manage sugar rush in kids? Do not use sweets or any food as a reward. Using them in this way can make them more desirable to children than if they had not been used as a reward, and can unintentionally lead your child to rely on food or sweets to deal with their emotions. Serve sweets without any stipulations.
What do you associate with the rains and monsoons? Romance, bhajia, chai pakoda, jalebis, and lots of time to smell the wet earth. Even we do. But unfortunately, rains also start the problems of gut infections, loose motions, and gastrointestinal disease.
Because of the moisture, because of the increased temperature, this is an ideal environment for the bacteria, for the viruses to grow. And that is why this is the time that the infections are more common. Besides that, water stagnation is also more common. So with flooding also, which occurs during monsoon time, this leads to more infection.
So why are these infections so common during the monsoon season? Seasonal changes can affect gut health. Factors such as increased humidity, contaminated water and food, and weakened immunity can impact the gut. Eating out can be particularly risky.
See, eating out has become part of our day-to-day lives, Now, with caution means there are more chances of getting infection when you eat outside. The chances of infection from eating outside is much more than eating at home. So that's why you have to take caution that you should eat at a place where you feel that the food is hygienic, food is properly cooked and properly stored, and the chances of infection are less.
is gut health? Gut health refers to the overall well-being and optimal functioning of the gastrointestinal tract, which includes the stomach, small intestine and large intestine. It involves the balance of beneficial bacteria known as the gut microbiota and the integrity of the gut lining. Why is maintaining gut health important?
One of the most important things to take care of your gut is the quality of food, kind of food, the type of food, and how hygienic is the food you are eating. I think that is one of the most important things for gut health.
Increased humidity and moisture create a favorable environment for the growth of bacteria, viruses and fungi, which can lead to gastrointestinal infections. Heavy rainfall is increasing the risk of water contamination. The rains have always reminded us of garam pakoras, chai and jalebi, but these are not healthy, far from it. The immune system may be slightly compromised during the monsoon, making you more susceptible to infections and digestive ailments. In New Delhi, Sneha Murdani for India Today.
Very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. We're going to see a face-off between parliamentarians in the Lok Sabha as the Delhi Ordinance Bill is all set to be tabled by Home Minister Amit Shah. Let me take you through the headlines first. The Delhi Services Bill to be tabled by Home Minister Amit Shah anytime now. Discussions on the bill, though, will be held tomorrow. A debate on the no confidence motion set to take place on August 8th, 9th and 10th. Prime Minister Modi to reply in the Parliament on the no trust motion on the 10th of August. Prime Minister Modi conferred with Lokmanya Tilak Award in Pune by Sharad Pawar and a bunch of eminent personalities who were present. Congress hits the streets with black flags, protesting against Prime Minister receiving the honour. Haryana on the edge after massive riots in Nuh and Sona. Section 144 imposed in Nuh and Sona, Faridabad as well, where violence flared up. In fact, Qatar, Chief Minister chairs a key meeting with officials over the violence as central forces have been brought in to aid in stabilizing the situation. India Today's exclusive. Haryana Home Minister Anil Vij says Monu Manesar not present in the yatra, says additional security deployment called in by the centre on the same. Chandrayaan 3 leaves Earth's orbit and heads to the moon. Chandrayaan to enter moon's orbit on the 5th of August. All right, now the Delhi Ordinance Dangal in the Parliament shortly from now is Delhi Services Bill likely to be tabled in the Lok Sabha. Amit Shah to be tabling this very controversial Delhi Services Bill that gives all powers over bureaucrats to the centre. The BJP, in fact, the BJD, we believe, is expected to back the centre on the ordinance. All right, that's the big update that we have, even as the centre at this point has their numbers in the Lok Sabha. They are, of course, worried about the Rajya Sabha. In fact, the Aam Aadmi Party is hoping that in the Rajya Sabha, they'll be able to defeat the bill. But from the latest that we hear, the Biju Janata Dal is all set to support the centre on the Delhi ordinance. In fact, Naveen Patnaik's party from Odisha, the BJD, now expected to back the centre in the Delhi ordinance. As we see, the numbers in the Lok Sabha looks favourable to the centre. They have a good majority in the Lok Sabha, but in the Rajya Sabha, it seems like a neck-and-neck situation with the Aam Aadmi Party really hopeful that they could defeat the ordinance, the bill now tabled by the centre. The Delhi Ordinance Bill now will give complete powers over bureaucrats to the centre. And this, the AAP says, is in defiance to the Supreme Court's orders that was in favour of the Delhi government holding powers when it came to postings and transfers. Now, a debate on this will be held tomorrow, but the bill will be tabled today in the Lok Sabha shortly from now by the Home Minister Amit Shah. In fact, the Delhi Ordinance Bill will be a real flashpoint between the opposition parties and the centre. It's scheduled to be introduced in the Lok Sabha any time from now as I speak, as the Lok Sabha resumes. Amit Shah to be tabling the bill. This controversial bill has replaced the ordinance that granted the centre control over Delhi's bureaucrats, thereby overriding the Supreme Court's ruling favouring the Delhi government on authority in transfers and postings. Cutting across to Lok Sabha, that's just begun. Live proceedings.
कार्यसूची में क्रम संख्या 11 पर मेरे नाम के सम्मुख यथासूदिवत सरकारी उपक्रमों संबंधी समिति के 20वें प्रतिवेदन की एक प्रति प्रस्तुत करता हूं।
आइटम नंबर 12 श्री किरीट भाई सोलंकी जी। किरीट भाई। मणिपुर wants justice. India wants justice. The Committee on Welfare of Scheduled Caste and Scheduled Tribes 2023-24 listed against my name at the serial number 12 in today's order paper. Item number 13, Shri Girish Chandra ji. सभापति महोदय, मैं आज की संशोधित कार्यसूची में क्रम संख्या 13 पर मेरे नाम के सामने यथासूचीबद्ध सभा पटल पर रखे गए पत्रों संबंधी समिति 2022-23 का 142 में से 148वां प्रतिवेदन जी अनुराग सिंह ठाकुर I introduce the bill, sir. Shri B.L. Verma to move a motion for consideration of the Multi-State Cooperative Society Amendment 2023.
आदरणीय सभापति महोदय, सहकारिता मंत्रालय के गठन के बाद पहली बार मुझे ये बिल लोकतंत्र के सर्वोच्च मंत्र के समक्ष रखना सौभाग्य की बात है। आदरणीय सभापति महोदय, देश जब आज अमृत महोत्सव आजादी का मना रहा है, आने वाले 25 साल देश को समृद्ध और आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का है, ऐसे में आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने भारत सरकार में पहली बार मंत्रालय की आवश्यकता को देखते हुए मंत्रालय बनाने का निर्णय लिया और सहकारिता मंत्रालय ऐसे हाथों में देने का काम किया जो बड़े और बड़े निर्णय लेने के लिए जाने जाते हैं। आदरणीय सहकारिता मंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में जिस तरह से प्रधानमंत्री मोदी का सहकार से समृद्धि का विजन, उसको पूरा करने के लिए लगातार मंत्रालय हमारा काम कर रहा है। हम सब जानते हैं कि देश के स्वभाव को सहकारिता आंदोलन एकदम अनुकूल करता है और हमारे मूलभूत चिंतन स्वभाव संस्कार के अनुकूल व्यवस्था है। ये उधारी लिया हुआ विचार व्यवस्था नहीं है। वो सारी व्यवस्थाएं अगर हम लाते हैं तो उसमें विदेशी तत्व भी है, स्वाभाविक रूप से रेजिस्टेंस सिस्टम रहता है। और हम तो यहाँ पर सांसद बहुत सारे हमारे ग्रामीण क्षेत्र से आते हैं और जैसा कि हम जब कृषि का काम करते हैं तो खेती के काम में बुआई का समय आता है, कटाई का समय आता है, उस समय हम श्रम शक्ति को बढ़ाने के लिए आपस में मिलजुल कर इसे हम काम करते हैं। सम्मानित सभापति महोदय, ये मल्टी स्टेट कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी संशोधन विधेयक 2022 की आवश्यकता क्यों पड़ी, इसके लिए मैं आपके समक्ष में रखना चाहता हूं कि हमने इस विधेयक को लाने के लिए विस्तार से लोगों से परामर्श किया। प्रस्तावित संशोधन पर मंत्रालय में हुए गहन विचार विमर्श और केंद्रीय मंत्रालयों, राष्ट्रीय सहकारी समितियों के साथ परामर्श किया। 28 केंद्रीय मंत्रालयों, विभागों, 13 राष्ट्रीय सहकारी समितियों से सुझाव प्राप्त हुए और जिन्हें विचार करके उपयुक्त तरीके से शामिल करने का काम किया है। इस बिल को हमने इंट्रोड्यूस करने के बाद ज्वाइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी को भी भेजा। ज्वाइंट कमेटी की 8 बैठकें हुई, जिनमें से विधेयक प्रस्तावित संशोधनों के संदर्भ में मैं कहना चाहूंगा कि सभी से हमने परामर्श लेने के बाद और उसमें कहीं कोई किसी तरह संशोधन नहीं हुआ और हमारे लिए ये बिल आज लाने के लिए मुझे हर्ष का विषय है। और मैं कह सकता हूं कि इसमें इस प्रकार के प्रावधान इसमें रखे गए हैं जो हमारे शासन को, सहकारिता के शासन को मजबूती मिलेगी, इसमें पारदर्शिता बढ़ेगी, जवाबदेही इसके लाने से बढ़ेगी, निर्वाचन प्रक्रिया में सुधार लाने का काम होगा, 97 संविधान संशोधन के प्रावधानों के अनुसार संशोधन करने का काम भी होगा। और माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, इस मल्टी स्टेट बड़े बिल में मैं कह सकता हूं कि जो पहले अनियमितताएं आती थी उनको भी हम दूर करने का काम करेंगे। ये अनियमितताएं इस प्रकार की थी, इसमें वित्तीय गबन के मामले आते थे, चुनाव कराने में विलंब होता। महोदय, मैं प्रस्ताव करता हूं कि बहुराज्य सहकारी सोसाइटी अधिनियम 2002 का और संशोधन करने वाले विधेयक पर लोकसभा द्वारा पारित रूप में विचार किया जाए।
Motion moved. There is one amendment by Dr. John Bitas for reference of the Multi-State Cooperative Societies Amendment Bill 2023 as passed by Lok Sabha to a select committee of the Rajya Sabha. Member may move the amendment at this stage without any speech.
Sir, I move, sir.
The motion for consideration of the bill and the amendment moved thereto are now open for discussion. I now call upon the members whose names have been received for participation in the discussion. Shri Niranjan Bishi. Mr. Derek O'Brien. One second. Take it.
Thank you.
But let everyone be on the seat. One second.
Yes. Sir, while, yes. While I am very keen to invoke Former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee.
What is your point of order?
260.
Mr. Derek?
Professor, Prime Minister Vajpayee on what he said. I will not speak today till you allow the leader of the opposition to speak. He has to be given a chance to speak. Why is it the leader of the opposition speaking? I will not speak. Let him speak first.
Honorable members?
No, sir. He
अरे ऐसे सदन है ये, माननीय सदस्य प्लीज सब सीट पे बैठा।
I rise to oppose the introduction of the bill under the nomenclature the Government of National Capital Territory of Delhi Amendment Bill 2023 under Rule 72 of Rules of Procedures and Conduct of Business, as the bill vindicates the outrageous infringement of this government upon the territory of the states. It is designed of digging up a graveyard for cooperative federalism. सर, ये विधायक निर्वाचित दिल्ली विधानसभा से सेवाओं से संबंधित मामलों को कानून बनाने की शक्ति को वापस ले लेता है। बड़े संक्षेप में 4 बिंदु पे बात करना चाहते हैं। संविधान की संविधान की 7वीं अनुसूची के तहत सेवाएं राज्य का विषय है, इसलिए एनसीटी विधानसभा को एनसीटी की सेवाओं से संबंधित सभी विषयों पर बिना किसी गतिरोध अड़चन के कानून पारित करने का अधिकार होना चाहिए था। इस प्रकार यह विधायक संविधान का स्पष्ट उल्लंघन है, क्योंकि अनुच्छेद 239 के स्पष्ट रूप से दिल्ली विधानसभा को राज्य और समवर्ती सूची में सूचीबद्ध मामले पर कानून बनाने की शक्ति प्रदान करता है। इससे संविधान की अपेक्षा करने और उच्चतम न्यायालय की अनदेखी करने में केंद्र सरकार की दृष्टिकोण को बारे में गंभीर प्रश्न उठता है। इस विधायक का उद्देश्य उच्चतम न्यायालय की फैसले से ज्यादा स्थापित दिल्ली सरकार के अधिकार और उसकी स्वतंत्रता को कम करने का है। उच्चतम न्यायालय के फैसले को बदलने की कोशिश कर और दिल्ली सरकार के मामले में हस्तक्षेप कर केंद्र सरकार संघवाद के
सर आई राइज टू आप बोलना, जब बिल पे डिबेट हो तो आप जितनी देर कहेंगे आपको पर्याप्त मौका देंगे। आप अभी विषय क्या है कि विधायी पावर है नहीं, ये विषय है ना, आप विद्वान है ना। हाँ बोले आप, हाँ बोलने का जब इच्छा जब तो भी नहीं बोलने का मौका मिलेगा आपको पर्याप्त। ये क्या बात है सर? बोलेंगे सर। ये 4 संक्षिप्त 4 बिंदु पे सर, एक बिंदु आप पता नहीं आप माइक दिया माइक चालू है आपका?
नहीं, ये तो अभी चालू किया सर, दोबारा पढ़ना पड़ता है।
आदत मत बनाओगे।
इस विधायक का उद्देश्य उच्चतम न्यायालय की फैसले से यथास्थापित दिल्ली सरकार के अधिकार और उसकी स्वतंत्रता को कम करना है। उच्चतम न्यायालय की फैसले को बदलने की कोशिश कर और दिल्ली सरकार के मामलों में हस्तक्षेप कर केंद्र सरकार संघवाद के उस महत्व को कमजोर करना चाहती है जो हमारी मजबूत और कार्यात्मक लोकतंत्र के लिए आवश्यक है। 3 नंबर सर, आप विधायक और अध्यादेश उच्चतम न्यायालय की इस फैसले को निष्प्रभावी करने का प्रयास करते हैं, जिसमें दिल्ली सरकार की शक्तियां को बहाल करते हुए कहा गया था कि अगर सरकार को अपने नौकरों पर नियंत्रण नहीं
कॉम्पिटेंस के बारे में सिर्फ बोल सकते हैं सर, और कॉम्पिटेंस के बारे में नहीं बोलता है तो तुरंत कंसिडरेशन करने के लिए बोल दीजिए। हम मेरिट पर चर्चा करने के लिए हम तुरंत तैयार हैं।
एन के प्रेमचंदन जी, यस, आपका विषय, आप तो इस विषय पे
लास्ट सर, ये विधायक दिल्ली में उपराज्यपाल के अधिकार का विस्तार करता है। ये दिल्ली सरकार और संघ सरकार के बीच संबंधों को सरोकार में उपराज्यपाल के विवेकाधीन अधिकार का विस्तार करता है।
प्रेमचंदन जी,
उपराज्यपाल और मुख्यमंत्री।
थैंक यू वेरी मच स्पीकर सर। आप हमेशा सदन की नियम प्रक्रिया के तहत आप बोले। जब एक नहीं माननीय आप नेता हैं, मैं पर्याप्त अवसर आपको पर्याप्त समय दूंगा जब बिल पर डिटेल चर्चा होगी, कोई दिक्कत नहीं। लेकिन सदन नियमों प्रक्रियाओं के तहत है, जिस विषय पर आप आपत्ति करना चाहते हैं उस विषय पर आपत्ति बोले, नियमों के तहत बोले।
सर आई vehemently oppose the government of National Capital Territory of Delhi Amendment Bill 2023 on 3 grounds.
आप तो नियम से बोलोगे ना?
हम नियम से बोला है।
हाँ, रूल्स की बात बोलना।
रूल्स के बाद बोला है। Sir, Rule 72(2) of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business in Lok Sabha, I am questioning the legislative competence of the government in having the legislation of the bill number 1. Sir, it is against the principles of federalism which is being envisaged by the Constitution of India. Sir, federalism is one of the basic features of Indian Constitution. An elected government in the state of Delhi, it is not having the administrative and legislative control over the bureaucrats means the government there is no meaning in having the government of Delhi. That is why I am saying that it is absolutely taking away, sir, taking away the administrative and legislative control by the bureaucrats and the the political leadership and the elected. Sir, please, second point.
क्या सुने आपकी? आप 72 के नियम में बोलो, व्यवस्था दे रहा हूं आपको.
Sir, this is going to override the Supreme Court judgment that 11th May 2023 government of NCT Delhi versus Union of India. Sir, let me read the Supreme Court judgment. The Supreme Court judgment says that the state government. No, this is I am talking on the legislative competence. Prahlad Joshi, I am talking on the legislative.
Sir, Rule 72 says, if a motion to leave the introduced the bill is opposed, the Speaker, if thinks fit, after permitting the brief statement from the member who opposes the bill, the motion and the member who moved the motion may without further debate put to the motion, provided that where the motion is opposed on the ground that bill initiate the legislation outside the legislative competence of the House, the Speaker may permit the full discussion. Sir, it doesn't. Parliament is fully competent to pass this bill. If they want to talk on the merit, let them discuss when there is a consideration and passing, sir.
Okay. Sir, the second point is, it is overriding the Supreme Court judgment dated 11 May 2023. The Supreme Court judgment is very clear that Delhi state government is having absolute power, administrative as well as the legislative supremacy is with the state government of Delhi. The intent of this bill is to override the Supreme Court. Sir, the third point. Sir, the third point. Please. Why you are having it? Sir, the third point. 239, sir, through 239, clause 7 of Constitution of India. Sir, so far the last 30 years of Indian experience, so far the clause 7, 239 article of the Constitution has not been invoked. Here in the preamble, if you go to see, there are 2 pages of preamble. In preamble, sir, very valid point, sir. In preamble, nowhere it is stated that why clause 7, 239 is invoked is not being stated in the preamble. Preamble is incomplete. Therefore, I strongly oppose the bill in introducing.
Speaker, sir, मैं शुक्रगुजार हूँ हमारे अपोजिशन लीडर का कि बगैर प्रधानमंत्री के हाउस चलने दिया सर. इन्होंने बगैर प्रधानमंत्री के हाउस चलने दिया, इनका शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ सर. तो ये चेस और लूडो का खेल हो रहा है सर. उधर से चेस खेला जा रहा है, इधर लूडो खेला जा रहा है सर. मैं इसलिए अपोज कर रहा हूं कि ये आर्टिकल 123 का वायलेशन है. एक सिंपल बिल से आप संविधान को अमेंड नहीं कर सकते. तीसरा, ये थियोरी ऑफ सेपरेशन ऑफ पावर्स का वायलेशन है. चौथा ये है कि सर सुप्रीम कोर्ट का 4 जुलाई 2018 का 5 जजेस का जजमेंट है. तो इसीलिए मैं ये कहता हूं कि ये इस हाउस को लेजिस्लेटिव कॉम्पिटेंस नहीं है, इसलिए मैं इस बिल की मुखालिफत कर रहा हूं. अब जबकि हमारे लीडर ऑपोजिशन ने अलाउ कर दिया बगैर प्रधानमंत्री के, मेरी आपसे गुजारिश है सर, मैं डिवीजन पूछूंगा, अब डिवीजन कराइए.
स्वागत राय जी.
Sir, with all the vehemence at my command, I beg to oppose the National Capital Territory of Delhi Amendment Bill 2023. As has been mentioned before, that this bill is well outside the legislative competence of Parliament, because the Supreme Court passed a judgment in CA number 2357 of 2017 on 11th May 2023 in the matter of government of NCT of Delhi versus Union of India. Now to override the Supreme Court judgment, the government has brought forward a bill. This is totally autocratic. It abrogates. Sir, हो जाएगा sir. Sir, अब प्रेमचंद्रन को 4 बार मौका दिया. मुझे भी 1-2 बार दीजिए. Sir. Complete. Sir, I want to say that this is total abrogation of the legislative power of the Union Capital Territory of Delhi under Article 239A of the Constitution.
कल आपको पर्याप्त मौका दूंगा. चलाओ सदन पूरा, सबको मौका देंगे.
अध्यक्ष
पूरा समय, कल आप सबको पूरा समय दूंगा.
अध्यक्ष महोदय, ये बिल पूरी तरीके से गैर कानूनी है.
कानूनन बात करो.
ये पूरी तरीके से गैर कानूनी है. आपको भी पता है, पेज 772 ऑफ कॉलन शक्दर प्रैक्टिस एंड प्रोसीजर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट में. मुझे कंप्लीट करने दीजिए.
एक मिनट बैठिए. माननीय सदस्यगणों, मैं पुनः आपसे आग्रह करता हूं कि ये संसद है और संसद में बोलते समय हर शब्द का उच्चारण ठीक होना चाहिए. हमारे गौरव गोगोई जी उपनेता हैं, वो बोलते हैं आपको भी पता है. अगर मुझे पता होता तो मैं इस बिल को इंट्रोड्यूस ही नहीं करता.
आपको रूलिंग चाहिए.
नो, मुझे पता होता तो मैं बिल को इंट्रोड्यूस कैसे करता. आप तो सीट पर आपत्ति पैदा कर रहे हैं कि मुझे पता है. मुझे पता होता तो मैं इंट्रोड्यूस कैसे मिलता. ये तो बहुत बड़ा विषय हो जाएगा. नो, इन शब्दों को वापस लो. ऐसे चलिए.
चाहता हूं सर,
मुझे संरक्षण की
आपका संरक्षण चाहता हूं कि आपके पीठ से एक निर्देश जाए कि ये जो बिल है सब्सटेंटिव पॉलिसी नहीं है. और ये जो कॉल एंड शक्दर का जो लिखा है कि व्हेन अ लीव ऑफ हाउस टू द मूविंग ऑफ अ मोशन हैज बीन ग्रांटेड, no substantive motion on policy matter is to be brought before the house by the government till the motion of no confidence has been disposed of. Motion of disconfidence has not been disposed of. This is a substantive policy. It is illegal. It will be challenged and this has no merit, sir. अब ruling दीजिए कि ये substantive नहीं है.
Thank you, sir. I too would like to oppose the introduction under Rule 72 of the Rules of Procedure, and particularly on the issue of legislative competence. I have 4 brief points, sir. First, the bill violates the defining feature of a federal democracy, the division of power. It undermines the Delhi Legislative Assembly and the Delhi government, and by trying to supersede the Supreme Court's decision on the matter, the union government appears to undermine the constitutional principle of federalism. Number 2, sir, just 4 quick points. Sankshipt mein bol raha hu. Number 2, the bill infringes the principle of representative democracy, which is a basic feature of the Constitution. The legislators are accountable to their electorate. The electorate must have a say in who governs them. If the Delhi government is not able to control and hold to account the officers posted in its service, sir, the fact is that it's their responsibility. The legislature cannot be fulfilled. The principle of collective responsibility extends to the responsibility, sir, of the government for its own officers. You cannot give bureaucrats the authority that belongs to elect.
I am before you, sir. I am before you.
Sir,
actually, the government is day by day going autocratic. That is what everybody feels here. Sir, ever since the first no confidence motion has brought in to this house in 1956, there is no such precedence to discuss any substantive motive before the discussion of.
आप इस विषय बिल पे बोलिए.
Before the discussion of no confidence motion. Moreover, it is very much against the judiciary, which the Supreme Court has already pronounced.
Honorable Speaker, sir, there are some very, very erudite members of Parliament here who know the law well. I'm surprised that when legislative competence is being discussed under under Rule 72 proviso, that there is no advertence at all to the actual Supreme Court judgment or the order which the Supreme Court has passed, a speaking order of 7 pages the Supreme Court has passed in the writ petition filed by the State of Delhi against Union of India. Yes. Now, kindly see what the Supreme Court in para 95 has said. It concludes
about legislative competence. Please understand, the court says, however, if Parliament enacts a law granting executive power on any subject which is within the domain of NCTD, the executive power of the LG shall be modified to the extent as provided in that law. Government has brought out a law now pursuant to a Supreme Court empowering it. So how can you challenge legislative competence? How do you I can understand you vote against it. You can vote against it. You can vote no. On a point of law. On a point of law, you cannot. On a point of law, you cannot challenge this. Legislative competence is there.
Okay. माननीय गृह मंत्री जी,
माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, विपक्ष के सदस्यों के द्वारा जो मुद्दे संसद के नियमों के अनुसार उठाए गए, मैं इसकी स्पष्टता इस महान सदन के सामने करना चाहता हूं। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, 239 क और क के अंतर्गत था, इसमें स्पष्ट उल्लेख है संविधान में कि उपखंड क की किसी बात से संघ राज्य क्षेत्र या किसी भी भाग के लिए किसी भी विषय के संबंध में इस संविधान के अधीन विधि बनाने की संसद की शक्ति का अल्पीकरण नहीं हो सकता। इसका मतलब है हमारे संविधान ने इस सदन को संपूर्ण सत्ता दी है कि दिल्ली राज्य के लिए किसी भी कानून को लेकर आने की। दूसरा मुद्दा उठाया गया सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जजमेंट का, जो हमारे माननीय सांसद बीजेडी के बताया, सर्वोच्च न्यायालय के पैरा 6 जजमेंट के पैरा 6, 95 और पैरा 164 एफ, इसके संबंध में सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने स्पष्ट किया है कि संसद दिल्ली संघ राज्य क्षेत्र के लिए कोई भी कानून बना सकता है। अतः ये सारे जो ऑब्जेक्शन लिए गए हैं वो राजनीतिक है, इसका कोई संवैधानिक आधार नहीं है। संसद के नियमों के आधार पर भी इसका कोई आधार नहीं बनता है, इसलिए इस बिल को संसद के सामने पेश करने की अनुमति दी जाए।
माननीय सदस्य, मैं आपको फिर कह रहा हूं, आपको पर्याप्त मौका दिया, आपका ये व्यवहार उचित नहीं है। मैं फिर बता रहा हूं आपको, देश पूरा देख रहा है, आप संसद के अंदर इस तरीके का व्यवहार करते हैं, ये उचित नहीं है। प्रश्न है कि विधेयक को प्रस्तावित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए, मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में। माननीय मंत्री जी विधेयक को प्रस्तावित करें। श्री नित्यानंद राय
महोदय, मैं विधेयक प्रस्तावित करता हूं।
चेतावनी दे रहा हूं कि मुझे कुछ सदस्यों पे नाम करना पड़ेगा, नेम करना पड़ेगा। मैं आपको फिर चेतावनी दे रहा हूं कि अब सदन की गरिमा और मर्यादा बनाए रखने के लिए मुझे सदन में कार्रवाई करनी पड़ेगी। सदन की कार्रवाई 3 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
All right. right, there you have it. The Lok Sabha is now adjourned over Delhi Ordinance Bill. Even as Amit Shah tabled the bill, we heard opposition coming in from the opposition parties. In fact, the Congress's Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary says he vehemently opposes the bill as it takes away the powers to make laws in service, takes away powers of the Delhi government, and this also overrides the Supreme Court's verdict. This is what he says. We also heard Shashi Tharoor speak. This is until 3 p.m. The Lok Sabha is now adjourned. Home Minister Amit Shah tabled the bill and discussions opened up on it, but it was vehemently opposed by the opposition. Now, of course, the Delhi Ordinance Bill is the contentious issue, the most controversial bills that the government has introduced, and the Aam Aadmi Party, the Delhi government, has managed to galvanize support from most of the opposition parties, and they're hoping to defeat the government with regards to the Ordinance Bill in the Rajya Sabha, even though Lok Sabha, the centre has majority numbers. In the Rajya Sabha, they're hoping that they will defeat the bill. The Delhi Ordinance Dangal that begins in the Parliament, we saw all that ruckus that unfolded as discussions just about began, but came to an end with the Lok Sabha now being adjourned until 3 p.m. In fact, this bill has been tabled by Home Minister Amit Shah. It replaces the Delhi Ordinance and now turned into a bill with a few changes that have been made to the bill as well, copies of which have all been circulated among the MPs in both houses. So they're privy to the changes made and what exactly the bill contains. And we see the opposition now standing up to strongly oppose the Delhi Ordinance bill, saying that this takes away all powers of the Delhi government when it comes to making laws on services, and also in a way overrides the Supreme Court's order that favoured the Delhi government to have powers when it came to transfers and postings. A massive uproar that we see currently ensuing in the Parliament. The Lok Sabha just has got adjourned, will come back at 3 p.m. Lok Sabha will resume at 3 p.m. But I'm going to cut across to the opposition party members, Gaurav Gogoi, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, Shashi Tharoor, a bunch of them who spoke against the bill. Listen in.
एनसीटी विधानसभा को एनसीटी की सेवाओं से संबंधित सभी विषयों पर बिना किसी गतिरोध अड़चन के कानून पारित करने का अधिकार होना चाहिए था। इस प्रकार यह विधायक संविधान का स्पष्ट उल्लंघन है, क्योंकि अनुच्छेद 239 के स्पष्ट रूप से दिल्ली विधानसभा को राज्य और समवर्ती सूची में सूचीबद्ध मामले पर कानून बनाने की शक्ति प्रदान करता है। इससे संविधान की अपेक्षा करने और उच्चतम न्यायालय की अनदेखी करने में केंद्र सरकार की दृष्टिकोण को बारे में गंभीर प्रश्न उठता है। इस विधायक का उद्देश्य उच्चतम न्यायालय की फैसले से ज्यादा स्थापित दिल्ली सरकार के अधिकार और उसकी स्वतंत्रता को कम करने का है। उच्चतम न्यायालय के फैसले को बदलने की कोशिश कर और दिल्ली सरकार के मामले में हस्तक्षेप कर केंद्र सरकार
बिल है, सब्सटेंटिव पॉलिसी नहीं है। और ये जो कॉल एंड सगदर का जो लिखा है कि व्हेन अ लीव ऑफ हाउस टू द मूविंग ऑफ अ मोशन हैज बीन ग्रांटेड, no substantive motion on policy matter is to be brought before the House by the government till the motion of no confidence has been disposed of. Motion of disconfidence has not been disposed of. This is a substantive policy. It is illegal.
Rule 72 of the Rules of Procedure, and particularly on the issue of legislative competence, I have 4 brief points, sir. First, the bill violates the defining feature of a federal democracy, the division of power. It undermines the Delhi Legislative Assembly and the Delhi government, and by trying to supersede the Supreme Court's decision on the matter, the union government appears to undermine the constitutional principle of federalism. Number 2, sir, just 4 quick points. Sankshipt mein bol raha hu. Number 2, the bill infringes the principle of representative democracy, which is a basic feature of the Constitution. The legislators are accountable to their electorate. The electorate must have a say in who governs them. If the Delhi government is not able to control and hold to account the officers posted in its service, sir, the fact is that it's their responsibility. The legislature cannot be fulfilled.
How can they do like this, sir? जो मुद्दे संसद के नियमों के अनुसार उठाए गए, मैं इसकी स्पष्टता इस महान सदन के सामने करना चाहता हूं। माननीय अध्यक्ष, 239 क और क के अंतर्गत था, इसमें स्पष्ट उल्लेख है संविधान में कि उपखंड क की किसी बात से संघ राज्य क्षेत्र या किसी भी भाग के लिए किसी भी विषय के संबंध में इस संविधान के अधीन विधि बनाने की संसद की शक्ति का अल्पीकरण नहीं हो सकता। इसका मतलब है हमारे संविधान ने इस सदन को संपूर्ण सत्ता दी है कि दिल्ली राज्य के लिए किसी भी कानून को लेकर आने की। दूसरा मुद्दा उठाया गया सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जजमेंट का, जो हमारे माननीय सांसद बीजेडी के बताया सर्वोच्च न्यायालय के पैरा 6 जजमेंट के पैरा 6, 95 और पैरा 164 एफ, इसके संबंध में सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने स्पष्ट किया है कि संसद दिल्ली संघ राज्य क्षेत्र के लिए कोई भी कानून बना सकता है। अतः ये सारे जो ऑब्जेक्शन लिए गए हैं वो राजनीतिक है, इसका कोई संवैधानिक आधार नहीं है। संसद के नियमों के आधार पर भी इसका कोई आधार नहीं है।
Proceedings in the Parliament. Aishwarya, tell us on the Delhi Ordinance Bill. As soon as it was tabled by the Home Minister, you heard opposition members raising their objections, saying that this is nothing but disrespecting the Supreme Court's order that gave powers or encouraged for the Delhi government to keep powers when it came to transfers and postings. Lok Sabha adjourned, resumes at 3. Give us the government stance here.
Well, one thing that the government has been speaking about, Nabila, over the past many days is the fact that the Constitution, in fact, has given the right to the Parliament to make sure that they can come up with any law they want for the national capital. And this was, in fact, the opening statement of the Home Minister of our country, Amit Shah. Clearly, Amit Shah went on to say that whatever the government is doing is as per the Constitution of the country. The Constitution gives the right to the Parliament to come up and to enact laws, especially when we speak about the national capital. On the other side are the opposition leaders who are now saying that they are trying to muzzle power, and that's the reason why we saw the kind of ruckus that we saw in Lok Sabha. Ruckus is expected by 3 p.m. also, because one thing that you need to understand, one of the things that the Aam Aadmi Party has been speaking about ever since the ordinance came out is the fact that this is all being done by the centre because they want to stop Arvind Kejriwal, they want to muzzle the government. So we will see the opposition leaders raising all these slogans, creating ruckus in the Lok Sabha once it resumes at 3 p.m. But the government, very, very clear, Nabila, they want to go ahead with the ordinance, and they are also looking at getting it passed today itself. Nabila.
All right. Well, the debate continues. Lok Sabha to resume at 3 p.m. Let me cut across to Asaduddin Owaisi, an MP himself, what he had to say.
मैं शुक्रगुजार हूँ हमारे अपोजिशन लीडर का कि बगैर प्रधानमंत्री के हाउस चलने दिया सर, इन्होंने बगैर प्रधानमंत्री के हाउस चलने दिया, इनका शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ सर। तो ये चेस और लूडो का खेल हो रहा है सर, उधर से चेस खेला जा रहा है, इधर लूडो खेला जा रहा है सर। मैं इसलिए अपोज कर रहा हूँ कि ये आर्टिकल 123 का वायलेशन है। एक सिंपल बिल से आप संविधान को अमेंड नहीं कर सकते। तीसरा, ये थियोरी ऑफ सेपरेशन ऑफ पावर्स का वायलेशन है। चौथा ये है कि सर सुप्रीम कोर्ट का 4 जुलाई 2018 का 5 जजेस का जजमेंट है, तो इसीलिए मैं ये कहता हूं कि ये इस हाउस को लेजिस्लेटिव कॉम्पिटेंस नहीं है, इसलिए मैं इस बिल की मुखालिफत कर रहा हूं। अब जबकि हमारे लीडर ऑपोजिशन ने अलाउ कर दिया बगैर प्रधानमंत्री के, मेरी आपसे गुजारिश है सर, मैं डिवीजन पूछूंगा, अब डिवीजन कराइए।
All right, now, like I mentioned, Lok Sabha to resume at 3 p.m. Slipping into a short break now. Coming up next, we're bringing you more on Haryana's communal violence, the clashes that broke out late last evening. In fact, Nuh and Shona, both districts have been given curfew orders, Section 144 that has been imposed. Tensions have flared up all the way to Gurgaon, Faridabad. A lot more on the other side. Stay with us.
देखिए, अगर हम उसको मस्जिद कहेंगे तो फिर विवाद होगा, हमें ज्ञानवापी बोल देना चाहिए।
The Gyanvapi is not a mosque, declares Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. A statement that raises the stakes in the Kashi Vishwanath dispute now being heard by the courts.
ये प्रस्ताव मुस्लिम समाज की तरफ से आना चाहिए।
क्या ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद को लेकर प्रॉब्लम का कोई सोल्यूशन है?
देखिए, अगर हम उसको मस्जिद कहेंगे तो फिर विवाद होगा। हमें ज्ञानवापी बोल देना चाहिए। मुझे लगता है कि भगवान ने जिसको दृष्टि दी है वो देखे ना, त्रिशूल मस्जिद के अंदर क्या कर रहा है, ज्योतिर्लिंग हैं, देव प्रतिमाएं हैं।
The Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister, speaking to a news agency, called the mosque a historical mistake that needs correction.
हमने तो नहीं रखे ना, ज्योतिर्लिंग हैं। और मुझे लगता है कि ये प्रस्ताव मुस्लिम समाज की तरफ से आना चाहिए कि साहब ऐतिहासिक गलती हुई है और उस गलती के लिए हम चाहते हैं समाधान हो।
Chief Minister Adityanath's statement comes ahead of the Allahabad High Court's verdict on ASI survey at the Gyanvapi complex expected on August 3rd. The Muslim petitioner who has challenged a lower court order allowing the survey said that no statements should be made outside the court.
मेरा ये मानना है कि जब कोई मामला सब जुडिशियल हो तो उस पर कोर्ट के बाहर किसी भी तरीके की बयानबाजी नहीं होनी चाहिए। कोर्ट के बाहर गुफ्तगू करने का ही ये नतीजा रहा कि मुल्क में बड़े पैमाने पर हिंदू मुसलमानों के दरमियान टेंशन बढ़ी है।
The Hindu petitioner welcomed Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath's statement.
सत्य को स्वीकार करना या किसी से कहना कि सत्य को स्वीकार कर लीजिए, तो गलती क्या है? ये तो मुस्लिम पक्ष को उन्होंने जगाया है कि आप सो रहे हो, आप देखो इतिहास क्या है।
The opposition has trained their guns on the Chief Minister.
देखिए, ये इसको कहते हैं मुख्यमंत्री इस बात को जानते हैं कि इलाहाबाद हाई कोर्ट में एएसआई सर्वे के बारे में मुस्लिम पक्ष ने उसकी मुखालिफत की है। वो आजकल में हाई कोर्ट जजमेंट देने वाली है। आप मुख्यमंत्री है, कानून को फॉलो करिए। आप कानून को फॉलो नहीं करना चाह रहे, वो मुसलमानों पर प्रेशर डालना चाह रहे, दबाव डालना चाह रहे हैं।
देखिए, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल हाईएस्ट पोस्ट पे बैठे हुए किसी भी शख्स को इस तरह की गैर जिम्मेदाराना बात नहीं करना चाहिए। जब कोई भी मामला अदालत में हो, कोर्ट में हो, तो चीफ मिनिस्टर को ऐसी भाषा करके ये बात समझ में आती है कि प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने योगी आदित्यनाथ जी को जो ध्रुवीकरण की कमान है वो उनको दे दी है।
अगर हम उसको मस्जिद कहेंगे तो फिर विवाद।
Should a chief minister have commented on a matter that is sub judice? Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath's reiteration that the Gyanvapi is not a mosque but a temple has raised questions of propriety.
ये प्रस्ताव मुस्लिम समाज की तरफ से आना चाहिए।
Bureau Report, India Today.
ऐसी गलती हुई है और उस गलती के लिए हम चाहते हैं समाधान हो।
After Ozempic face, Ozempic butt, Ozempic body, we're now staring at Ozempic hair. Are you confused? You may have heard of dramatic weight loss thanks to Ozempic, Mounjaro and Wegovy that has got the world in a bit of a tizzy.
It can cause vomiting, it can cause diarrhea, it can cause a whole sort of range of gastrointestinal. So those are the worst side effects. Another side effect which is less talked about is the fact that because these molecules cause weight loss, which is predominantly fat, but they also cause some muscle loss. So some people get shrunk, they feel shrunk, they're shrinking and their muscle mass is going down. That's very disturbing for people. And some people would want to discontinue the medicine only for that reason.
Thanks loss, the skin starts sagging, one starts looking older, and even the butt gets deflated. Quite an ouch moment. Now, some people are reporting shedding hair with the pounds. Does not sound pretty at all. An American TikToker who lost 60 pounds while on Ozempic claims her hairline has receded so much that she now has to cover it with makeup. While hair loss has not been officially listed as a direct side effect, one must understand all support forums are exploding with this concern, as with sudden weight loss, the body tends to take away essential nutrients from the scalp. Add nutritional deficiency to the mix thanks to the rapid weight loss, and you have a recipe for disaster, and that is called Ozempic hair. But fret not, there are some easy fixes. You can fix Ozempic hair, and that's the fabulous news. The Ozempic hair fix is readily available in India are painless PRP without needles, growth factor concentrate injections, lasers, threads, stem cell therapy, amongst many others. While all of the above are painful, the latest painless PRP using jet peel technology is the only painless solution done once a week, every week for 4 weeks.
PRP is where we draw the blood, take the stem cells and growth factors, and put it under the skin to stimulate the hair. But typically it's done with needles. With Magic PRP, it is painless, no needles, no touch. We use air to infuse the actives deep into the skin, and so that the follicles are stimulated with just cool air and beautiful sensation. We do 8 sessions, 1 session a week. It's recommended to be done, and you see fabulous results, no downtime, no discomfort.
One session can cost you 25,000 rupees, and you need 8 sessions in total a week apart. Doctors are not very clear on the hair loss and feel it is probably thanks to a condition called telogen effluvium caused by semaglutide. What they're clear on though at the moment thankfully, is that Ozempic hair can be fixed fuss-free. In New Delhi, Thane Narula for India Today.
All right, BJP workers now holding a protest in Jaipur, a Gherao protest against Rajasthan government. The protest erupted against crimes in Rajasthan. These are images coming in of the BJP holding a protest in Jaipur. This comes, one should know, right amid the violence that we see in Haryana, the neighboring state. The Rajasthan also seeing protests by the BJP workers claiming that there's huge crimes in the state of Rajasthan that hasn't been dealt with. This is the BJP's massive stir where they come out on crime against women. Rajasthan government is a Congress government. They've been condemning the violence against women in Manipur. In fact, while that's said, you also have neighboring Haryana that has seen intense communal clashes, and at this point now we see in Rajasthan where the BJP workers have hit the streets in large numbers condemning the Rajasthan government of not controlling law and order situation, especially crime against women has increased in the state of Rajasthan. So they hold this Gherao protest against the Rajasthan government. These are the first images coming in as BJP workers come in masses to protest against the government. In fact, this state of Rajasthan is a poll-bound state. Elections coming soon in a few months. As we see the BJP upping the ante against the Rajasthan's Congress government, the Ashok Gehlot government, condemning them over crime against women. This, I mentioned, comes on the backdrop and on the heels of what's happened in Manipur as well, where the same Congress party had condemned the BJP government of not controlling the state of Manipur and ensuring that women of Manipur are safe. While that narrative peaks, even echoes in the parliament, we see here in Rajasthan, a Congress-ruled state, the BJP out on the streets condemning the Congress of not ensuring safety for women in the state. Huge numbers of BJP workers.
मेरे में 2 मिला।
Those are visuals there, intense visuals coming in of the BJP workers out on the streets, raising flags, condemning the Rajasthan government. Gherao protest. Jai Kishan Singh, our correspondent, joining us for more. Jai Kishan, go on, tell us more about the reasons to why the BJP has now launched this protest with massive numbers. A huge turnout here for this protest.
See, definitely it is one of the biggest protests of BJP in Rajasthan. Elections are just few months away, and it is also a show of unity from the side of BJP. We are joined by BJP's Rajasthan in charge and Rajya Sabha MP Arun Singh. Sir, अब तक का सबसे बड़ा प्रदर्शन है, भ्रष्टाचार के मुद्दे हैं, लेकिन ऐसा जनसैलाब नहीं आया।
आज का जनसैलाब आप देख रहे हैं
जी,
लाखों की संख्या में लोग आए हैं, जबकि गहलोत सरकार ने रास्ते रास्ते में टायर पंचर करके बसों को रोक दिया और एक जगह ट्रैक्टर पलट दिया, क्योंकि अब तो राजस्थान की जनता यही कह रही है कि महिलाओं पे अत्याचार नहीं सहेगा राजस्थान।
कांग्रेस इज एलिजिंग के आप जो है 4.5 साल तक विपक्ष कहीं दिखाई नहीं दिया। और
we have been doing the protest for the last 4 years in the Ajmer also, in Jaipur also, and this is today the statewide protest because the government Gahloat Sarkar is totally failed.
Sir, a sigh of relief for you.
There are 17 rape every day in the Rajasthan. Rajasthan is number 1 in Jungle Raj, and there are 17 times there is a paper leak. Every time there is a paper leak. The youth of the Rajasthan, they are very much agitated against the Gahloat Sarkar.
सर, सारे सर्वेस जो आ रहे हैं वो भी आपके कहीं पक्ष में आ रहे हैं, तो उससे क्या और आपके लिए सुकून की बात हो गया, सारे बड़े नेता एक साथ।
I don't think the survey, but I can say only this thing, that this time we are going to win the historic victory. In 2013, we got 163 seats, but this time we are going to break the record, and the Congress is going to get its historic loss. They will not able to count even a MLA that how much they win.
सर, कांग्रेस में गोविंद सिंह डोटासरा उनके प्रदेश अध्यक्ष आरोप लगा रहे हैं आप पर कि लाल डायरी खुलेगी तो उसमें बीजेपी नेताओं का भी नाम आएगा।
डोटासरा इज यूजलेस फेलो। राजस्थान की जनता उन पर ट्रस्ट नहीं करती। इस बात अपनी विधानसभा लक्ष्मणगढ़ से 50,000 से डोटासरा हारने वाले हैं। आपसे यह सब लोग जो शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में जो पेपर लीक हुआ, सब की मिली भगत है दूर दराज तक।
सर, प्रताप सिंह, राहुल गांधी आ रहा है, प्रताप सिंह खाचर के साथ तैयारियों से पहले कहा कि बीजेपी महंगाई बढ़ा रही है, आटे चावल सब पे टैक्स लगा दिया और प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं, उनको अधिकार नहीं है प्रोटेस्ट करने का।
भाई उनको तो बताएं कि बिजली का फ्यूल चार्जेस क्यों बढ़ा दिया है, 9 बार बिजली के दाम क्यों बढ़ा है, और तो और उनको बताना डीजल पेट्रोल सबसे अधिक देश में महंगा कहीं है तो राजस्थान में, बगल के राज्य गुजरात और उत्तर प्रदेश में सस्ता, यहाँ महंगा क्यों है।
तो कई मामले ऐसे भी आते हैं सर जिसके अंदर एक बड़ा आपके लिए एक सुकून भरा पल होगा, सारे बड़े नेता साथ में आज बतौर इंचार्ज, आप सबको आज पहली बार ऐसे देख लो सभी गुटों के नेता एक मंच पे है सर।
सभी एक साथ हैं, शुरू से एक साथ है, आज भी एक साथ है। एंड आप देखें 2-4 और जनता ही जनता है, गहलोत सरकार से त्रस्त है। कार्यकर्ता बड़ी संख्या में कोने कोने से आए हुए हैं और यह तो इतना बड़ा हिस्टोरिक आज के दिन में आंदोलन है, नहीं सहेगा राजस्थान, कि अब सरकार का सबसे बड़ा बुरा हाल कांग्रेस का इस बार यहाँ पे होने वाला है। और मैं तो एक कहूँ राहुल जी, सोनिया जी और प्रियंका जी आकर के देखिए दलितों पे अत्याचार जो बहन बेटियों पे हो रहा, आके देखो तो।
See, you can. There are a lot of women also who have joined this protest. I will request Nikhil to show you how. Nikhil, this red diary is what Arun Singh is holding in his hand, and now police, you has released water cannons. You can see police has charged up, and they are stopping the BJP workers through water cannons. These water cannons are being pumped up by the city police. This is statue circle, and it's kind of become a mini war zone. The place which bifurcates secretariat and other portions. आप देख सकते हैं किस तरीके से यहाँ पर जो है पुलिस ने यहाँ पर पानी की वाटर कैनन से बौछार कर दिया और भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जो है वो रोकने की कोशिश कर रही है। और आप देख सकते हैं किस तरह से यहाँ पर अब लगातार वाटर कैनन चलाए जा रहे हैं। वाटर कैनन है, एडिशनल कमिश्नर ऑफ पुलिस कुंवर राष्ट्रदीप है यहाँ पर, और आप देख सकते हैं किस तरीके से यहाँ पर लगातार वाटर कैनन चला के जो है वो, अब ये पहली बार देखिए अब तक का सबसे बड़ा प्रोटेस्ट माना जा सकता है। किस तरीके से यहाँ लाखों की संख्या में जो है भारतीय जनता पार्टी कार्यकर्ता है, देर आए दुरुस्त आए, लेकिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी में भी इस बात की खुशी की लहर है कि आखिर जो है वो आज बीजेपी सड़कों पर है। वो बात अलग है, वसुंधरा राजे यहाँ पर नहीं है। सो यू कैन सी the BJP workers are trying to cross this barricading, and the additional commissioner of police, Kuvar Rashtradeep, has taken charge at this spot, and water cannons are being used to stop the BJP workers who want to zero in the secretariat. So they have rounded up. See this water cannons. See this water cannons, and police is stopping the workers to cross this line. You can see people are anguished over this behavior of the city police, Jaipur city police, on the orders of state government, and no one is been allowed to cross this line. So the question, important question, is that Vasundhara was not here, but still workers in huge numbers are present here. More than 4 units of 4 companies of Rajasthan police have been deployed here, and you can check in. You can check in that it's a huge pressure pumped into this BJP workers. Some are seen dancing, some are seen. CP Joshi is also here, and we'll show you some visuals close from the spot. We'll try to get you visuals as close as possible. We'll try to get you visuals from as close as view possible. And
Jai Kishan is really in the midst of the protests there. He's trying to bring us updates, but seems like there's a patchy connection. What the visuals that we see here is the police trying to restrict the BJP workers from progressing, as there's huge police deployment, water cannons being used to chase off those protesters who've gathered in large numbers in Jaipur. Government Gherao protest that they've launched against the Gehlot government, accusing them of not controlling crime, rising crimes against women. Several rape cases that have been filed, many of them not investigated, a lot of women still awaiting justice. And this, I'd like to stress again, comes really in the backdrop of all that's happening in Manipur, while the Supreme Court has taken up the case of gang rape. Lots of questions now being raised about women's safety across the country. The BJP launching this all-out protest now in Rajasthan, which is a Congress-ruled state, accusing the same against the Congress-ruled Gehlot government, saying that this is the apathy of the government towards women, towards law and order in the state. And despite rising cases of crime, the Gehlot government has been asleep through its tenure. It's a poll-bound state. Rajasthan goes into elections barely in a few months, the end of the year. And at a time like this, we see the BJP really upping their ante against the Gehlot government, condemning their control over law and order, saying this is a government that's failed their people when it comes to feeling safe, especially the women who are feeling unsafe, says the BJP in the state of Rajasthan. Cannons that's being used by police forces, the huge police deployment as the BJP now gathers. And what we hear from our reporter Jai Kishan, he says this is one of the largest protests launched by the BJP. In terms of numbers, it appears that we see a real big number who've gathered, BJP workers with flags who've gathered and launched this government Gherao protest. Their aim is at the Gehlot, at the Chief Minister itself, Ashok Gehlot, condemning him for not ensuring safety for women in the state. Shehzad Poonawala of the BJP joins us on the phone line. Shehzad, this is one of the largest protests by the BJP in the state of Rajasthan, a poll-bound state. We see huge clamour and condemnation on governance and especially law and order when it comes to safety for women. That's what's the cause taken up.
You see, Nabila, entire Rajasthan is saying कि अब महिला अत्याचार नहीं सहेगा राजस्थान, भ्रष्टाचार नहीं सहेगा राजस्थान, युवाओं के साथ धोखा नहीं सहेगा राजस्थान, and this is the reason why thousands and thousands of people have come on to the streets, because Mr. Gehlot and his PR tactics will not alone solve the problem. Do you know, just in one day in Rajasthan, 15 plus incidents of women atrocities, rapes and killings took place just in one day. And all those people who are speaking a lot about women's issues have not opened their mouth. Rajendra Guda, when he wanted to speak, he was shown out of the assembly and the ministry. Rajendra Guda also raised the red diary issue, the red diary of corruption of Rajasthan government under Mr. Gehlot. 15 papers have been leaked, and the main mastermind of the paper leak mafia, Gopal Kesawat, who is an aide of Rahul Gandhi, has been caught. Mr. Dhaka, who is the mastermind, is being defended by Salman Khurshid. And therefore, this unparalleled corruption, unparalleled worsening of law and order, riots, women atrocities, and the kind of dhoka that has been given to the farmers, to the common man of Rajasthan, they are all on the street. But instead of listening to the voice of the people, what is the Gehlot government doing? They are cracking down on peaceful protesters. Last time also in Ajmer, our protesters and people were beaten up, black and blue, with in a very atrocious manner by the Rajasthan police. This Rajasthan police does not catch the culprits. They do not catch the rapists. In fact, Divya Maderna, who is an MLA of Congress Party, she has said that I feel unsafe because Rajasthan police does nothing. She has said that Mahesh Joshi's son, who is accused of rape, has not been arrested or FIR has not been booked. Mr. Gehlot gives clean sheet to rapists by saying 50% rape cases are fake. And therefore people are saying, इस बार ठान दिया है, अब नहीं सहेगा राजस्थान जिस प्रकार से महिला अत्याचार किया जा रहा है गेहलोत सरकार के द्वारा.
Shehzad Poonawala, good afternoon. This is Sneha this side. You know, the Congress has been saying that because the state is poll-bound and the BJP does not have any answers and the failure displayed in Manipur, that's the reason why these issues are being raked up in the state of Rajasthan. That's what the Congress says. How do you respond to that?
Sneha, the Rajasthan government has been in power for last 4.5 years. If this is the only response they have, that they want to hide behind something, instead of giving accountability and the report card, they want to play victimhood card, it is a shame. Do women of Rajasthan not have rights? Do you know a woman has been stripped naked and raped in Barmer? Do you know that on one single day of 28th of July, 15 incidents took place from Pali, Pratapgarh, Jaipur, Jodhpur, Ajmer, Alwar. All these places, women have been raped or there has been gang rape of young girls. Is this not an important issue? When the Minister of Rajasthan government wanted to speak, he is kicked out of the ministry, and Shanti Dhariwal says that it's a mardon ka pradesh, to महिलाओं के साथ rape hota rahega. Mr. Gehlot says 50% rape cases are fake. Where is Priyanka Vadra when these kinds of incidents are taking place? Are people of Rajasthan not entitled to ask the government of Rajasthan? Just by giving advertisement and doing PR box से एक नया तोहफा निकालने से कुछ नहीं होगा. Stop the PR, Mr. Ashok Gehlot ji. Stop your ads on television and start answering questions. By putting ads on television channels, you are not going to win the election. Please answer that why there have been highest number of law and order situations in Rajasthan. Please answer why rapes are number one in Rajasthan. Please answer that why Mahesh Joshi's son has not been booked for rape despite Divya Maderna putting it out. Please answer that why have you been such a terrible administrator when it comes to even protecting and preventing corruption. Your own MLA Bharat Singh has made allegations of corruption in mining. Your own people have said there's corruption in transfer posting. Your own people have come out with the red diary. Your own people are defending the paper leak mafia accused, including Mr. Dhaka, like Salman Khurshid. Where are the answers to these questions? Every question will be diverted.
I'm going to thank you for the moment. Shehzad Poonawala getting us his view on what really is playing out in the state of Rajasthan. Right now, these are pictures of a protest that's going on. The protest is by the BJP against the Ashok Gehlot government in the state. Jai Kishan Sharma is ground zero, is there on ground zero, getting us all the details. Jai Kishan, give us a sense of the current situation right now. I do see heavy police presence. Have they been able to manage to bring the situation under control?
बीजेपी के वरिष्ठ नेता आखिर क्या है इस
Jai Kishan.
भीड़ को दूसरे लेयर में. More companies of police have been deployed here in Statue Circle. I'll ask Nikhil to show you that more than 4 companies have been deployed, and it is a huge sea of BJP workers and supporters who is there. Workers and police is constantly resisting against each other. What police is claiming is that they were given permission up to this particular point, where you can see a lot of police men are standing over the barricades. Now what BJP is demanding is that they want to cross this barricading, and in order to stop them, when police requested them not to cross there, the workers started to cross this barricading through force. In counter to that, the police was forced to use water cannons, and through water cannons the workers were dispatched close to the spot. So here you can see that BJP is also trying to, Rajendra Rathod, leader of opposition, can be seen in the frame. Leader of opposition Rajendra Rathod can be seen in the frame. He is there. He is constantly trying to see crossing this barricading. Rajendra Rathod.
जल करके भस्म होने वाली है. अरे उधर खड़े कहाँ मिलेगी? और गहलोत साहब का और कांग्रेस सरकार का घमंड, और उन्होंने जो अपराध करा है, एक एक का इंक्वायरी होगी और उनको जेल की सलाखों के पीछे भेजेंगे. ये यहाँ पर डंडे मारे इन्होंने, पुलिस ने, ये देखो. हम किसी भी तरह से नहीं रुकने वाले. ये गहलोत सरकार ने जो पुलिस को हमारे सामने करा है, हम कानून नहीं तोड़ना चाहते, लेकिन जनता के दम से हम सब कुछ कर सकते हैं. यही पुलिस हमारे साथ खड़ी भी होगी. तब गहलोत साहब क्या करेंगे? गहलोत साहब ने जो लूट मचाई है, उसकी एक एक की तहकीकात होगी. हाँ, बग्गे थे लोग, मतलब
Protests which are ongoing in the state of Rajasthan right now. This is in fact the BJP on the streets against the Ashok Gehlot government. The BJP says your own leaders are in fact saying that the Ashok Gehlot government has failed. The government of the state has failed. Jai Kishan continues to be with us, getting us those live and very, very dramatic pictures coming in from Jaipur. Jai Kishan, the BJP, they are upping the ante against the Congress government.
Yes, definitely. As you can see, first of all, there's a constant battle going on between, it's like a tug of war going on between the cops and the BJP workers. They are constantly demanding that they want to reach Sachivalaya Secretariat here. But the police is constantly pushing them and not allowing them to cross this particular point. And few minutes ago, some were seen pelting shoes at the police. So it is getting a bit messier this now. But BJP is on street. Arun Singh was here. Rajendra Rathod was here. CP Joshi was here. We're trying to get in some reactions also from the leaders. Rajendra Rathod was seen few minutes ago battling. Now BJP workers are clapping. You can see the posters and placards in their hand which says Rajasthan won't tolerate. And Nahi Sahega Rajasthan is the new theme of Bharatiya Janata Party. Other than Vasundhara Raje, everybody was present there. We will try to get in the reaction where the India Today team is trying to get in between the leaders and try to get in their reactions, what the cops have been telling them. We are getting in, and after a span of more than 4 years, this is the kind of a protest BJP was known for, but it was missing, and the intensity, just few months are there in elections, and very shortly the election commission will call. See, you can see this workers. The workers has fallen unconscious. This worker has fallen. Nikhil is showing you the visuals that this worker has fell unconscious. So this, you can see water cannons were released, and now we'll take you to the another site. It's a big statue circle of which is in the radius of close to 2 kilometers, and everywhere the camera is going, you can see huge sea of BJP workers. Arun Singh, the state BJP in charge, seemed to be very satisfied because the entire team was here from Kirodi Lal Meena, Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, Rajendra Rathod, Satish Punia. Everybody was here. We'll try to get in and sit with the. We will try to get in the reactions of leader of opposition Rajendra Rathod. Rajendra Rathod sahab. We'll try to get in the reactions. Rajendra Rathod is here, leader of opposition. We'll request him. Rajendra Rathod sahab, आप लगातार राजेंद्र राठौड़ साहब इज हियर, द लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन. सर, आपको लगातार धक्का मुक्की की जा रही है और जाने नहीं दिया जा रहा.
देखिए, मेरे हाथ पर चोट भी लगी है. ये बदतमीजियां हैं. प्रतिपक्ष के नेता के साथ इस प्रकार का व्यवहार हो रहा है, आपके सामने हो रहा है. हम सिर्फ अपना ज्ञापन देने आगे बढ़ना चाहते हैं और सरकार की तरफ से गंदा पानी फेंका जा रहा है, लाठी भांची जा रही है. ये सरकार को महंगी पड़ेगी.
तो देखिए सर, अब क्या पुलिस क्या कहते हैं कि डॉक्टर किरोड़ी.
Okay, we'll in fact go back to my colleague in a moment from now, but these are pictures live on your screens of the protest that's being organized by the BJP in Jaipur city against the Ashok Gehlot government, the Congress government in the state of Rajasthan. The state is poll bound and the narrative is in fact moving towards women's safety and whether women are safe in the state of Rajasthan or not. The BJP is now citing data and facts to show that Rajasthan in fact continues to be one of the worst affected states and the worst repetitions in terms of ensuring safety for women. That's what the BJP says. This comes at a time when the Congress has been pointing fingers, not just the Congress, but a united opposition has been raising questions on the failure of the BJP government at the centre and in the state of Manipur to handle the Manipur crisis, which has played out in a way that women are extremely, in fact, continue to be extremely unsafe in the state of Manipur. Recall the horrific video of the women, in fact, of two women that went viral, shocking the conscience of the nation. The BJP instead is saying that look at your own backyard, look in your own backyard. Your state, opposition ruled states like West Bengal here, and in this case, Rajasthan, led by the Congress party, is no better when it comes to safety records for women. The BJP, they're upping the ante against the Congress government in the state of Rajasthan. These are visuals coming in from Jaipur.
अराजक तत्वों को संरक्षण देती है, जो सरकार दंगाइयों को संरक्षण देती है, जो सरकार भ्रष्टाचारियों को संरक्षण देती है, बलात्कारियों को संरक्षण देती है, सांप्रदायिक ताकतों को संरक्षण देती है, जो बजरी माफिया और माफिया को संरक्षण देती है, उस सरकार को राजस्थान की जनता अब सहन नहीं करेगी. राजस्थान का अपमान राजस्थान की जनता सहन नहीं करेगी. दलितों की बेटियों के साथ अत्याचार राजस्थान की जनता सहन नहीं करेगी. ये संकल्प लेकर के आज लाखों लोग यहाँ आए थे. जितने लोग आए हैं केवल इस संख्या को देखने की आवश्यकता नहीं है. ये हर गांव से, हर ढाणी से, हर बूथ से जो वहाँ के लोगों का आक्रोश है, जो उनके मन का भाव है, वो लेकर के यहाँ लोग एकत्रित हुए हैं. आने वाले चुनाव में राजस्थान की जनता के इस आक्रोश में वर्तमान की सरकार जल करके भस्म होने वाली है. लाल डायरी का मामला सामने आ रहा है, क्या देखिए, लाल डायरी जो चीख करके हम पिछले 4.5 साल से कह रहे थे कि ये राजस्थान की सरकार भ्रष्टाचारी सरकार है. केवल हम ही नहीं, कांग्रेस पार्टी के एमएलए कह रहे थे, सदन पर के पटल पर खड़े होकर के विधायक और मंत्री कह रहे थे, मंत्री का दर्जा प्राप्त लोग कह रहे थे, कैबिनेट में बैठने वाले लोग कह रहे थे कि ये सदी की सबसे भ्रष्टाचारी सरकार है. अब उस पर मुहर लग गई है और अब राजस्थान की जनता जवाब मांगती है कि उस लाल डायरी में क्या लिखा गया था, उस लाल डायरी में क्या राज दफन थे, जिसको छीनने के लिए इस तरह से 2 दिन पहले तक सरकार में कैबिनेट में मंत्री रहे राजेंद्र सिंह जी पर इस तरह से हमला किया गया, उनके साथ दुराचार किया गया, उनको लातें मारी गई, उनके साथ मारपीट की गई और डायरी के पन्ने छीन लिए गए. मैं तो यह पूछना चाहता हूं कि इस डायरी के अलावा राजस्थान के कितने काले कारनामों के डायरी आपके पास हैं. ये तो एक डायरी थी. इसके अलावा आबकारी भ्रष्टाचार की डायरी अलग होगी, जो माइनिंग में भ्रष्टाचार और घोटाला हुआ उसकी डायरी अलग होगी, जो ठेकों में गड़बड़ झाला हुआ उसकी डायरी शायद हरी रंग की होगी. ऐसी हरी, पीली, नीली, काली और गुलाबी, इन सब डायरियों का हिसाब जो है राजस्थान की जनता आपके बार करने वाली है.
Jai Kishan continues to be with us. Top leaders of the BJP at the protest. Jai Kishan, the party throwing its weight behind these issues also putting the spotlight on the Congress's performance vis-a-vis law and order in the state.
What gave Sanjeevni to BJP workers is the red diary. It was Rajendra Singh who spoke against the rising crime against women in Rajasthan in Vidhan Sabha when he was refused and he was terminated from the post of cabinet minister here in Rajasthan. He brought in a new shocking revelation.
He brought in a new shocking revelation that was called Red Diary. This Red Diary allegedly belonged to Dharmendra Singh Rathod, RTTC chairperson, a very close person of Ashok Gehlot. And in this diary, he has alleged that in this diary, there are records of corruption, there are records of manipulation of elections of Rajasthan Cricket Assembly, and there are also records of the entire scams which BJP is alleging took place in PhD and other departments. But now today, after the Lal Diary gave Sanjeevni to this BJP, this is one of the biggest protests in last 4.5 years, which BJP has staged. Earlier it was Sachin Pilot who used to act like as an opposition. He was the one who used to mobilize crowd, youngsters on streets. But now after Sachin Pilot has been silent, and he has been asked to work for the party, this BJP is again in the active mode. They have geared up. You can see, Nikhil is constantly showing you. We are getting constant frames that these senior top leaders are here. Barricadings have been placed close to Statue Circle. It is just 100 meters from. It is just 100 meters from the Secretariat and 1 kilometers from Vidhan Sabha. They are constantly asking the government, the state administration officials, police officials, that they want to submit a memorandum in Secretariat to the Chief Secretary. But what the officials are claiming is that they have been given permission till this particular point. But what could have added more to this dharna of BJP was Vasundhara Raje's presence. She has been absent in all the protests, whether it was related to Jan Akrosh Yatras or any others. She has been missing in all the protests when Satish Punia was president, or now CP Joshi. Other than Vasundhara Raje, she is in Delhi. All senior leaders are present here. The frame was very much visible and the message was very much clear that this is the second line of BJP. This is new BJP which has Rajyavardhan Rathod, Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, Rajendra Rathod, CP Joshi, Arun Singh, Diya Kumari, Bhajan Lal Sharma, Satish Punia, CR Chaudhary, PP Chaudhary, Balaknath, Member of Parliament. This is the new BJP, and the old BJP from Rajpal Singh Shekhawat, Srichand Kriplani, Arun Chaturvedi, it was missing. So it's a generational shift also. This protest is also a reflection of generational shift in state BJP.
In fact, Rajyavardhan Rathod has spoken. Listen in.
डंडे पड़े हैं, लेकिन हमें डंडों से डर नहीं लगता. हम अपराधी नहीं बनना चाहते. हम कल को पुलिस वालों को पकड़ेंगे तो हम अपराधी बनते हैं. हम अपराधी नहीं बनना चाहते. अपराधी पीछे छुपे हुए, पुलिस वालों के पीछे छुपे बैठे, उस वाटर कैनन के पीछे छुपे बैठे, वो है अपराधी. और अभी तो वो शुक्र मनाए कि साधारण जनता सड़क पे नहीं निकल रही, नहीं तो लोकतंत्र नहीं इनको हाथ से पकड़ के बाहर निकाल सकती है. हम लोकतंत्र से इनको बाहर निकालेंगे.
वापस प्रयास करेंगे सचिवालय
Jai Kishan continues. In fact, be with us. Jai Kishan, you were getting us an idea about the situation right now on the ground. It does appear that the police is, in fact, and the authorities, they're still trying to bring the situation under control.
आज इस लाल डायरी के माध्यम से प्रूव हुआ है, ये सिद्ध हुआ है और हजारों हजार लोग ये मानने लगे हैं कि अभी ये केवल एक डायरी आई है, इसके अलावा पत्नी कितने रंग की डायरियां और आने वाली है.
तो देख सकते हैं यहाँ पर केंद्रीय मंत्री गजेंद्र सिंह शेखावत जो बारिश में पूरी तरह से भीगे हुए थे और यहाँ पर एक कार्यकर्ताओं में देखिए जोश दिखाई दे रहा है. उसकी वजह यह भी कहा जा सकता है क्योंकि चुनाव है और चुनाव के समय जिस तरह से बड़ी संख्या में बीजेपी के नेता आए हैं, कार्यकर्ता आए हैं, यह भी एक वजह हो सकती है कि यहाँ पर मैं आपको दिखाना चाहूंगा, एक बार कार्यकर्ताओं को भी देख लें.
All right, getting in details as far as the Jaipur protest organized by the Bharatiya Janata Party is concerned. Remember, the Prime Minister himself had spoken about the fact that the party must come together, workers must come together to expose the Ashok Gehlot government and its so-called failure, as is being alleged by the BJP, in terms of handling of the law and order situation in the state. Reporting on crime against women, which the BJP alleges is the worst in the state of Rajasthan. These are dramatic pictures coming in of the protests being held in Jaipur. Jai Kishan has more details on that story. Jai Kishan, what more can you tell us about this particular protest, and is the BJP also planning to protest in other places in Rajasthan as well?
So this is the beginning of Nahi Sahega Rajasthan, a campaign of BJP. This was inaugural protest by the BJP which started from the capital of Rajasthan. Now what BJP's senior leaders will go to the division level from Bharatpur, Udaipur, Jodhpur, Jaipur Rural, Alwar. These are the divisions where BJP will go in along with their senior leaders, their faces, and they will push in with more force and do more protests like this, and they will be constantly taking on the Congress government on the issues of corruption, on the alleged issues of rising crime against women. And it is interesting to note that before this rally began, senior leaders of BJP were addressing three things were common in the speeches of Dr. Kirodilal Meena, Rajyavardhan Rathod, Satish Punia, Arun Singh and State BJP President CP Joshi. Three issues were common. One was rising crime against women. Second was Lyle diary of corruption. Third was allegation on Congress on polarization. They bring in the issues of Bhilwara yesterday. A video went viral where the young school students had alleged that few obnoxious elements have mixed urine in the bottle. So these were the issues which were raised by the senior leaders of BJP. And now
senior leaders of the BJP on the streets of Jaipur there, as you can see in these pictures. Thanking you, Jai Kishan, for the moment, for getting us those details. With that, it's time for a quick commercial break. Here on the other side, Haryana is on the edge after massive riots in Nuh and Sona. Not too far away from Delhi, Section 144 has been imposed in Nuh, Sona and Faridabad in the National Capital Region up until tomorrow.
You are watching India Today.
Horror that sent chills down every Indian spine. They were paraded naked, assaulted by a mob of men in broad daylight in Manipur on May 4th. One of them was gang raped. No action was taken against the accused for a month after complaint, till video of the gruesome crime surfaced. The survivors have knocked on the Supreme Court's doors seeking fair and impartial probe. The demand came days after Centre handed over the case to the CBI. A Supreme Court bench of Chief Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, Justice J.B. Pardiwala and Justice Manoj Mishra, while hearing the case, pulled up the Centre and the state government. The court asked why the police took 14 days to file an FIR. The CJI observed that time is running out and that evidence may be destroyed. Further, the court has asked the government for a bifurcation of the 6,000 FIRs into cases of violence against women and other crimes. The court also sought to know how many statements of victims have been recorded by the magistrate and details of legal aid being provided to victims.
Additionally, the court also asking the centre a very pointed question that while the violence is ongoing, the horror stories are coming out. What is the centre doing to ensure relief and rehabilitation? Is there any rehabilitation package that is being offered to the state of Manipur and to the victims of this horrific violence, no matter which community they may belong to get back to their normal lives, to rebuild their homes and to rebuild their lives?
Earlier, Kapil Sibal, who represented the survivors in the top court, opposed the handover of investigation to the CBI and transfer of trial to Assam. Solicitor General Tushar Mehta clarified that the government had only asked for shifting the trial outside Manipur and not asked for Assam specifically. Sibal argued that the facts indicate the police collaborated with the criminals. The lawyer said the investigation must be conducted by an agency the survivors have trust in. Solicitor General Tushar Mehta intervened to say that centre is not opposed to a court-monitored investigation. Senior advocate Indira Jaisingh suggested a high-powered committee with women who have experience in dealing with survivors to lead the probe. Senior advocate Colin Gonsalves suggested that the investigation be done by an SIT comprising retired DGPs. Advocate Bansuri Swaraj, representing an intervener, argued that the court should take cognizance of crime against women in West Bengal. The court said what is taking place in Manipur can't be excused on the ground that similar crimes are happening in other parts too. The Supreme Court also referred to the Nirbhaya case. It said this is not a situation like Nirbhaya. That was also horrific, but it was isolated. This is not an isolated instance. Here we are dealing with systematic violence. The Supreme Court will resume the hearing on Tuesday. With Anisha Mathur in New Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
That bar of chocolate, another piece that you feel like having, another brownie, biscuit, just one more. Do you feel like that all the time? Addicted, helpless, wanting more. That, ladies and gentlemen, is addiction, and we are decoding sugar addiction to you. Why is sugar so tempting? For those with a sweet tooth, it is like addiction, almost like being hooked to drugs, alcohol. What does sugar do to your brain for you to be so helpless around it? The brain's neurons are fed by sugar. You continuously crave more sugar because your brain perceives it as a reward. The brain's reward system, known as the mesolimbic dopamine system, is stimulated when we consume sweet foods. Dopamine is a chemical produced in the brain by neurons that can indicate whether or not an event was positive. We are more inclined to repeat these behaviors while the reward system is active because it encourages this behavior. Consuming sugar causes dopamine hits, which speed up learning and make people seek out more of these meals.
What does happen is when we have sugar, there is a release of dopamine in our brain, which makes us feel good. Once you feel good, you want to have more of that thing, So yes, there could be binging on sugar, there could be craving for sugar. People would miss sugar if it's not there in their diets. Yes, we do strongly recommend against the use of excessive sugar, and if possible, very, very limited use of simple sugar in our diets.
Why do you feel a rush after eating a midday cupcake? It is simply carbohydrate containing sugar, which is readily converted to glucose in your bloodstream. For starters, we know that glucose is the main source of energy used by our bodies when it comes to overall physical wellness and bodily function. Your blood sugar levels rise. Fruits, vegetables and dairy products all include simple carbohydrates. However, they also contain fiber and protein, which halt the process. Table sugar, soda, candy and syrup don't. What about sugar lows? Do you suddenly feel a drop in energy? Does everything around you seem irritating? Well, this is called a sugar low. For energy, your body needs to transport glucose from the bloodstream to your cells. Your pancreas produces the hormone insulin to achieve this. As a result, your blood sugar level may have a sudden drop. You feel exhausted and disoriented after this sudden blood sugar drop, and you start craving more sweets to get back to that sugar high. Therefore, that sweet snack you had in the middle of the day has prepared you for more poor eating.
You are watching India Today.
Some news just coming in. These are pictures, in fact, of BJP workers holding a Girder protest against Rajasthan government. The protests have erupted against crimes in Rajasthan. Jai Kishan continues to be with us, getting us this ground report. Jai Kishan, get us the very latest situation from the streets of Rajasthan, where a massive protest has broken out.
Yeah, definitely. See, now the BJP workers are being detained by the Rajasthan police. You can see these are the buses of Rajasthan government which has been called, and the BJP workers have been detained. These are buses. You can see the live visuals we are showing you from ground zero. The BJP workers are being detained. Police will take them to Vidyadhar Nagar area where they all will be released. And now the protest is close to its end, but after a huge period of time, this is a kind of protest, and the constant friction is still going between some workers and the BJP leaders. On the other side, you can see the buses full jam-packed with security officials, and the Commissioner of Police, Anand Srivastav, he is himself there on ground zero, and you are seeing the visuals inside the buses. State many senior leaders of BJP, including some member of parliament, the state post holders, and many of the CP Joshi can be seen in the frame, along with Balak Nath. They have been now officially detained by the city police. It was a constant friction between the BJP workers, a tussle going between them and the police officer. Water cannons were released on the workers who were protesting. BJP, you can see in the visual is BJP State President CP Joshi. He is there. Along with him is Dr. Kirodi Lal Meena. He is on the left
Back
of
to you
CP
in a bit
Joshi.
from now. We're tracking that story, but there is, in fact, more news coming in at this hour. Let's go straight to these developments from the Supreme Court of India. News coming in Supreme Court Manipur hearing next on the 7th of August is what we're learning. The Chief Justice of India summons Manipur DGP on the 4th of August. Supreme Court has said Manipur police can't carry out the entire probe, can't entrust the CBI with 6,500 FIRs. The court has asked the Centre for Ex Gratia details as well, given that these concerns were also raised about the fact that the victims have not got the compensation. These are details emerging from the Apex Court, where the hearing on the issue of the violence in Manipur is on the 7th of August, in 6 days from now, with the CGI summoning the DGP of Manipur as well on the 4th of August. Anisha is with us with the very latest details. Break this down for us, Anisha.
Well, first of all, there's been a slight correction in the date of hearing. The hearing is on the 7th of August, that is Monday. The DGP of Manipur is also expected to appear before the court on Monday, on the 7th of August. However, the police of Manipur has come under severe criticism by the Supreme Court today, as the bench has repeatedly questioned why FIRs were not registered, why even 0 FIRs were not registered, and even in cases where FIRs were registered, why was no action taken, why were no witnesses examined, why were no arrests made by the police of Manipur. In fact, the Chief Justice very clearly commenting that it seems that there was no law and order, the police was not in charge for that 2-month period when all of this was happening between 3rd of May and the 31st of July. It seems very clear to the Supreme Court that Manipur as a state administration, as a police administration, had completely failed, and that is a scathing indictment of the Manipur government and the Manipur police by the Supreme Court. Other than that, what is happening is that the court is asking for the details of all the FIRs, the 6,500 FIRs that have been filed in Manipur so far, to find out how many are of murder, how many are of rape, sexual assault, burning of houses, burning of places of religious worship, etc., so that fast-track trials for these kind of serious offences, which are with regard to murder, rape, dacoity, or burning of religious worship places, those can be fast-tracked as far as the investigation and the trial is concerned. Additionally, they have also asked how many of these cases can actually be investigated by the police, how many would be investigated by the CBI. At this moment, what is also very, very crucial is that a very serious allegation has been raised by the central government through the Solicitor General that a number of the unclaimed bodies in Manipur are of people who had entered the country illegally. The government taking a stand that a lot of the violence has been perpetrated by illegal entrants from Myanmar, by people who are engaged in the various crimes and has been smuggled into India illegally. And a very serious statement being made by the Solicitor General that a number of the unclaimed bodies in Manipur are of illegal entrants. This even as the petitioners have been arguing that a number of families of Manipur have not been able to find the bodies of their loved ones who have disappeared or are feared dead during this entire situation in Manipur over the last 3 months. So very, very serious allegations being raised by the government also, and the Supreme Court very clear, very angry, lashing out at the government and the police for the inaction that has occurred so far. The court has also questioned what about the compensation for the persons who have been identified, who are victims of the violence. What about the cases that have been identified? Because remember, this entire situation started because the court has asked about the assault on the viral video of the assault on the women. Right. Now the government is saying that they have about 11 similar cases of assault, public assault on women, and the petitioners have also pointed out more cases. Back to
Thanking you for the moment, Anisha, getting us that detailed report as far as the Manipur matter in Supreme Court is concerned. Haryana's Nuh is on the edge. Communal violence in the region has rocked the entire state. 2 cops and a civilian were shot dead and about a dozen were injured as stones are pelted and cars are on fire during a religious procession in Nuh. Clashes erupted after a group of people pelted stones, brandished guns and fired at vehicles of VHP workers near the Narhar Mahadev temple in Nuh in Mewat. The violence broke out over reports of cow vigilante and Bhiwani lynching accused Monu Manesar visiting Nuh. Haryana Home Minister Anil Vij has said members of the VHP took out the yatra after getting due permission from the police, further asserting that police teams from nearby districts were deployed and not just that, they were airdropped to the places where roads were blocked.
मेवात में फ़िलहाल किस तरह के हालात हैं ये जानने के लिए हमारे साथ एसपी फ़िलहाल नूह है और डीसी प्रशांत जी हैं। हम सीधे बात करते हैं। सबसे पहले डीसी साहब, क्या मौजूदा स्थिति है मेवात की?
ये सिचुएशन अभी अंडर कंट्रोल है जी। पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस की 13 कंपनियाँ आ चुकी हैं, 6 और आ रही हैं। अभी मैं और एसपी साहब जो है हम फ्लैग मार्च के लिए निकल रहे हैं, तो सिचुएशन फ़िलहाल कंट्रोल में है। कर्फ्यू लगा हुआ है और सारी सिचुएशन का मुआयना हम रखे हैं समयबद्ध तरीके से।
अच्छा सर, एसपी साहब क्या कितने लोगों की कैजुअलिटी है अब तक? कितने लोगों की?
अब तक 3 लोगों की कैजुअलिटी इसमें आई है। 2 हमारे फोर्स के मेंबर शहीद हुए हैं, 1 सिविलियन इसमें हुआ है, शहीद हुआ है, और बाकी 50 के आसपास लोग इसमें इंजर्ड हैं।
कितनी गाड़ियों को आग के हवाले कर दिया गया?
करीब 100 इसमें गाड़ियों का नुकसान हुआ है।
100 गाड़ियों का नुकसान हुआ। सर क्या जो इंजर्ड हैं उनको गन शॉट इंजरी भी है, गोली भी लगी है?
नहीं, जो इंजर्ड हैं फिलहाल वो भी कोई खतरे में नहीं जी, माइनर इंजरीज़ हैं। जो 3 सीरियस पेशेंट्स थे वो हमने फर्दर रेफर कर दिए पीजीआई रोहतक में, कुछ गुड़गांव में अपना इलाज करा रहे हैं। तो एज सच जो भी फिलहाल इंजर्ड है उसमें कोई सीरियसली इंजर्ड नहीं है।
सर एक सवाल ये भी उठ रहा है क्योंकि जो स्थानीय प्रशासन है उसको जानकारी थी कि ये सेंसिटिव इलाका है और अगर शोभा यात्रा यहाँ पर निकलती है तो माहौल ख़राब हो सकता है, तो एक तो परमिशन किस आधार पर दी गई और क्या जब परमिशन दी गई तो सुरक्षा व्यवस्था पर्याप्त थी, क्योंकि वीएचपी जो हिंदू संगठन के लोग हैं वो भी सवाल उठा रहे हैं।
देखिए, ये शोभा यात्रा जो है हर साल निकाली जाती है, तो ऐसा कोई वो नहीं था। बाकी जो है सभी ड्यूटियाँ इसमें जो अधिकारी कर्मचारी सभी की ड्यूटियाँ लगी हुई थी। ये कितना फ्लेयर अप हुआ, किस तरीके से फ्लेयर अप हुआ, उसकी हम जाँच कर रहे हैं और जो भी इसमें किसी की अगर कोताही मिलती है तो हम उस पर कार्रवाई
क्या जाँच के लिए कोई कमेटी बनाई गई है?
ये अभी हम लोकल स्तर पर कर रहे हैं। अगर सरकार की तरफ से कुछ दिशा निर्देश आएंगे तो उनका ही पालन करेंगे।
2 होमगार्ड हैं, उनकी मौत हुई, एक सिविलियन की मौत हुई। वो मौत कैसे हुई है? क्या गोली लगने से?
जी, इसमें जो मृत्यु हुई है वो पथराव में सीरियस इंजरीज की वजह से हुई है, गोली लगने से नहीं हुई है। जो एक गुड़गांव की टीम के इंस्पेक्टर हैं उनको गोली लगी है।
मोनू मानेसर की बात करें तो वो सोशल मीडिया पर 27 जुलाई को उसने वीडियो वायरल किया था कि मैं आऊँगा, तो प्रशासन ने क्या कोई एक्शन लिया किसी तरह का मोनू मानेसर के खिलाफ?
जैसा कि मेरे साथी नरेंद्र ने बताया कि सोशल मीडिया पे जिस प्रकार के जो वीडियोस वगैरह चल रहे थे, तो इंटेलिजेंस की इनपुट के हिसाब से ही सारी जो है व्यवस्था की गई थी। जो इन्होंने बताया कि नाकों पे पुलिस लगाई गई थी, लंबा रूट था, लंबे रूट पे ड्यूटी मजिस्ट्रेट्स और सारी व्यवस्था की गई थी। और किस तरह से एक जगह पे जो है फ्लेयर अप हुआ, उसके कारण ये टेंशन बिल्डअप हुई और सारी व्यवस्था उस फ्लेयरिंग अप इंस्टेंस से बढ़ी।
मोनू मानेसर को डिटेन क्यों नहीं किया फिर पुलिस ने, जब अगर ऐसा था?
जो उसके खिलाफ जो भी राजस्थान का केस चल रहा है उसमें राजस्थान पुलिस को भी सूचित, वो भी उनकी भी टीम लगी हुई थी और उनकी टीम है जो भी एज पर लॉ उसके खिलाफ जो कार्रवाई बनती है, जो भी उनकी जांच में उनके साथ तथ्य आएंगे उनके खिलाफ डेफिनेटली राजस्थान पुलिस कार्रवाई करेगी। उनके पुलिस और प्रशासन के साथ डायरेक्ट में यहाँ से हम लोग टच में हैं।
हमारे साथ हरियाणा पुलिस में तैनात एसपीओ पप्पू जी जुड़ गए हैं। कल आप देख सकते हैं कि कैसे इनके सर में चोट लगी है। जब पथराव हुआ था उनमें सर में चोट लगने के तहत इनको बहुत ही बुरी तरीके से घायल होना पड़ा है और अभी ये थोड़ी देर पहले अस्पताल से डिस्चार्ज हुए। सर बताइए क्या हुआ?
कल पथराव हुए थे, उसमें चोट लग गई थी तिरंगा पार्क चौक पे।
तिरंगा पार्क कितने लोग थे? कम से कम
काफ़ी सारे लोग थे।
काफ़ी सारे लोग थे और आप लोग ड्यूटी पे तैनात थे, तो शुरुआत कैसे हुई? इससे पहले तो शोभा यात्रा नॉर्मली चल रही थी।
हाँ, वो नॉर्मल चल रही थी, एकदम जैसे भीड़ हुई और पथराव शुरू हो गए थे।
पथराव किस तरफ से पहले शुरू हुआ था, आप लोगों ने देखा था? और क्यों पथराव शुरू हो गया था? कोई कारण था या ऐसे ही लोग ऐसे ही?
पहले जैसे ये बजरंग दल वाले निकल रहे थे, उसके बाद एकदम ये निकलना शुरू हुए मोमडन और उन्होंने एक रैली से निकालनी शुरू कर दी।
ये कहाँ से शुरुआत हुई?
ये नू सिटी से हुई।
नू से कौन सी जगह से? अगर आप बताओ।
ये बस स्टैंड के पास से।
बस स्टैंड के पास से। उसके बाद आप थे बस स्टैंड से कितनी दूर जहाँ पे आपको इतनी बुरी तरीके से लगी?
नहीं, हमारे को तो फिर बाद में लग गया था जहाँ तिरंगा पार्क वो होता। हाँ। जो बजरंग दल वाले आ रहे थे वापिस। हाँ। जाने के लिए। हाँ। उस टाइम
कितने बजे के आसपास आपके साथ?
ये 4 साढ़े 4 बजे का।
4 बजे। पत्थर लगने की वजह से हुआ? आप दिखाएं एक बार, आप कैमरे में एक बार दिखाएं कि कितनी बुरी तरीके से ये घायल हुए हैं और अभी बस अस्पताल से ये डिस्चार्ज हुए। आप देख सकते हैं कि इनकी पूरे शरीर में अभी भी खून की निशान है और ये अपनी ड्यूटी पे थे। ऐसे किसी पे पत्थर बरसाना ये किसी भी तरीके से सही नहीं है। ड्यूटी पे तैनात पुलिस ऑफिसर पे पथराव हुआ और आप देख सकते हैं कि कैसे इनको चोट लगी है।
एक मिनट,
पहले आपने कभी ऐसा देखा है?
नहीं, ऐसे नहीं, पहली बार देखा है।
कोई और भी पुलिसकर्मी थे आप लोगों के साथ?
हाँ, काफ़ी हमारे साथ थे।
एहतियात के तौर पर वहाँ कर्फ्यू लगाया गया है। कुछ जिलों में 144 धारा भी लगाई गई है। सारी नज़र रखी जा रही है। जो लोग इस षड्यंत्र में नूह से बाहर के भी शामिल हुए हैं उनको निश्चित रूप से पहचान करके उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई की जाएगी। अभी तक सब मिलाकर 44 के आसपास FIR हुई हैं।